pretty angels who always threw something away. Could I be desperate, crazy, or is it that they never see things my way? Around the world keeps turning, waking up day after day, hoping to change my story, or maybe see things in a different way. Maybe if I took a chance and got out of my way, a different point of view would maybe change the day. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yes, they're out there. I won't give up, and I won't give up the fight. No, gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yes, I do. I won't give up the fight. It's not on our pretty faces or something that's clever to say. I'm looking for someone special who speaks to my heart in a spiritual way. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. I won't give up the fight.
Was it over before we met? Or could you love me again? 'Cause you're the memory that I can't forget. Something more than regret. If we go back in time, can you forget the lies? And I'll believe when you deny. We've always been the same, playing our selfish games, but never learned to say goodbye. You're my type, but I'm leaving you with or without tonight. Baby, can't you see that this ain't gon' go right? 'Cause you can't let go, but I can't hold on like this. So you can't let go, 'cause I can't go on like this. You said it's over for a reason. If only words give me that meaning. You wanted never to believe it. Think we're addicted to that feeling. Lately I'm dreaming about you and how you can take me right back to where we started. 'Cause I'm going crazy without you. I need you. Just let me right back to where you are. Can we go back in time? Can you forget the lies? And I'll believe when you deny. It's always been the same, playing our selfish games, but never learned to say goodbye. You're my type, but I'm leaving you with or without tonight. Baby, can't you see that this ain't gon' go right? 'Cause you can't let go, but I can't hold on like this. So you can't let go, 'cause I can't go on like this. You're my type, but I'm leaving you with or without tonight. Baby,
Yeah. Your life hits hard, but I hit right back. I never back down, I keep it on track. It's the same day with no problems. I keep rising from the bottom. Cause when the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear that sound. They're never gonna hold me down, I'm higher than the ceiling now. And then I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright, it's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no problems. Yes, every day was a war. Yeah, it kinda took a while. When they tell me I should stay, I just jump with a smile. Yeah, it's hard until you notice. Everybody's got their moment. When the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear the sound. Listen up. They're never gonna hold me down, I'm higher than the ceiling now. And then I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright, it's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no problems. Cause I got no problems. Cause I got no problems. Do you feel a little down? Say it, no problems. That you in but you out, sing it, no problems. They're never gonna hold me down, I'm higher than the ceiling now. Have none I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. They're never gonna hold me down, I'm higher than the ceiling now. And none I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright, it's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no problems. I'm bulletproof, don't ever lose. Put the evil in the devil, let him let it loose. I'm an earthquake, make your bones shake. There's no question I'm the king, I always dominate. A force to be reckoned with, better remember it. Look at what I can do, walking all over you. Incredible, it's criminal, I never lose. I'm bulletproof.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Do you own a piece of esports? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com. Latest edition of the Epic's trading cards available now.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always, always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help. Good luck, have fun.
DreamHack Masters Spring is brought to you by Intel, 1xBet, and DHL.
Well, this is serious business.
This has to be one of the most hotly anticipated matches of 2021.
I take great pride in my one HLTV match being A, positive KD, B, better than Bardolph.
Alex and I, we're known for our rivalry on Ancient, once teammates, now separated.
And we are seeing a changing of the guard. The young guns are beating up all the old dads.
It's not going to be easy for Alex's team.
I'm going to just tell them to go kill. I'll be at the back, you know, holding all the backpacks.
They say age before beauty, but my squad's got both. See you in the server.
I've been hitting the DM, and you ain't ready for what's about to hit the server.
I'm not ready for that eye contact from Sponge. It's like he saw into my soul and was like, come to the dark side and support me, when all he needed to do was give me some of the fabled banana bread. Boys, I had one bite and I'm absolutely hyper. How are you doing? Yanko, lovely for you to join us. Do you remember the banana bread? Have you tasted some of Chad's finest?
It took you until the very last day to try the banana bread, Frankie. What were you doing the whole time?
I was not obviously spending enough time around Sponge. And then he just offered me some.
I have to say we're mesmerized by the look. I was surprised how low Alex set the bar saying I fragged more than James Bardolph. It's like, really, that's the best you can do for yourself?
I mean, you can never be disappointed, right?
Yeah.
He went in very safe.
Listen, we've got to talk about the lineups because we don't have much time before we jump into this show match. It's going to be on Ancient. So here's Team Sponge. He has got the oldies.
Wait, how many snipers does he have with him? Does he have like a secret plan or something? We have R, Kenyes, Chris, I think Junot can play it too.
Yeah.
But he definitely cannot. But it's like 3 snipers in there.
Giuliano's your tactical expert. And then Chris J, he's your Deagle man. He's the one, he's the fifth, right? He's going to have all the rubbish guns.
And the Galil man.
And the Galil.
And the Galil man, exactly. He can play anything. Let's look at Team Machine. Machine has a rating of 1.20, guys, from the last match he played years ago. So hopefully he's still got it. And as you can see, he's got the youngsters on his team. No clear in-game leadership, though.
I think he'll have to do it, right? He definitely has the more experience when it comes to Counter-Strike, so Machine will definitely step up in that role. I'm hoping, I guess, I don't know.
He has also that smiley face. I'm sold. I'm absolutely sold, but unfortunately, I have to go with Team Sponge. Quickly, before we pass to our casters, Dinko and Hawker, who have you got taking Ancient today? Matthew?
I'm going to go for the upset. I think Machine is going to shock the world and change the whole hierarchy when it comes to Counter-Strike and casters.
Yanko?
Chad's a nerd. He's been grinding this map. He knows all the nades, everything. Chad's gonna win this like 16-5.
And he needs to win it because he's going to be really unhappy if he doesn't. And we've got a grand final coming up that he needs to cast. So let's head over to our show match casters. They are Dinko and Hawker. They're not ready yet. They're not ready yet.
But we
the players aren't ready. So Dinko and Hawker aren't ready. I was hoping we could have a little chat with them.
But then now we can, you know, complain about Machine and Sponge not being ready. Now they're always the one having to wait. Now we have to wait on them.
All right then,
Bamboozle.
okay. Well, should we remind ourselves of art? Because we've had some fantastic pieces about some of the star players at this tournament, including this one, all about the art of war.
Just before I ask anything specific, location specific, overall thoughts on Ancient? Should it have been thrown into the map pool? Do you think, like, you know, how many of these issues do you think are glaringly obvious, etc.?
I guess for Ancient, my first look impression was that I saw some problems in the map, like the spawn problems and just design problems overall. But personally, I don't like the way the map is played, like the long corridors, the long runs to the sides, and everything's so big. And also the color, the green color. It remembers Cubble, but it's too much green. Like, it remembers the new cache where everything was green, and it's just kind of not easy for the eye. I would say I would love to see other maps in the pool other than Ancient. There are so many good maps. Maybe they are not Valve ones, like they want to put a map on their own there. I don't know why, but there are so many good maps as well that I would love to see. So I just hope they change the map, but Ancient, personally, I don't really like it, but of course I would love to play it competitively, but not like to play on pugs. That's the thing I differentiate.
Sure.
Like as a player, as a Counter-Strike player, a gamer, and that's saying I love the map to play, but like, I don't love the map to play, but competitively, I would like to do it for sure.
Thanks again, Art, for your time today. Thank you for your valuable opinions on DE Ancient.
That was Art on Ancient. Sorry, not the Art of War. I should have given that its credence. But I do need to ask, Yanko, why do players have such a problem with green?
The thing is, you know what that's about? Same as cache, right? The thing that designers probably don't take into account, I know from talking to the cache guys, is like they don't understand or didn't know that players put digital vibrance, they ramp it up to like 100 when they play, right? So they think like everything, people just don't change that setting, so they make it more colorful with the green. But if you put the vibrance up as well, then it's just crazy how it looks, right? It's ridiculous. So that's the reason, because the players like for the game to be more colorful, and then if you put it like that by default, it just becomes too much. So usually I guess that's why everyone's going to be complaining about it.
It kills their vibe, essentially. Let's head over to Dinko and Hawker. They're our casters for the show match today. Be nice to have a little check-in with them. Hello, boys.
Yes. Hi, Frankie. You know, I'm disappointed you're not playing in this one, Frank. You still have one of my favorite show match moments of all time when you beat Stunner in that clutch. So yeah, just disappointed you're not in it this time.
Oh, thank you so much. I was going to ask why your shirt is today, but now you've complimented me and I feel quite mean.
It's too late. It's too late.
It's fine. It's casual mode, right?
Late. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit more comfortable. I've been trying a new jacket look, but yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. It should be a fun matchup. Obviously, we haven't seen Ancient be played by some of the best players yet. And Hawker, that's what's going to be happening, right? We've got two of the best Ancient players in the world, and then joining Machine and Sponge are a couple of pro players. So it should be fun.
Yeah, of course. I'm excited to get into it. I just want to see what it looks like with maybe a bit of coordination. Okay, I've played it a couple of times. I haven't had the same level of coordination as I'm expecting to see in this game. The pros should get it together, and I'm just excited to see how sweaty we go in this show match, because I think you can get quite sweaty on this map.
Yeah, I think so. You know, if you have much time to play Hawker, I played it a few times. I played it in scrimmage, but with the changes, I played it a few times in matchmaking. It's pretty fun. I mean, you definitely takes a little bit of a learning curve to sort of learn all the cubbies and all the corners. But have you had a chance to play it yet, Alex?
Dude, the 2 times I played it in matchmaking, I managed to come up against people who like knew smokes and mollies and stuff on the first day. So it was just an awful experience for me, not knowing what the hell I was doing. But now I'm starting to get a grip on the map. I'm starting to understand it a bit more. And I understand that it's almost impossible to take mid as a T. God, that's hard.
Yeah, it really does feel impossible, especially if your opponents have utility, right? It becomes very difficult to figure out how to get mid control as the T side. I was doing a little bit of digging, and obviously the sort of head-to-head here when we're looking at the two teams, the main talking point is the age difference between Team Sponge and Team Machine, right? Average age for Team Sponge is 28 years old, and the average age for Team Machine is 22, and Machine brings that up a little bit, but the rest of the team are very, very young indeed. And I think, you know, it's gonna be interesting. Now, I've seen a couple of players in these show matches, and the young players always seem to be a little quicker, a little better in these show match scenarios. So I'm gonna favor Team Machine coming into this one. How are you feeling about the matchup?
Oh, I'll go with Team Sponge. I just think, you know, Sponge in his last show match, he did all right, okay? He did well stats-wise, albeit with a couple of kills gifted to him when people were trying to knife him. But we won't take that into account. We'll just look at the score overall. His kills and deaths look good. I just think he's going to give them the edge here.
You know what? I can definitely get behind that. When you look at the sort of scenario we're in right now, obviously the show matches used to be you never would have a PC available because we're all traveling all over the world. So now you're actually in one spot all the time. You can actually play some Counter-Strike. So I think he's getting the aim back. He's getting his ways going here in CSGO again. And I'd be playing with them. And Sponge is a good leader when it comes to the Ancient show match. I think just the issue over there is they've got so many leaders in their team, right? They've got so many callers, got Giuliano in there, Sponge in there. I mean, you've got Art. I think there's so many people that can call and come up with different ideas. And I think, you know, it could be a problem with too many cooks in the kitchen, but also on a new map, lots of new ideas as well, Hawker.
I can already tell Sponge is going to be there like, guys, why don't you know this very specific molly that I've been learning on Ancient? I know all the Ancient nades. Yeah, I think Sponge just has the knowledge. I just believe that he's the kind of guy that's gone on the server, he's learned all the nades, and if you know the nades on CT especially, you can just deny so much map control.
Oh, well, we got the knife round. It looks like it's not a great start at all here for Team Machine. They've just been massacred, so Team Chad is actually going to be here. It's not Team Sponge, Team Chad. And well, I have to say, you know, when you look at this team, I'm going to pick a player to look out for. And to me, it's going to be Kenny S, I think, because I've seen him performing over the past couple of days. I've seen some high-level clips coming out of Kenny S, knifing plays, using the cubbies to his advantage. So I think that's the player for me to watch. But over for Team Machine, I think going to be looking at Fang, dude. He's just come off the FunSpark tournament with a big MVP performance. He's having a great time, and what a great chance to show that, you know, he's got a lot of potential, a lot of skill in a sort of pug scenario. So heading into this one, they're my two players to watch.
I can't believe both these teams are unranked, Dinko. Put some respect on their names, honestly.
I know it. I mean, after this, right, you'll have the #1, #2 Ancient teams in the world, Hawker. They will get the ranking on that front. Obviously, here we are on Ancient. If you haven't seen this map yet, this is the newest addition to the active duty map pool. It has replaced Train, and it is an Aztec temple, so it does look very similar to the old map Aztec, with a lot of changes, obviously, and it's called Ancient. So it's set in Mexico, I believe, Hawker. And, well, you know the Aztecs, they introduced compulsory schooling, and I think Sponge is going to be trying to school some of the players here on the server right now with some nades. As we jump into round 1, it's the pistol. Team Machine on the T side, Team Sponge over on the CT side.
Let's get into it. Let's see how this pistol goes. We've already got 3 mid from Team Sponge. They're not wasting any time on this control.
Yeah, mid control, you talked about it. It's very easy to gather on the CT side, but here comes the late charge up onto the ledge, out into middle. It's Kenny S back in Cubby, just trying to deal out some damage. He's got one, but he's under so much pressure. Finally, he's overrun by DreamHack and Jacquinho as they make their way through the big donut.
Through the big donut, they're going to take a bite of it as they go into that A bomb site. And Machine getting that bomb down, being a good teammate, giving them a great chance.
Yeah, getting that money in. Here's the new hallway that Giuliano is currently occupying. Just added with the most recent update. And Jacquinho is going to be trying to hold on as Giuliano trying to get an angle, trying to find a head into this one. And finally, she'll spot Machine. Good headshot into the back of his head. And Art goes down as well. Good start here for Team Machine. 3 players staying alive. Clean little mid-take. It looked like Team Sponge had the upper hand in that mid-take early, but it was the late play out of the B ledge, straight down into middle, that caught them out.
I feel like we get some mind games in this matchup too.
Definitely.
I feel like Machine knows that Chad knows that the mid play is going to be heavy, but he then goes into the A site, and oftentimes you don't see that A site hit because there's a lot of different angles there. So I'm hoping we get those mind games continuing as we go on. Already seeing a smile on Vinny's face. They're having a good time here.
Yeah, they're having a fantastic time. You know, I played one show match before, Alex. It was against Vinny, and it did not go well. You never want to play against him in a show match, that's for sure. And while trying to play on the edge of these smokes is DreamHack. He'll be trying to get around, but he's pulled a molly at the wrong time. And Chris J on the Deagle. Oh, the Deagle's all over the shop right now. Team Sponge, they've got the aim, they've got the skills, and it's completely destroyed Team Machine.
Good luck, Fang. Oh, not even going to happen. It's Sponge on the other side with a Galil. That is not really the start that Team Machine would have wanted. And that's what's so hard about this map, Dinko. That's going to happen to you a lot. You just can't take that control towards the cheetah area, I guess we're calling it. It's just so hard.
Yeah, we're using the callouts Elige has actually put out there on social media. That's what we're taking a look at. It's a force-up again here from Team Machine. Looking forward to see what they've got up their sleeve in this one. Do they have what it takes to be able to pull this off? It's a big economic decision early on. They lose this one, you're putting your opponents in a very comfortable situation. A quicker play. Full team execute up towards the B ramp. And Giuliano, she's tested but cannot find anything. And now Art, the Brazilian, in the corner. They run all by. They haven't checked him. And Art in with one, a second as well. It's an absolute shutdown here. The force spy's not worked out. Machine just left alone. Like startled hair, holding car headlights, and it's completely over here. Nice shots coming in here for Team Sponge. And it's cleaned up. Force spy does not pay off for Team Machine.
Chris J's looking pretty crisp out there, I have to say. We haven't seen him on the server in a while. Good to have him back with us for the show match. And we heard the desk talk about all those AWPing possibilities. It's Giuliano who's gone for that first AWP for Team Sponge now. They've changed their name mid-game.
Yeah, they have indeed. No team chat in this one. They put it on the Sponge. And while, I'm interested to see how Giuliano performs in this one. Is an eco coming up. We do have Rush as well, who will be chiming in. He's an Incheon expert, I'm sure, in a little bit. I want to hear his thoughts on some of the strategy coming in from the boys. Obviously, Rush has been showing everybody at home how to play for the Poly's cracker. Poly wants a cracker, should I say, take of Cheetah. So I'm interested to get his thoughts a little bit later on.
I don't even know what that means, what you've just said.
Well, you
I need to be caught up
at his pro tips, don't you? So yeah, you need to go and check that out.
Hawker, you're not watching them?
Pros. There we go. There's Rush. You could tell Hawker all about the Poly wants a cracker strategy, Rush.
So we do have a position on this map that we call Poly's Pocket. It's towards what I call the back alley. Some people call it Banana. But that's Poly's Pocket, a very vital area of the map. You want to keep control. You want to molly it out and then throw some other nades. And then you have a Poly wants a cracker.
Yeah, I mean, it all makes sense, Rush. I think there's been so many calls that made for that one position, but it's a strategy if you want to check it out. Pro tips, Rush is showing us all how to do it. Did see the team cams, though. We'll hear from Rush a little bit later on, maybe as well. And when we did see the team cams, Machine looks very focused right now. So definitely taking this one very seriously indeed. That mid-take has come in for the CT side.
Oh, Fang sitting behind that smoke. Meanwhile, Art gets aggressive, and Machine's team are struggling to get any control here. They're going to try and see if they can go late into this A site. This is where Giuliano's AWP has been waiting the entire time. Missed shot on the first, though.
Yeah, misses the shot. It's going to draw back, goes again. Doesn't miss twice, Giuliano. Jumping up on the box. There's a lot more positions to play on this A side at the moment, right? It used to be very limited, but Machine's going to be tested. Under pressure, Kenny S just runs in, finds his head. Machine was tasked with a 1v5, and he said it in the pre-game interview, right? He said he was going to be sitting back and giving the backpacks to his teammates. I didn't think he meant it literally, but yeah, he's going to be sitting back, just last alive there, Hawk, and not really doing a whole lot, unfortunately.
Oh, you just want to get that first kill on the board, don't you? In a show match, especially.
I mean, that's the best case scenario. You've got 5 players in front of you. Hopefully they make a mistake, but, Kenny pushes right into him, headshot in immediately. And it's not been the best start here for Team Machine.
I mean, really, you're hoping that they try and knife you, because Sponge got a lovely 4K in the last show match with that. Here we go. A-site looking a little vulnerable for about half a second before the rotate arrives.
Yeah. Lots of quick avenues from mid back over to the A-site.
They know a smoke.
Oh, it's fades away. Chris J with another good headshot. Kenny S is going to throw his Molotov out. And Giuliano not missing with it up now. Then he gets caught in the fire. And now it's Jacquinho left alone. And he's burnt down. He's held back. And just so much utility dumped on this position, Hawk. It's impossible to get out around that corner.
I mean, that bomb's even dropped up on the right side.
Yeah,
so there's literally no chance for Jacquinho unless he got all the kills. And wow, what a turnaround this has been. Machine won the pistol, and they have been shut out ever since.
Where are we right now? In the water. Okay.
That water is much more murky than it actually looks.
Yeah, when you're on the inside of it feels really clean. You come out, it's very dirty. So, and it's super loud as well. I mean, when I was making a rotation back from the A site, if you want to fake out A, come back into the B site, you have to be very careful when you're running through that water because it's so loud.
The ambient noise in general is very loud on this map. I know you're in a jungle and everything, but it's a bit much sometimes.
Yeah, I think they turned it down a little bit, but this is classic art. This is classic art. It's flying around the corner with the headshot, completely ready for it. Art doesn't know his angles just yet. Giuliano's been very dynamic, Hawk. She's been all over the shop.
They're trying to switch things up on the Team Sponge side. Maybe not to good effect in this round. Here goes Giuliano, though. Machine could be on for his first kill. Oh, he's got it. Only took Giuliano not to have a gun out for Machine to get on the board.
Sponge versus Machine, head-to-head battles. Missed shot from Machine, and Sponge will lock him out, turns back and finds another one. Jacquinho down, and now Vinny in behind. Finally gets rid of Sponge. We'd hold that from the Australian. And now a 3 versus 2. It's Machine runs up into the one-man advantage. But Kenny S, this is where we've seen the highlights. This exact position. He has been very comfortable so far in Ancient, but can he deal out some damage here? He needs to pull this advantage back.
Oh, the bomb could get cut off here. What's going on?
Oh, Chris J walking right into it. Fine gets the flank on Kenny S. So now it's all on Chris J, Hawker. This has to be a big play from him.
Where's he off to? He's leaving the bomb, walking back to mid. I would be scared I would be heard right now, but clearly Chris J knows the map better than me. He's going to go all the way around. They have no clue that he could be here.
Yeah, great awareness of how to play this situation out from Chris J. He's got his way over towards Cube, and he's got a good spot for it, running up fine with the kill. Second round on the board for Team Machine. A valiant attempt from Chris J to give up possession of the bomb and try and reposition. Great awareness, showing his knowledge of the map so far, but just not going to be enough. But this was the play from Sponge, right? Takes out Machine from a missed shot. He had the AWP. Probably should have got that pick, but that's well to turn back. Great stuff from Sponge so far.
Chris J had a lot of books in the background there, Dinko, but I don't think the book's been written on Ancient just yet. I don't think any of them are going to help him for this map. 4 AWPs could be the meta, who knows?
What is that from Chris J? There's no utility, just running down middle, and DreamHack takes an easy kill. And now Vinny's going to try and pull it back. He's falling down to his teammate Art, who goes in for another one. Art is having a highlight here. Machine's gone down, and it's Jackinho and Fine Wet in the 2v4. Art has just destroyed him. Kenny S now getting a piece of the action, and it's Jackinho left alone. Has he been doing his homework here on Ancient? He might have, but we haven't really got to see it. Juliet coming around the backside, 6-2 up for Team Sponge. CT side is certainly strong here, so don't be getting too sad about this one. Team Machine could certainly pull a comeback over on their defensive half. You only need a couple, I feel, on this T side at the minute.
Can see a bit of that Brazilian flair on the server in this round, just turning back and forth. Lovely work with the AWP. He's going to keep it for this next one.
Oh, he's got the team cams.
Yeah, getting to see his face.
Look at the focus, laser focus right now. Kenny S, he's gone for the aggressive A main peek, and you can actually beat the timing there. You know, you can get in there as a CT faster than the T's can get there. It feels like you get pretty much all of the map if you want, with good utility on the CT side. And we're seeing some of this double aggression come in, and it's not worked out for Giuliano.
I think this is how you have to play the T side right now. You have to play it slow, because you can't get much map control early. You've got to just wait for some mistakes from your opponents. Maybe they have caught off guard their opponents early here. They've got an AWP into their hands, a chance to get something going with it. This A site is still very scary, Dinko. There's loads of angles you have to clear. You're already seeing Dihar having to clear these close cubbies. The Sponge is playing pretty passive on the A site right now.
Yeah, he's playing in this new back halls. I think people are calling it Temple is the call people are going for. So we'll see if he can show up. Kenny S has found Vinny elsewhere, but they're going to go for the boost over the top and Fine. Well, he's spotted. Chris J completely aware of that. And Sponge very passive inside of Temple, unable to get anything. That's that D-Had Eagle. We know what he can do with that.
We know firsthand, Dinko. We've had some tough games against Dihar. He's still going. No scope from Kenny. Not gonna land, and Dihar's still going strong. Art finally shuts him down. No highlight plays here today, at least not yet. Art denies him at the end.
What is that? That is unbelievable for Dihar. That shot up, the crosshair placement and the vertical sort of recollection of his crosshair. This is unreal. Just up. The vertical aim is very difficult in Counter-Strike. He makes it look so easy. Look at this. Damn, that's just filthy. Art's having a great time though. We've seen his thoughts on the matter. You know, he wasn't looking forward to playing it in Pugs, but I think after this performance, he might be adding it to his top 3 map list, Hawker, with his performance. Oh, here he goes. Right to the smoke. He has not ready for this. Scoped in. Oh, he hit the shot.
Oh, well, that's the vintage Art you want to see, but not successful today. Sponge able to get one back for the CTs. Here comes Fang onto that A bomb site. He's got to be careful of both angles. There's just chaos right now. Kills happening all over the place. Giuliano, the knife out. Oh, really, Dinko, the real winner of the show match is whoever gets the most knives. So I respect the attempt.
Yeah, bonus points if you knife Machine and Sponge as well. So Giuliano stepping up to the mark. Not the easiest knife opportunity there, but she went for it. You got to respect it. Machine turns around. Oh, Sponge caught between them. Pulls his knife out, pulls his gun in play, and it's Jackinho with the headshot. Couldn't quite pull it off. And Team Machine back on the board with another round. And that is what they need, right? They need some of that overconfidence. You need to let them get comfortable, like the start of a good interview, right? You got to let them settle in, get comfortable, and then you start doing this to them. Machine turning around, catching out Giuliano. This is where you get those opportunities.
Here's a fun fact for you, Dinko. One you might not have known.
Right,
Did you know that if you rock a 4-AWP setup, it might cause some issues for your economy?
It might, yeah. That certainly will play a factor. And I know we are starting to see that coming over here for Team Sponge. They've got a Negev out. Giuliano has picked that up, and Kenny S, he's got one onto Vinny.
Yeah, you can spam through that wall in towards, what are we even calling that spot? I guess lane is what people are calling it, over towards B. There's that big wall bang you can do. So I guess a Negev makes sense, sort of. Not really.
Well, maybe. I mean, the Negev, we'll see if she can pull it out. It's going to be Jackinho walking into the B site. Kenny S has been spotted. They've boosted Art up onto the A site boost position. So they can allow rotation over. Fine gets caught. Art trying to span through it. Sponge has found a headshot over towards the B side of things, and they've got mid control. They have got the B site right now for Team Machine, though, and it doesn't really seem like they're too aware of this over for the CT side.
Yeah, Jackinho's made a real heads-up play in this round. He's got all 3 kills onto that B-bomb site. It's Art and Sponge in a retake. Sponge has got a good chance to maybe make some noise here and take the attention away from Art, who's coming in from the other side. They've definitely heard him. Jackinho wants the ace here, though. He's sitting on the other side, waiting, but it's going to be Diha stealing it away. Machines post-plant on the ace site. Successful this time.
Yeah, very big round there from Jackinho. Exactly what you want to see. And because of the economic investment, Team Sponge, they don't have a whole lot. What have you made of the performance so far, Rush? What are you thinking? You're an ancient game player. You know, you're a top-level ancient player. What have you been thinking of the level so far?
Things are looking real clean. They're looking real tight. I'm liking what's coming out from both squads here. The Negev, you know, I mean, it's something we haven't seen yet on Ancient, so I think that was a good position to do it, firing straight through into the back lane through Polly's pocket. I think they all came ready to play here.
Fantastic, yes. Well, that is our sideline reporter Rush here on the Ancient performances, and things are looking good. And now Kenny S right through the smoke. Jackinho was looking the wrong way, but Kenny S cannot get the kill.
Bit of an awkward start to the round. Eventually, Team Machine get it recovered. I'm glad that I now know exactly what Polly's pocket is. I feel like I needed to figure that out. Now I know. Now I feel like I'm in the loop.
Yeah, you really do need to look at that pro tip. It's a good strategy. If you haven't checked it out already, go do it at home. It'll make you a top-level ancient player. And Sponge, he's got one on his Deagle, but it is Art left alone with a Mag 7, and Vinny is on for the ace, and he wants it onto his teammate. He wants to take down Art, and it's not going to happen. Mag 7 to the head. It's not just a normal Mag 7, it's a Swag 7. She might just be the next victim, playing very safe right now. Art trying to peek out, but final look at the headshot. Machine just trying to cross over, gets away safely, and that's all that matters. They're up 5 rounds, and honestly, pretty good performance out of the T side. The economic decisions has let them get into this situation, and we talk about this map being CT-sided so far. You know, if you get 5 rounds T-side, looking like a little bit more, it's quite a comfortable position to be in if you're Team Machine.
I can already tell this is a Team Sponge tactical timeout called by Sponge. And you can see a little smirk on Machine's face. He knows he's causing them some issues here. I can already tell, right? Sponge is trying to take this seriously now that they've lost a couple of rounds. And he's going to be mad that Kenny just force-bought in this one.
Yeah, look, he's covering his mouth as well. Doesn't want to give away any of the strats. Any professional lip readers Machine might have hired into this one as well. So, yeah, they're not letting that one slide. A 7-5 up.
I can't let Sponge top frag.
No, you can't. Luckily, Art is up there at 11. So
just about.
He's just keeping him down. But I have to say, you know, shout out to Kenny S for getting in a good webcam, man. So many players just have potatoes, right, as their webcam. Kenny S has got the full streamer cam. He's going for it.
It's a top mid smoke lined up by Jackinho. Will help the T's get that mid control they're looking for. A lurk smoke deployed by Vinny, and they have taken the control they wanted.
Jackinho with a headshot. Can he get another one here as well? Giuliano Good use of the cover of the boxes, just isolating and taking better angles to fight with the Deagle. But mid-control is Team Machines to play with, and Chris J, he's in a donut, but Vinny seems to be aware of his position, and that molly not gonna reach him. Chris J has a chance here around the corner. One picked up, and now it's Art's turn on the Mike 7. He's found a double kill, and this would be a nightmare round for Team Machine. If they lose to this kind of buy, that gets rid of all their good chances, and it's on to Machine into this clutch now. The pressure on his shoulders. Can Machine deliver the 1v2 clutch versus Giuliano and Art? And the answer is just no. He looked the wrong way. He committed to one angle too long, and Giuliano just creeps up behind and hits the headshot.
At least you haven't been knifed. That's the only consolation you can take from that one. I've got to say, Dinko, Donut actually fits that position name really well, because it's really tantalizing. You want to push into it and split that A site, but there's just all these angles, and as soon as you try and take a bite out of it, you're done for.
Yeah, it's definitely a good call. I think that's one that a lot of people will be wanting to keep. You know, I've seen some people calling a connector, but we've got so many connectors. Why don't we add a little bit of Donut into the mix?
It's the top mid smoke again. Couple of nades have been lined up from both teams so far throughout this game. Straight through the smoke. Art lines one up early. That is such a tight choke point. That's something you can do very easily.
Yeah, great shot through the smoke. Chris J's come in as well, and this is just an absolute shutdown. And this is what we were saying in the last round, right? For Team Machine, they finally get their chances. Came off the poor decisions on the buys for Team Sponge, the fact that they lose a round and their money just wasn't in a good spot. So, yeah, a little bit of an unfortunate circumstance. Now it's Jacquinho Machine trying to pull it off. I have to say, Machine has been one of the last members alive a lot of the time here, you know, just playing the late game. He had to really deliver on his positions, though. 2 and 11. See if they can get through this tight choke point, just setting Jacquinho in. Yeah, you do all the work. Yeah, go kill. Really living up to strategy calls here. And now Machine Goes finally gets his one trading kill. Yeah, you baited for that one, and it worked out perfectly. 9-5. Last round of the half coming up.
He was just there for moral support, Dinko.
Yeah. You can do it, Jacquinho. Go.
Eventually got the kill on the trade. Man, this has been, I think what most Ancient games are going to look like is a lot of fights at mid and B, and then A is kind of left alone a lot. It's just so hard to push as the T's, and you can't get those same early fights you can everywhere else. So it's just more important to get that map control elsewhere early.
It feels like if you're focusing mid-heavy with a lot of T players as well, right? You'd leave a lot of the other extremities open for a push, and Team Sponge have been making good work at that, but Vinny's come in and found himself a double on the CT aggression. This could be a 6th round for Team Machine. They've got an advantage into this one.
They're rotating away from A. Kenny just left the site. That Dragon Lore, unlikely to have any impact right now. He's stuck behind a smoke, but there are a couple of angles you can work with from the temple.
Oh, Kenny has gone in for the shot. Machine's down. He's going to throw it. Molotov around the corner. Giuliano trying to play close to the smoke, but that Molotov is perfect. Vinny in with a headshot. It's down to Fang only. 1v2 for him. Bomb taking away. Kenny has down. Now just Sponge in the 1v1, and he cannot get it done. Fang comes in with the huge double to close out the half. It's Team Sponge that lead the way, but Team Machine are close at their heels.
Behind the box, behind the box. No! Nice.
Last two.
Backlines. Nice.
Fucking earned, dude.
5 rounds already on T side, man. That's good.
Let's fucking go. Gotta go for 8 though.
You ask if we could talk, but then say nothing. Maybe you just had too much to say. Cause when you call me up, you just want one thing. And maybe in the end you'll get your way. But I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show ya, I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know. We just need to stop and take a moment to slow things down, work this out. I got your love on top, we're in the moment, and maybe that's what we're about. Tell me what you want me to be, baby. I promise I can be the one you're craving. Cause I think that I know what you've been chasing. And girl, I'm sick of waiting. I'll be yours for the taking. But I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow. Oh, oh.
Pride is on the line for these two teams. Team Sponge in the lead, but Team Machine trying to come back into things. We did hear on the comms just heading into the second half there. You know, they're happy with their 6 rounds they've managed to pick up on this T side. Chris J seems to be leading the charge on the calling front. And yeah, I mean, you've got to be happy with that performance, right? Both teams looking pretty comfortable, happy enough with their performances. Heading into the second half, Hawker, it's all on the line. It's anybody's game.
Yeah, Machine's team definitely happy with the position they put themselves in. They think they can come through on CT. I don't blame them. This is a potential bait and switch in the cubby early on. They spotted 1 man. Will they be ready for 2?
Yeah, well, Fang is doing a very good job. He's overperforming in this position, right? He's meant to take the attention away and then just die. Then his D has turned to step up, but Fang has got a double kill. He's being overrun on the ledge. Good flick up and a second as well. Bomb down, and now it's all on Art. He's got his way into the B site, but the bomb is down in the middle, and he's got to try and figure out how he's going to get that back. And right now, Machine is his next victim, and he will fall in the pistol round. Art looking to take down everybody on the lean, mean Team Machine. There's plenty more right in front of it.
Still got to get that bomb back. Might not be ready for Vinny, who's still in towards spawn. Currently playing on the backside of Temple. Art has snuck past, trying to isolate the fight, but Jaquinho's there to deny. We might be having to call them Team SpongeBob SquarePants soon, Dinko, because they're looking pretty rough right now, gotta be honest. They're drowning out there.
Yeah, they are definitely not looking so hot into the pistol there. That mid play not working out. Fine, getting a great 2 openings. I have to say, Ancient really does remind me of like a mini golf course, right? You know, you go mini golfing. It's got that sort of vibe about it. You're looking for the hole-in-ones, and while they're looking for the hole-in-one here in their force buy, that's not the best mid-smoke right there. Utility not on point. Sponge taking it in good humor, but he's not going to be happy about that missed mid-smoke. You cannot be getting mistakes coming in this early, especially with such limited investment, Hawk. It's a disaster.
You already know how that one went in the team comms, right? It was like, anyone know a top mid smoke? And then Chris J and Sponge were both like, yeah, I know it. And they both try and throw it, and they end up blocking each other's smokes.
Yeah, it's like when you try and walk through the door, it's like, after you, no, and then you hit each other. No, after you, and you just keep walking through the door at the same time. Yeah, it's a rough one. Machine looking to try and get some of these pistol kills to go his way. He's got the MP9. He's taking significant damage. Now hunting down the kills is Jaquinho. He's gone in. No free, easy kills from Machine in this one. Especially down in 12 HP, you want to be staying alive. So now the A play, it's Sponge and Chris J. 2 plays that did not really work so well together. And once again, the synergy not quite on point on the push out. It's Vinny getting 2 kills. And an 8th round for Team Machine. They're coming back into this one. And they're real close to tying things up. Got a hero AK straight away.
I'm definitely calling Sponge and Chris J the dynamic duo from now on. For the entire game. Just from that one moment, I've been sold. Yeah, Team Machine are really happy with this. This map, from what I've played and from what I've seen, is very CT-sided. So once you win this CT pistol here, you're in a very good spot.
When are we going to get your first video, Hawker, on this? On an ancient gameplay?
Oh God, I would be analyzing my own ancient gameplay or this right now, and I don't think either are worth analyzing just yet. Gonna be honest.
Well, we'll see if Kenny S can change that fact. He's run out and got 1 kill, but he's committed too much. And fine, well, he's having a great time. Machine's got a double kill. You'll love that. Padding out those stats, getting much more comfortable. Now here goes Sponge, 11 and 11, and he jumps out to his death. Fine in with the headshot, 3K from him, and we're tied up on the board. It's 9-9.
Got the AKs out for Team Sponge. Definitely intrigued to see if Sponge knows some of those nades. Yanko was saying on the desk that Sponge has been nerding out on this map. He's been learning all the utility. I want to see that now. You need that on T side. Oh, I don't know what he's doing here.
I mean, he's definitely just having a focus up, obviously, coming into this round. It's going to be a sawed-off for Art, right? I'm interested to see what they've got up their sleeve in this one. It's a heavy B play. Chris J, he's been given the task, right? You do the mid-smoke then. You go for it. Has to land. If it doesn't land, I'll be incredibly disappointed. Looks like it's landed perfectly fine. Art now trying to get into cave. He's found himself DreamHack.
How has that worked? How has he got 3 separate shots off with the sword off? That never happens to me. I'm just dead instantly.
Yeah, it felt like, honestly, the D-Has gun stopped working. I don't know how he just didn't get that kill. It was unbelievable.
We playing airsoft or something? What's going on?
Yeah. Well, Art maybe find himself a kill on the sword off, but he is down already, and it is a 3v3. It's Chris J going for this late play out into the A side. Last round, it was Sponge and Chris J. Now it's Juliano and Chris J. We'll see if they play better together. It seems like Team Machine have a good read of this, though. Vinny's going to start coming over through Donut. And there's a texture glitch here as well, it feels like, right? It's very difficult to spot the player in this position, but you have to be aware of it. And now the flash goes through. That forces Vinny off the angle. They doubled up. Fine and Vinny looking to pull this off alone. They go in. Bomb hasn't gone down. And now Juliano, she's hoping for the play of Sponge to come in and help her, but she's got to stay alive. She's got 1. So it's now all onto Sponge. The 1v2 up against the low HP players of Jacquinho and Fine. This would be a big clutch in his ancient career. Some say he is ancient, but he looks for the 1 versus 2 clutch as he walks out. He spotted the back of Fine. He's got 1. Rolling back the years now into the 1v1 clutch, but Jacquinho's found him. And it's a 10th round for Team Machine. Not quite getting the clutch over the line there, Sponge.
I thought he was meant to be a cerebral player, Dinko. He had no clue where that last man was. Very disappointing. I was expecting more from the man, the myth, the legend. I'd heard so much about him. His performances against Titan back in the years.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, we were too young to watch those games. We were mere babies when he was playing.
You're just roasting him out here, so it's just savage right now. Well,
I'm not sure if I'm roasting myself or Sponge.
Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe a little bit of both. I'm liking it, but 10-9 up.
Everyone's getting it.
Yeah, everyone's gonna get it today. Orcus had no chill. He hasn't had his morning coffee, and Fine, he's blinded. The nade kill. Locking Sponge out of the round early, and Team Machine, they are a player up into this one. They've got the utility as well to play with, but it doesn't even look like they need it because they're just giving them easy kills now. It's Juliano and Art left alone. 4 players to try and find in this one. Machine will be the first player tested, and as Dihab has come in with a headshot, Juliano gets the trade out, but wasn't ready for the second or the flank of Jacquinho coming in from B, and it's 11-9. It was looking so good at a certain point for Team Sponge. It was 7-2, I believe, Hawker. Now it's 11-9 for Team Machine.
Who is it that's got the green player skin on? Who is that? Own up. Whoever that is, I'm very disappointed in you.
Yeah.
You should not be using the green skin
there it
on
is.
Ancient.
It's Machine.
Oh,
Machine.
of course it is.
He's got to give himself every single
that's
advantage.
okay. That's the 1 player on the server I will allow. I will allow it, Machine. I apologize.
He's got to give himself every advantage. That's a true competitor right there. 5-15. I mean, he got to give him something here. The green skin, if it gets him another chance, fair enough. We'll see if it plays out the way he wants it to. It's Juliano walking out into middle, firing on the burst, just in the open. Flash is a little late there, unfortunately, so he gets 2 kills. He's up 20-13. This guy's going to be fun to watch when Ancient starts really coming into play.
Machine was the real MVP there, though, again, for the moral support. Standing and watching his teammate, telling him a good job. That's what you need.
And well, Art is on the edge of the smoke. Diaz right in front of him, and Art's going to go down. And you know he's going to try and play in and around those smokes, right? So Sponge now again tasked with a very difficult clutch and Fine with a good round. Another great round from him, in fact. He's up to another 4K. Rush, I do want to say, have you been kind of disappointed so far with Sponge's performance on Ancient? I mean, we play the games with him, we know how good he can be. Is this just maybe the nerves getting to him here?
I'm not liking what I'm watching here, guys. Something's gone wrong in the team. I see smiles on the face, but I feel like this could be a situation where there's some serious internal issues, which is causing the team to fall apart here. But hey, it's an eco round, looks like a Rush B. Boys, take it away.
Do you think they should get you in as a coach, Rush? Is that what they need?
Yeah,
I'm surprised they didn't ask me. So
I'm surprised too, honestly. I think it's their own fault if they lose because of that. Just that alone.
Yeah, well, this could be the end of a great casting duel, you know, if the pride's on the line here. And what denial of the bomb plant. Jacquinho going in for a second attempt, trying to line it up through the smoke. It's close, he finally gets it. And now Chris J, is he going to get the same treatment? The answer is no, because Kenny S has come in and saved his ass real quick. DreamHack, though, gets the double, and it's 13 rounds. Oh, no. Yeah, light a candle. Light a candle in chat right now for Team Sponge. This is just all gone downhill.
Might be worth Team Sponge trying to get to the temple on the map and start to make some prayers right now.
Sacrifice, just sacrifice a player at this point. Blood sacrifice, the only way you get back into this one.
I will say that this is how I feel like almost every Ancient game goes, where the CTs who start on CT side get way too cocky and start to throw away a couple of rounds. And then you get to your T side and realize, oh boy, we actually can't win a single T round. We're in trouble.
Yeah, they are in a lot of trouble right now. And you know, when you're in this scenario, at least you've got Kenny S, a player that might just be able to find these picks, find these openings to get you back into round 23. And they've got it, but the peek out from D has come in, and Fang has been the nemesis of Team Sponge so far. But Kenny S is quick on the trigger. Found himself Fang. He's got themselves into a very good situation right now. Team Sponge up a player.
This has been an extended battle, but Diha's still going strong in this same position. Second headshot on the round from him. Close quarters AWPing from Jacquinho. And it will be successful. Sponge rounds the corner. Oh, okay. That Molly's bounced straight back. Always good to see.
I don't know what's going on there. I mean, there was just a random bit of geometry, I guess. Just a brick out of place. And well, Kenny S now, he's had a big round already. He's going to go in for more, but it's a leg shot that's come in on DreamHack. And that has given a chance over to Chris J, but he's caught out. 14-9. Kenny S is doing his best to carry this team, right? He's doing his best to try and pull them through, but it's just not enough. It's the youngsters, it's the Zoomers just running around them here on Ancient, and it's looking like Team Machine are going to lock themselves in a victory. This could be one of the first show matches in a while to not go the distance, to be relatively one-sided.
Machine's looking to keep up that flawless record in show matches, Dinko.
Yeah.
He's 1-0 right now. And I think that was with Bardolph on his team, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean,
which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's very impressive. Machine gets caught. Well, luckily gets away. Sponge has got mid control, but Machine gets away safely. It was that fast mid play from Sponge. He's had enough of this mid control going in favor of the CT side, so he's taking matters into his own hands. He's run straight up into middle.
Always enjoy seeing some Machine on Sponge action early in the round.
And it is
they
what
clear
everyone's
both those
come to
corners.
see.
Oh, of course.
Oh, well, Jacquinho trying to filter out this mid play, but he's been flashed and he's made noise as well. Giuliano should hear this, but it doesn't even matter. Going around the corner, Sponge not getting the trade kill. It's a second kill from Jacquinho, and now it's Machine's turn. Will he pass the test? Around the corner, Kenny S just checks him. The Tech 9 to the head, Machine goes down. And now does Chris J. And Kenny S trying to make the play. It's DreamHack left alone. They've got the bomb, but can they get the round? DreamHack has been fantastic so far. The Polish powerhouse looking for his way back into this. He starts to creep up closer to Donut, and Art is being found. Now down to the 1 versus 1. Chris J versus DreamHack. Smoke onto the side. Chris J's position spotted. Shots coming through, and DreamHack, he's going to tap the bomb, trying to draw him into the open. Chris J goes right into his deagle and back onto the defuse. A sick clutch coming out of DreamHack. He's just an absolute beast, and Machine is very happy with what he sees. Very good team he's put together here.
No sweat for Machine right now. His team have been putting the pieces together. The young guns coming through. Some really nice shots in this round too. Vinny's liking playing that spot at the back of the site. This time he was traded. It's all about DreamHack when it gets into the 1-on-2.
Oh, wow.
He is very good with the deagle too.
He is. He is filthy with that deagle. And obviously, it's going to be very exciting to watch in his Ents project moving forward. We'll see if he can keep that up. Machine, again, the mid control. This is generally the position he takes in his matchmaking games. He will be the mid player. Pretty solid player in the position usually as well. Can find a good bit of impact, but Sponge should realize this. And at this point, if you want to save any sort of face, you want to pull this back a little bit, get some pride on the line, you've just got to start getting some kills on a Machine right here. You've got to win out those head-to-head duels. He is relatively close by for that opportunity. Machine's going for a bit of a mid play. He's crossed over to Cubby, going for an aggressive stance this time.
Team Machine are actually... Ooh, hello. Kenny's got the opening kill on B. They're set up right now with no one committed to the A site, but that means B could be a little bit more reinforced. Jackinho's here with the AWP, and I think Team Sponge have decided to slow it down slightly.
Yeah, well, Jackinho's just going to look and try and take down everybody in this one. Sponge has come back. Oh, he's found Jackinho. Art on the double kill, and it's not done yet. Team Sponge, they are in a great position for the 10th round. Vinny looks to spoil the party, but it doesn't look too realistic considering the bomb is going to the other side of the map. Sponge is lurking over here as well to try and cut off this rotation. He's got the kill as well. A great round to pick up there for Team Sponge. He did find a lot of impact there as well, coming out of the cave position, just spotting Jackinho in the corner. It looked like he could have done a whole lot from that spot, but Sponge steps up.
Double AWP setup on the T side of Ancient. Not sure how I feel about it. Yeah, Team Machine were literally in that round running a setup where they didn't have anyone properly on the A site. They just had one player in Donut, and then a couple of players mid and a couple of players B. And that A site is just, there's so many angles and it's so hard to clear that that's something we could maybe see going forwards. Right now, though, they're actually not fighting for mid early. Team Sponge have been able to take that control.
Well, Art is looking to take Machine out. He spotted him, and it's a headshot. It's an Art attack, and Machine is not ready for it. That TV show was also on while they were kids, so, you know, pretty old show.
I watched that show.
Yeah,
Great show.
Yeah, it's pretty good, man. You know, it used to be really creative. You know, get all your bits and bobs out, make something of this. Well, DreamHack looking to make something of this play down the ramp. Sponge, he pulled out his pistol. He's switching, gets the AK out. And DreamHack's been chunked down low to 8 HP, but it's a 3v4, and the nade catches him on the fallback. Good HE over the top from Art.
Oh no, Chris J.
Oh no.
Had Vinny dead to rights, but instead the turnaround comes in, and that could give Team Machine the chance they need to close this one out. Jackinho just spotted Giuliano. He's got another one, and Kenny has to clutch.
Oh, Chris J fluffing his lines, but here goes Kenny. If there's a player in this scenario you want, it's going to be Kenny S. Looking for the clutch out. 30 seconds left. Starts the wrap around the back of Cube. Coming up closer and closer as Jackinho is standing on default. Kenny S has to try and get that bomb back. That's the big issue right now. In 20 seconds, he surely cannot do this. Look how far the bomb is. He has to win an elimination. They just need to stay alive. It's absolutely no way he gets this round over the line. Kenny S, even though he's a solid player, time is a cruel mistress, and Vinny's going for the night kill. Kenny S will be shanked up, and his 16-10 win comes in for Team Machine. They get it over the line. He continues his flawless streak in show matches, and it's Team Sponge that fall. We'll be back with a test to break down this high-level Ancient game after the break.
One of you on.
Woo! Oh, nice. Let's go.
Easy, guys.
Let's go, let's go.
How do we play?
3-minute break.
Alright, let's give them the beans.
Go, boys.
Nice, guys.
Someone better than me take the AK. Jackinho, you were popping off on T. Take that.
You want this, Vinny?
NT.
He thinks you still so unlucky.
Yeah.
Nice,
guys.
Go!
Great shit, bang. That was
Thank
nice.
you. Can you drop one? Oh, this is tough. Oh my.
Bang, dude, I told you this was your day.
Bang. So easy. Let's go, man.
So easy.
Let's go.
Nice.
Nice.
Nicely done, guys. Really, really good game.
Nice.
Welcome back to DreamHack Masters Spring. There was an issue at the end there in the team comms. You didn't all shout nice at the same time.
I actually had my mic
Machine.
muted because I was desperately trying, especially after the whole situation on Twitter with the don't talk over people's play. I had my full mic muted. I was not going to ruin whatever was happening.
Were you worried you're going to go into the CSGO interrogation room?
Oh, definitely. I belong in there after a performance like that. Did you see? I actually got at least 2
I had the stats right there. Yeah.
Shut your stats
I
mouth.
had the
bad
highlights.
is it?
We can talk about it if you want.
So my objective was to. Oh dear.
What were you going for?
ADR, lads. That's not.
I'm trying to see.
What was your highlight? Because I thought the highlight was you not getting knifed by Giuliano.
Yes, that is one of the highlights. Thank you. Yeah, I was very surprised.
Gone really wrong.
The audacity of it to go for the knife kill. I mean, I was just happy to have avoided that.
So Yanko, what's your assessment on Machine's performance? Yeah, he's behind you.
I think
Yanko's there.
I think the problem is now there's going to be at least a couple of spots that you want to call machines, so you just have to choose which one you want, basically. And just the fact that this didn't go into overtime, a show match, is a testament to Alex's greatness when it comes to playing a show match.
I think the main credit I deserve is the fact that I said to Chad in the car, I was like, look, I'll take all the zoomers and he can have the boomers.
That's good grain choice.
And to him, I'm like, I sell it to him as well. I go, you know, you got Kenny.
Easy.
Yes, you got
all the snipers.
He's old. There you go.
Who was your team MVP, Machine?
Giacchino's nuts. We just said we needed a player. We realized Chad just kept doing his utility B. He's like, oh, if we get B early info, there's always 4 on A. We can't do anything about this. I get it.
That's good.
So I was like, okay, we have to actually repel this CT aggression that Chad's fallen in love with. And then we started with 3 players there. We just kept getting multi-killed by Art. So the solution was Giacchino just went on his own at his own pace, demanded B control, and enabled us to not walk into stack
How is
sides.
he, Giacchino?
He's cool, very friendly. Everyone was super friendly. I was telling Diha as well, I wished we'd swap names, like at the start. Just
so people don't know.
Well, that 1v2 looked good. I'd have liked to have had that by my name.
Is it going to be slightly awkward in the cast now?
No, but I do also understand a little more. When we cut to those player cams and it's just their forehead and you can't see any of the player. I understand why now, because halfway through the game, you've set up your webcam and then you're actually in gamer mode. You didn't anticipate gamer mode.
Well, I think you need to go and give Sponge a 3-minute cuddle.
I'm up for that.
Because we need to take a short break. But when we come back, we are going to be talking about the grand final that happens to be happening today between Gambit and Na'Vi, so don't go anywhere.
The pressure of being the best in the region, and indeed the world. Boys have become men. But Natus Vincere means born to win.
Let the best team win.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Ladies and gentlemen, finally we are gonna be ready, and this crowd has been completely off the rails already all throughout the playoffs here. It's gonna be NIP and Na'Vi in a best-of-3 game. Edward, oh, what a headshot, the second one follow-up. Guardian looking into lower dark from a different angle than the earlier round. Hard to predict here, and Freiburg is going to be going down. Good entry, solid play from Na'Vi.
Freiburg just decides to challenge on his own. So
wait a minute. They're going to peek just as they're setting up. They wanted to throw those flashbangs in. Get right, going to be going down. Forest as well. Look at Na'Vi. They rotate 3 men to long to catch NIP as they're setting up for a smoke that was going to go on the catwalk, but Exist with a great double return. If he would have stayed alive, it would have at least bought them a chance now. Here going to be alone, and he goes down to Guardian, who picks up a quad kill. Forrest playing a huge round right now with 3 kills. Still not that much HP left, and he's finally going to be taken out. Flamey returning with a double kill. And all on Freiburg here. 1-on-2. Plants with 9 seconds left. Stands up from the box. Sprays down. One has to turn around. Got the deagle in hand. He's looking for the shot here. Flamey, he can't jump. If he jumps into the deagle, he's going to die in 1 shot. He really doesn't have enough health for that. He's on the other side with the M4 in hand. He's going to make the jump shot once. Freiburg there. 1 bullet's all it takes. Freiburg, he's got 3 left and 2 in the mag here. He's going to take the chance and reload. And Flamey trying to get closer. Oh, top of the shot box. Flamey, what an incredible clutch coming through. And Na'Vi going to pick up a 9th round. Unreal play here. And again, he was also at the bottom of the scoreboard earlier on. But there seems to never be a big tournament where Flamey doesn't show up.
Oh, and Exist is so far away. He is rotating in now. He's trying to put the flashes in to help Freiburg out. Freiburg turns away. Good comms there. Does spot the one at the exit the house. He knows that somebody's behind blue as well. So there's a little bit of information for NIP to go off of, and just full faces, but he gets tagged down to 60.
Oh, but look, they're rotating Piff in as well. They got the setup here to try and deal with this, and now come the Molotovs. There's the spray coming through. Exist just saving Freiburg, and he gets a 3rd kill as well. It's a fantastic shot down of the Na'Vi push out there. Oh, they're coming around this corner here, but the thing is, they don't have armor. He could chew them up right here. Not checking the first one. Get right, letting them through. There's a 1-2. Goes for the triple. Get right. Shutting down every single member coming through. Leaving Seized alone. Just a few seconds left now. Gonna go for the shot, and there it happens. Edward takes one down. Seized in a 1-on-3. Dodging through the smoke, but he gets found by Freiburg. And NIP picking up Dust 2 on the first map of the grand finals. No one there to back him up from Plateau, but he's only got the Mac 10 here, so there's not a lot to lose, and he knows they won't have armor, so it's very easy for him to go and look for these kills here. And well, I mean, 24th round is going to be coming out.
Patrick just waits for it, man.
Just enjoy it. It certainly seems like it. They want to take this fight instead of defending and spreading themselves thinly. Actually, they're setting up for a bit of a trick play this time. Freiburg just drawing their attention away, and Forrest nearly lining them up. Oh, what a great trade. Flamey taking both those kills.
Yeah, 1-for-1 is not quite going to cut it here. And there's the quick push. Actually, look at this aggression from Get Right. He's going to catch Flamey. Flash. 3-on-3 now. That was the kill to make the difference. And the dunk nade going sailing onto the site, doing considerable damage to Zeus. But the bomb will now be planted, and Edward lurking on a balcony will catch out Pyth. He sees the follow-up man, but Get Right just runs him down. No fear at all. But he's in a 1v2. This used to be the best clutch player in the business. We'll see if he can deliver again. The wall bang on a Guardian, dead on, nearly takes him out, and he's going to be able to get the headshot on Zeus as well. This is his moment. Get right, looking to bait out a reaction, but Guardian, he's got nerves of steel at this point. Not giving it up. Get right, homing in, he's got the kit, and he's trying to cheat forward. He's finally going to just go for the run, but Guardian not going to miss the point-blank shot, and he saves it for Na'Vi.
Forrest hoping up on one, there's Guardian going down, he's hiding in the corner. They do have another backup, two men backing up behind it. There's Forrest with another one, Flamey with an important refrag, but Get Right is there. Zeus and Edward are left, and they're simply out of time, 30 seconds here. NIP, what a story it's been already. Get Right, and here it comes, NIP, your DreamHack Masters champions!
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Get hyped. This is the grand final, Astralis versus Na'Vi.
Device was an absolute monster with the Scout, and as I mentioned it, Simple has been eviscerated. This is a weapon Device has been very good with. Zipex in the meanwhile going to be holding down Rampant. Device has landed 2 more shots. He will finish off onto Edward, looking like Astralis going to take a comfortable 2-0.
Yeah, he's just tearing them apart limb from limb right now. And it will be 2 players remaining, make it 1. That's a tagged up Zeus. You can see the contribution Device has made to this round. 2 kills, 2 more tags, and Electronic. He won't be able to find anything with this one, I don't think, Vince. This is going to be 2 clean sweeps for Astralis. Device finishes off in style as well. Actually a bit of a ruse, dropping the smoke and perhaps walking towards upper and seeing if Zipex will react to the smoke.
Damage inflicted again. He's going to get pushed. They put in Zeus first. Zipex has ran out of ammunition. He literally has no bullets left. So the fact that Devices came in for a kill is so huge. 14 health. Simple charges out onto the site. 20 seconds left. And finally picks up the bomb. Now Zipex has got an AK-47, so both players are able to wreak down some chaos onto Simple. Post-plant, they're going to allow that to happen. Don't want to isolate themselves into 2 separate 1v1s. Need to push him together. As good as Simple is, if you don't, he will win the round. There's the first one. Flash out into the open again, and Simple is going to go 1 step short against Device.
The auto shotgun is out, a fan favorite, and maybe a straight up upper rush. Will the Alligator be able to find any food today? It will! It eats 3! And now it's a 5-on-2. And my God, it's a lot of fun to watch, but the round ain't done just yet. Electronic will be the last man standing.
And he's actually moved away. He's in Garage instead. Simple goes down to the hands of Dupree. Not like this, Na'Vi. Not like this.
It could be happening, Vince. Every single kill is connected to these pistols, and that one is no different. Mages to schools, Flamey. Zipex is there on the door. He sees action towards Squeaky Door. Simple takes care of that. 1 versus 1. Zipex is doing it again, Vince. Edward up against him. He's currently in the lobby right now. Zipex seems to be aware. He thinks that Edward is in towards the lobby. Goes to the fake plant, perhaps. Edward thinks it's slower. It's all gone wrong. He still thinks it is. He's fully committed. And oh no, he's realized, and that could be it. Zipex waits for his kill, and it will be delivered. The 3-on-2 goes in favor of Astralis.
They're going to try and overwhelm Astralis. They're just going to try and completely decimate them. Magisto's got himself 1 kill in return. Device comes through with 1 of his own as well. And there's Magisk again. This round could be collapsing, but no, Electronic, the man that was absent, the invisible man, has now shown himself with a 3K.
Zeus does get himself up, but he's made a lot of noise, and he's been spotted, Vince, and this could be dangerous now. M4 picked up for Device, 5-on-4. Zeus thought he was completely safe with the smoke down, and that's pulled a rotation. Simple, like you said, could be overwhelmed here, but he's hitting shots, so is Electronic, and it looks like Astralis might be out of luck here. It comes down to the 3-on-2.
Oh, still so much damage being inflicted, though, to Na'Vi, considering it was just CZs and Kevlars to being a 2v2 with a very possible bomb plant following. This is far better than I anticipated. That being said, Flamey's been playing super well so far. He could be the man to clutch this, or perhaps not. He's been drilled by Device. Devastating accuracy. Edward's going to show his hand, and Device will rip it off. Edward has gone down. This just mounts the pressure on Simple's shoulders. And he did land that no-scope, but it's only going to be taking 87 off Magisk, so he's still alive and kicking. Will that vulnerability be the way back into the round for Na'Vi. Zeus is going to bag himself an extra one. They only have a couple of HE, so no incendiaries to throw to the back of the site, but that one's good enough to claim Magisk's life. It's all on Glaive. He's on the new box, and he's going to have to strike 3 times if he wants to clutch there. There's number 1 and number 2. He's on for the clutch. It's all down to the in-game leaders. Which one has the broader shoulders? Glaive's also on for the ace, it should be mentioned, and he's going to try and use a CZ up close with the sidearm. Can he get this done? It's so delayed, it's so labored, and Zeus is going to deny him. And he's not going to have enough time, is he? It's super close.
Super close, could go either way. Oh, he's not going to have it, Vince. And Glaive wins the 3-on-1. Absolutely sensational stuff from him.
Adam's going to be using that UMP to get up close. Wants to play very aggressive, but his teammate Simple's gone down, and Magiska's got the double.
Glaive will be tested first, and he passes it with flying colors, hits the headshot. Zeus will go down. In-game leader removed, but so is Zipex. That's the power of the P250 right there. Oh my God, this guy is good. He pushes through, and it's going to be Na'Vi with the 3-on-2 advantage.
Very isolated, the 2 CTs. They're going to have to wait a while for Magisk to get close enough to Glaive. That wouldn't be a problem ordinarily if they had a kit, but this is valuable time that is now being drawn out of this round. And Simple continues to land headshots. He wasn't his usual astounding self in the first half, but he's here to stay now.
Beautiful counter-strike. Mages waits patiently for his chance to get another kill. He spots one. Can he convert it? Certainly can. This could be everything. Mages takes back the man advantage.
That's a hell of a shot. He's going to double up onto Simple. Magisk pulling the rabbit out the hat for the 3rd. And that could be it for Na'Vi. Astralis move 14-10 in the lead. But they've still got 2 players on B. This could bait Na'Vi out. They may expect this to be very thinly contested. Glaive and Zipex both come in for kills, though. It's a 3-on-2 now, though. Flamey, in the meanwhile, puts his Galil to use alongside Simple's AWP. Magisk and Glaive, weight of the world on their shoulders, but the bomb is actually dropped out in the open. And there's a smoke separating Na'Vi. They can't go for it just yet.
This could be everything, and Glaive strikes round the corner, takes off the head of Flamey. Bomb still down. 2 more kills will do it for Astralis.
Nature's gonna prime that nade. It could take Edward down. He's on 9 health. They're gonna be able to get the bomb. They have enough time to rotate, but they're not gonna go for it. Here comes Magisk. He's not gonna get the spray on point, but Glaive could. Through the smoke, he's trying to find a way to kill Simple, who simply will not fall. And now Glaive's to be pushing this smoke, and he's got the kill! Astralis are victorious!
My, Astralis have done it in convincing fashion in the grand final.
All right, let's do this. Got the goods.
Very good. That's my favorite agent.
Agent Maniac reporting for duty.
I'm super agent.
I'll roll with this one.
Now this is interesting because Pelican and Hatchet are trying to block suspects, so this can't be the first round where he's been dodging.
I'm already really not liking what I'm seeing. He's not even picking banana. Try something that is trying to show. Okay, that's it.
No.
He would already be condemned.
Well, we do know that he's not aim hacking.
No.
That's an actual disgrace.
There's no aim hacking, but he hasn't peeked anyone yet. He's only fighting against walls. And that to me is not a good sign. But I think we have vigilantes on the clip as well. Like we have people trying to block him or maybe get him banned or something. Look at this, they're trying.
Yeah, because if he kills them.
And what's what they're trying to do right now?
Yeah, he gets ejected
from the game.
That was almost.
I really appreciate that. Like some civic duties. People actually trying to help.
So clearly he's always trying to wall bang.
Yeah, he's what you call wall peeking. It's a new type of wall peek. Wall peek actually.
Okay.
It's not a Ferrari peek, it's a wall peek.
Okay.
Which is not a good sign at all.
They're clearly trying to wall hack.
That nade is a very instinctive nade as well, of course. That's my favorite part.
And they nade.
Oh my god. Yeah, he's not aimbotting, that's for sure. No aimbot.
Oh mate.
Well, I feel very, very safe to convict this guy of wall hack.
Wall hack, definitely.
Is that chickens? Nice feathers. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The sound of the chicken. The chicken, Gallus domesticus, a subspecies of the red jungle fowl, is a type of domesticated fowl, originally from southeastern Asia. Cock-a-doodle-doo, 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 cock-a-doodle-doo. I really like how that sounds.
DreamHack Masters Spring is brought to you by Intel, 1xBet, and DHL.
Welcome to the grand finals of DreamHack Masters Spring 2021. I'm Frankie, we've got Yanko and Maniac. And first of all, gentlemen, I want to start off by asking you, what does DreamHack Masters mean to you? Yanko?
Well, for me, it's a special event because the first one in Malmo was the first time we actually did the full-on Weatherman segment with, you know, the separate station for it and all of that stuff, which was a lot of fun. We got some great feedback. So yeah, that's what I remember probably the most about the first Masters.
You got to play Etch-a-Sketch. Lovely. Maniac.
Yeah, for me, it's also as analyst, right? It was one of the first big events I worked back in, when was it, 2018 or 2017 at the end of that year. So a fifth big challenge. Sorry for me, you can see I'm a little bit worked up on that one. Masters, it means quite a lot to me, you know.
Yeah, it means a lot to all of us. And this is the 10th iteration of DreamHack Masters. And it is more than just trophies. Here's why.
I think that the DreamHack Masters events was probably one of the most organic we had, because you could always tell the family behind the DreamHack events. It was always the same people.
I mean, you know, it's easy to just consider it a name and, you know, just a brand. But the truth is, it's just a lot of different human beings who are putting their passion to work.
With DreamHack, I feel like everyone is like rooting for you and you're rooting for them, and you are all there because you love what you do.
The whole point of an event was, you know, everyone that wants to tell the story and everyone that wants to be a part or hear the story combined, and that's where the beauty happens. That's where you have, you know, those moments that will go on and live on forever.
He's got the first kill. He's only been going for one more headshot. They're going to try to...
A kiss cam, really? There we go. It's what happens when you get to Sweden, right? It's what happens when you get to Sweden.
I think in terms of the places that the Masters events have gone over the years, right? You know, we've spent quite a lot of time in Sweden, and you can see that fan base. That's what I think DreamHack has represented, right? Swedish Counter-Strike, the Swedish fan base, and Counter-Strike in Sweden has existed for a long time. Things are good. Things are great. Like, Counter-Strike is sick. And I think DreamHack has played a massive part in people realizing that. Whether or not you just talk about Sweden, whether or not you talk about the different places DreamHack as a brand has been all over the world, it's played an important role in Counter-Strike's history.
DreamHack Masters means so much to the people who work behind the scenes, on camera, and of course our audiences around the world. I remember the first DreamHack Masters I went to was in 2018. I wasn't part of it. I was at the Ericsson Globe, and I was doing a show in the same venue the next day, and I just remember, like, I did vlogs back then. I tried, and I was like saying to my camera, I really want to be doing that. And
so
then,
many great moments.
Yeah.
So many great moments, great matches, great scenes that we have seen. It's quite beautiful, honestly, what DreamHack has done and the Masters have done for Counter-Strike as a whole. It's great we get to celebrate it.
Janko, do you have any favorite memories?
I think it's like every time a Masters is coming up, we're just looking forward to the trailer, right? The trailers were so much hype every time, right? There's a cool narrative, cool storyline. It's so much hype. That's always something that I knew when it was coming. I knew that it was going to be, you know, super exciting and that it's going to be awesome.
Yeah. I feel like the visuals for DreamHack, those trailers you mentioned, Janko, they've set a standard for the rest of the Counter-Strike storytellers. And
really amazing things happen at Masters, Frankie, because even North won a tournament, like they won a Masters, so that means like at Masters, anything is possible.
Absolutely true. I mean, we get to work it. So, yeah, proving your point there, Janko. The storytelling will continue with the ESL Pro Tour, of course, ESL DreamHack events running throughout the year and beyond. You can see some of them right here. Cologne is the one we have all got our eyes on. We're hoping we're going to have players at their events, so we get to have a LAN. It's incredibly exciting.
That's a word. Now, that's a word that triggers a reaction. LAN. Can you imagine the LAN again? Seeing everyone?
Salivate, right? Salivate. And then
I'm still like I don't want to jinx it yet. I'm just still waiting because with this thing you never know like what can pop up around the corner, but super excited low key.
That is true, but I'm an optimist, all right, Janko. Let's talk about Katowice as well, because of course that is the next championship event after Cologne, and 50% of the EPT points that our teams have earned towards Cologne will be carried forth to Katowice as well, Maniac.
Yeah, and it means a lot. Right, we already have the team set for Cologne, obviously huge event, but Katowice is round around the corner for 2022, so we're in grand final now, and as you mentioned, 50% of these points, they will count towards Katowice, so it just adds a little bit more on top of the importance of that game today.
And we mentioned the Intel Grand Slam yesterday, and I believe we have an update so you guys can get a feel for where our teams are at the moment. So Astralis must win 4 of the next 5 tournaments, but let's skip down to Gambit, because Gambit won Katowice. If you win Katowice or Cologne, that means you only need to win 3 more events out of 10 on the EPL tour. Well, you've already won 1, so actually technically 9, Maniac.
Yes, and when you think about Gambit and their form, honestly, it's thinkable. We can see it coming, we can see it happening, how consistent they've been playing Counter-Strike. Heroic wasn't at least as well. We said it yesterday, the Inter Grand Slam is about coronating someone that's dominating the scene of Counter-Strike. We have 2 teams right now, Heroic and Gambit, but Navi just decided to put a spanner in the works, and now they're in the grand final too.
Now, NFTs. Maniac, you're still uncertain, but Janko, explain what one is quickly for us.
Non-functional token, Maniac. It's a unique piece on the interwebs, www. And yeah, just get something. The Alex one was sold out. I saw the tweet this morning. I was like, I forgot yesterday. I went to check it. His NFTs are all sold out already. That's how famous he is. Yeah, this one's the purple
and beautiful.
ones.
You might have to buy the chicken one instead. It's for charity. So all proceeds will go to charity. The partners are Gamers Outreach, Extra Life, Anykey, Planted Green, the Red Cross and Amnesty Denmark. Go to dhk.gg/ NFT to make your investment. Again, it's for charity. Why the hell not? All right then, boys. Now, I know we've got a grand final, but we've also got a matchup between you two. Because it's time
That's the
for
pressure.
Epic's
The real grand
GG
final.
Rush. Yanko, you're a veteran. Tell us how it works.
Yeah, of course, but basically you pick out your players that you want, right? In this case, in our particular matchup, and then they simulate an actual game, right, with your players. So you're gonna get all excited. I'm gonna yell at my players just like I did when I was a coach. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? But it's pretty cool. All players have their grades, right? You can pick them, you can trade them, you can do whatever you want, basically.
Well, let's do it.
that
Let's
it?
see how
Oh
your
my
lineup's fared. Maniac, who've you got?
Well, I had Hunter, I had Zywoo, Twist, Robs. I went for skill, by the way. So Magiskin here, we play on Mirage, definitely. I can see it coming. Why did we start on the T side, Yanko? Why did you get the start on the CT side?
Yeah, because, you know, we won the knife. For me, I just picked the players who are most in form. So I got the Kovac brothers, I got Simple, Zywoo. I put Zerato there for a little bit of that Brazilian flair. And this is a 3v3.
Zywoo's alive, Zywoo's alive. Zywoo's alive. I still have hopes. I'm good.
And my
I'm good.
Zywoo's alive as well.
Wait, we had two Zywoo's.
But my Zywoo killed your Zywoo.
Oh my god, that's it. That is it. You won.
That's it.
I lost.
I won again.
I mean,
I'm the master of these Epics GG. I don't know how I do it, but I do it.
In Epic's GG, if you both have a Zywoo,
But I
do you have
didn't
like
know
a
we
blue
could-
Zywoo and a
I
red
don't know.
Zywoo?
You know, I did my team and I was thinking, okay, who Yanko is going to pick? And I tried, you know, Zywoo, I just said, you know what, he's mine. We speak the same language. But no, actually, we can have two.
Yeah.
So unfair.
That's how it works. Try it for yourselves. Right now, though, we have got to talk about the godfathers of CIS Counter-Strike. This is the story of Na'Vi.
Na'Vi has always been the team that everyone in CS region looked up to.
Na'Vi will win the Intel Extreme Masters Season 4 for Counter-Strike 1.6.
After their accomplishments in CS 1.6, they motivated a lot of guys to become professional players. I can remember how 10 years ago I was in university and I told my mate that eventually we will both play for Na'Vi. Well, it didn't happen, but actually that's what everyone was talking about. That's what everyone was aiming for, to play eventually for Na'Vi.
Конечно же, Na'Vi тоже внесло свой вклад в развитие СНГ-сцены, потому что клуб находится на, скажем так, в мировом топе практически все свое время, начиная от основания.
Right now we have other CS teams that are pretty much on the same level as Na'Vi and maybe even higher. Both Gambit and Virtus.pro have core of the players. For some years they trained a lot, they thought a lot about the game. For Na'Vi, they're always trying to win every tournament, and for Gambit and Virtus.pro, for example, they were these young guys who developed a lot, who had really a lot of time, and they understand each another on a really great level. Na'Vi had some not great results recently. Mid-game and mid-round, some decisions, some adaptations is not on the great level.
Все знают, что мы были сфокусированы на ростере из 6 человек. Все знают, что у нас есть какие-то перетрубации, и мы вынуждены были все-таки на серии РМР-турниров заявить какую-то конкретную пятерку.
Let's not forget that Na'Vi has a really experienced coach, Blade. I think he can show how they're gonna adapt, how they're gonna become, again, a #1 team.
Chaos, Na'Vi in trouble. Only Perfecto, he's already hit the first two of the 1v4, and another one. Oh, Perfecto to save the day. He could very well do it. It's only into Perfecto does the most ridiculous clutch.
Поэтому в ближайшее время у нас все-таки предстоит очень такой серьезный вопрос. Понять, какая схема является более рабочей, более эффективной и на дистанции.
I guess the main possibility for Na'Vi to bounce back is to finally integrate fully Beat to the roster on all maps and to become comfortable with him. Because I think that's actually a really great improvement for Na'Vi. Valera has, just like Flamey, had a great crisp aim. But besides that, I think his decision-making may be better. And right now on DreamHack, I already can see some improvements. These are some promising signs for me. I'm pretty sure that Navi will become better than they were in last tournaments, but I'm actually not sure that they will become again this dominant team in CS region #1 for long years. I think other teams are pretty stable right now. We will not see those gap between these teams. Navi can be, again, one of the best teams competing for every tournament, but other CS teams are gonna stay close to them.
У нас цель — это быть и стабильно быть топ-1 мира, а не только СНГ.
The pressure of being the best in the region, and indeed the world. Boys have become men. But Natus Vincere means born to win.
Let the best team win.
Okay, dude, we haven't got much time, okay? But listen to me. Listen to me. You're here for a reason, okay? And gameplay, it's getting more well-rounded, but if you could do me a solid, clutches are still an issue, okay? If you're not in the clutch, you shouldn't really be playing a part in the clutch. In fact, if it could just be, listen. Quiet.
Silence, silence, you hear that? That sound right there is perfect, exactly what I want to hear. I don't care if you're dead first. I don't care that you missed your shot. I need you to bite your fucking lip in these clutches, mate, because I do not care about your input when I'm trying to win a 1-on-4!
It's okay, it's gonna be okay. I'll get there. But yeah, you can see, it can rub people up the wrong way, okay? So just bite your tongue, play your round, playing for the team, and just maybe shut the up.
Thank you.
The Empress. The bastion of femininity. A woman that is as intimidating as she is striking, with her blonde hair waving behind her, kept only in check by the crown adorning her head. If the Empress is a femme, the AK-47 makes up the fatale. A devastating weapon fit for a queen, with a sumptuous design that only exists to accentuate her. Lead us into battle and beyond, dear Empress. We hang on your word.
Do you think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel.
That's my weapon.
Real cowboy. Back in town. Goodbye. Nice eye. Is this your weapon? Oh no.
I don't think
so. Maybe it's mine?
Just because not default map.
Don't look at my monitor.
Stream sniping. What is the problem, Green?
Kicking off for us here at the castle.
We're going to hit this one with a bit of a bang in a big way.
On that bombshell, we get into the game.
Yeah, just looking forward for CIS final. I hope it's gonna be cool.
This could be terrible.
Oh, damn, Nafany, the fact he's wanted to force the issue here. He's nervous if I'm a bit now, because Nafany is a man possessed. He wants to get into this B site. I think it's coming his way, and he'll take it. Remember the name, Nafany.
We're feeling really confident because everything is going good.
SMGs, but the shots aren't being hit, and Axar is such a threat. Pulls them across the line. So, will be tested. Hobbit needs more, and Shiro is up for a double. More time, but makes
9 seconds.
That was the shot he had to hit. Good God, and now Nico.
We feel confident because we just won Heroic, and we had a really confident match against Fury, against VP.
Taking them both down, he's managed to solve all of the problems Na'Vi may have had. From the flash is perfect, they're getting hunted. And Simple, he finishes it for Na'Vi. That is one way to do it.
Boomich is still being able to find a follow-up. He's still standing. Off angle from Boomich is one Sanji isn't prepared for. The pressure, well, he does not crack. Instead, he gets 3 kills and he cracks open VP. Another one for Bit.
We are ready for the final.
May the best team win.
The man, may the best team win. Na'Vi, Gambit. Last year, we would have said Na'Vi had the upper hand in a grand final like this. But Gambit are unstoppable, Maniac.
They are absolutely unstoppable. They are the #1 team in the world right now. And this grand final comes as a, I want to say, a reward for the CIS scene that has been dominating Counter-Strike in 2021. And again, we have 2 teams from that region battling for the trophy.
And also the turnaround from Na'Vi has been great as well, right? We've given them a lot of criticism recently for their performances, but this tournament they looked really, really crisp. That bootcamp that they put in seems to have benefited them a lot. And as we just heard from Blade, they're feeling really confident because they did have some good wins so far in this tournament.
Well, their one loss was against Gambit, but it was a 2-1. And in Dust 2 that they won, they looked very, very confident. The decider was extremely close on Mirage.
And you're mentioning Dust 2, Frankie, and actually that is the one shining light for Na'Vi. You look at the timeline and how these teams have met in 2021. Spoiler, Gambit won all of these games. They are 3-0 in terms of series. But Dust 2 was the one map that Na'Vi could always count on. And then if you're Gambit, the map pool strikes in. You have your Overpass, you have your Mirage, and yes, you have the upper hand in that matchup.
But if you're Na'Vi, Yanko, you must have studied that best-of-5 final at EPL versus Heroic and gone, well, we have stamina.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You look at that and you're saying, well, how can we exhaust Gambit as much as possible? Because when you look at that final, you're thinking they really did seem like they ran out of steam more than anything else, right? So in this case that we talked, the Dust 2, the wins, right? In a best of 3, that would have been great because if you can count on that, and you just need to steal 1 more map, but in a best of 5, well, you need 2 more, not only 1.
Yeah, and just to mention that Heroic game for Na'Vi was excruciating, so draining, and still they stay in it. Sometimes we talk about Na'Vi and the emotions, but actually they showed resilience. They stayed in the games against Heroic, and they pulled ahead.
This is the first time we're going to get to see Simple versus Shiro in a best of 5 final, gentlemen. Yanko, this could be insane.
Oh, this could be absolutely bonkers. I mean, we always draw a lot of comparisons with Shiro towards Simple. They have a lot of similarities. Op players, great in clutches, great at entering, but also great decision making. Obviously, Simple is Simple. Let's just get that straight, right? You know, he's in a universe of his own, but you could see Shiro being on that trajectory, right? And in the future, potentially being somewhere close to where Simple is at.
They are defining steps in the career of anyone, right? You're Shiro right now, and your name we're mentioning for potentially maybe the best player in 2021. That is the game where you make a case. Right here, right now. A best of 5, you face Simple, you outplay him, you outstat him, anything. You put your name on the list, that is when you need to do it. That's the occasion for Shiro.
Well, apart from having incredible, crazy, flashy AWPers, these two teams also have fantastic T-sides. It's a recent development in the Na'Vi camp, Maniac.
Yes, it has been something that we criticized in the past, but the truth is, in that event, in these games, they've looked good. You look at some of the conversion, for example, the 5v4, 82%, that is quite clean. Here is my issue. You go over to Gambit, and they actually have the best T-side in the event so far. 48% of 4v5. For the viewers at home, basically means, even if you get the entry kill versus Gambit, 50% of the time, they still win the round. They have these protocols, they can fight back. So we have two teams with monstrous T-sides.
Yanko, I'd be curious to hear what your thoughts are on their CT sides.
For Gambit, yeah, I think it's just like their team play is so high, right? On such a high level, you can see that they're not overextending, and that comes from good coaching, good fundamentals, right? Just being aware that where you are in the round, what's the best way to win the round? Not for you to get more kills or I don't know for what to happen, but what's the best play for you to win the round? That's why we see a lot of times, you know, Gambit just getting multi-kills, getting clean kills because of good flashes, because of good patience, or because they have utility late, just making it a nightmare for their opponents to even try and get into the bomb site.
Can we read anything into the fact that Na'Vi have an edge when it comes to losing the opening kill and still winning the round?
I'm not exactly sure. I think Na'Vi is a team that has the individual resources to, you know, show up and actually pull a rabbit out of the hat. We know having Simple in your team, we talked about it yesterday, it comes with a gift attached to it. You're going to win rounds you're not supposed to win. But the thing is, Gambit, I feel like have that same edge, right? You have the Shiro, you have the Exile, X Factor for me going into this grand final. You have individuals who can just destroy the rules of Counter-Strike in a second.
Gambit seem to be inexhaustible, unless it's a best-of-5 final, let's face it. They're on an epic win streak right now. Yanko, is this almost unheard of?
This is definitely, you know, one of the better streaks, also because the level of opposition has been really, really high throughout this streak for the most part. And they had some, you know, sobering losses, like the Copenhagen Flames one came right after the Katowice win. And I think that was great for them, right? It was a wake-up call. Hey, you can't get complacent, can't get relaxed too much. Like, we have to keep grinding, and that's exactly what they've been doing. These guys are, you know, boot camping all the time, pretty much.
Now, we're not doing an official head-to-head, but I am curious about Electronic and Axar, because one of the things with Gambit is sometimes Axar doesn't show up, but it doesn't seem to necessarily matter, Maniac.
I think both these players have the same profile / role moving into this grand final, which is X Factor, as you mentioned. Electronic, it'd be a lie, it'd be disingenuous to say he's been popping off at that event. He hasn't. I think he still has a lot in the tank if he wants to perform, and would he do so, that would be a huge edge for Na'Vi. But the same can be said about Exile. MVP of Pro League, we know he can do it. He hasn't really been requested yet, but he's got it. You know, he can pop off at any time. I think either of these players takes off today could be a huge difference maker.
Now, I might not have mentioned it, but this is a best-of-5 final. So we should take a look at the map pools of both of these teams. Yanko.
Yeah, I think generally it's an easy one because there's two perma-bans with Vertigo for Na'Vi, Nuke for Gambit, and I think that's actually a big deal because Na'Vi has integrated a bit now on all maps, and Nuke seems to be really, really strong for them. Great T-sides. Unfortunately, they won't get to see that map. And you just look at this and you see for Gambit, basically over 60% or more on every single map, right? It just tells you how dominant they have been. Even for teams that are, you know, at top of the world for a while, they usually have a weak map here and there. For Gambit, it's really hard to punish them.
I feel like looking at that, maybe Overpass is an interesting talking point because we saw them play on it earlier this event. I believe it was 16-7 to Gambit.
It's been a strong hold for them against Na'Vi at least, that's for sure.
And Na'Vi have got a 50% win rate. They only narrowly won it.
That would be my obvious first pick, but it's a best of 5, so maybe the order of the map isn't as much important as in the best of 3, but we have the Dust 2 pick coming in for Na'Vi and the Overpass for Gambit. Quite logical as far as I'm concerned, but this is where the map pool of Gambit actually strikes in, because Train and Mirage, two maps they can absolutely play. Granted, Na'Vi used to be a good Train team, but we've seen very little. Have we ever seen Bit on it? I have a doubt right now. I don't really know what to expect from that Train.
We haven't seen Bit on Train yet.
There you go.
Yeah, we haven't, and Gambit, sure, they had that loss to G2 on Train, but I think they're still a really solid team, and what you guys mentioned about Exile earlier being maybe a little bit quiet, Train is actually the map where he's been the most quiet, really, and has a significant role similar to Electronic, playing Ivy on T side, right, being the anchor there, being able to make some plays. So we'll see what adjustments they're going to make. When they played it in Katowice in the playoffs, Gambit completely crushed Na'Vi. They prepared really, really well for that game. So I'm really curious to see how Na'Vi will come into train this time around.
Well, if you want to see how each of these teams play individually, head to dhk.gg/POV and you can select which player stream you want to watch. Don't miss an opportunity to see these incredible teams playing in a grand final from their individual perspectives.
You know how it feels? It feels like being in a restaurant with amazing meals all over and you just don't know which one to pick. I always have the same problem. Like, okay, this looks amazing. Oh, but this is delicious. Same with these POVs. Same feeling.
Multiple screens.
That's the thing.
Boys, are you ready for a grand final?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's do it.
Yes,
all right,
indeed.
then. Let's head over to our incredible casters, Machine and Sponge, and get this grand final underway.
It would be our absolute honor. Thank you so much to Frankie, Yanko, and of course Mathieu. Well, I think they've set the scene perfectly, Chad.
Yeah, there's obviously a lot to dig into with the best of 5, so we're going to unravel all of this over the next, hopefully we get all 5.
Are you fed?
I am fed.
Are you watered?
I have plenty of water on standby.
Nice.
I'm feeling ready.
Are you at home fed and watered? Because you've got a best of 5 ahead of you. Like, clear your schedule. You know, that matchmaking game you agreed to. Maybe you can pencil it in for later. But for now, this could be another best of 5 of the ages. Heroic Gambit, there was like a community within our community that actually watched the whole thing. We're involved in that because we were talking about it. But it is a journey, these best of 5s. I'm talking marathon of this video game. And we've just seen Hobbit take to Twitter saying he hates them. Nice one, man.
Yeah, that right there is going to play into this series. So if you're Na'Vi, just drag this one out for as long as you possibly can and see if Gambit get fatigued. But Overpass is where we start here today. And last time round, the desk prefaced it, Gambit took this one in the best of 3 series. The 1x bet odds will be favoring the world #1. And we get this one underway here.
Ooh boy, Gambit on the T side. We do see Simple dispatch with an armored CZ towards those close quarters engagements of the underpass. He could come back to haunt him if he's pressured party.
Pretty standard spread here from Gambit on the pistol. Presence towards Fountain. Hobbit controlling the connector right now and retooling very quickly over towards the backyard of B. Boomich is pushed on up, and this could play spoiler. Bomber's being scooped on up. Nades from Nafany being lined up as well, and Simple's about to have a duel coming his way.
Hobbit is a master of this underpass. I've watched many a Gambit overpass, and he just likes to hang out. Look at his screen, or his face. He's staring intently at that swing. It's Simple that surprises him, and now with blood drawn, they start their commit. Immediately equalizing into the site is Exile, and they have space. Contact for Simple, long range with the CZ, and it's a very threatening round. Only Exile, he'd on for an ace here. Have to clutch up a 1v2. It's certainly not out of the realms of possibility. Simple denies. Great shooting from him. That was from the underpass. I mean, he didn't have any fights where he took that CZ, but just moving around and reacting to that Gambit B hit.
Yeah, good stuff there. Unfortunately, the kill reward for that isn't fantastic, so not going to be able to splash the cash that he otherwise would have earned, but a really good start here from Na'Vi, and if there was any reason to have a little bit of extra fire in the belly, they've lost to Gambit consistently, and now they're in a grand final where they get a chance to really show the world, are they this rejuvenated Na'Vi that everybody's talking about? Will just be the pistols here from Gambit. No Kevlar behind it. One flash for Axel. Well, if you caught the show yesterday, the amount of these rounds that fell.
But it never feels like a P250 and a flashbang should have a voice in this round. We remind you that this is just a conservative Gambit approach, and Simple's being very conservative in the pursuit of his first contact. He is, however, a bit locked in now. He might just have to fight his way out. Bits there in support. Electronic
long as well.
On his way towards long. Ooh, does need to build that CZ first. Fortunately, his teammates should be here to stop that recovery. If the FAMAS does fall into Hobbit hands, come on, guys. We know this is not how the script goes.
Electronics low as well here. There we go. Bombs dropped. Hobbit. 1v3. Sure, Na'Vi had a discussion or two about a few of the rounds yesterday.
Owie. That one's going to leave a mark. Boomich, just as that crouch key is released, knocks the head off of Hobbit with that mid-range MP9. 2-0, converting the eco. Not too many casualties to get concerned about for Na'Vi.
Yeah, Gambit getting the AKs out here early. Nafany will be down to a glue for that extra util, but we're getting the gun rounds underway for round number 3.
Whoa, that is a long list, Chad, in that top right. Overpass, Dust 2, Train, Mirage, Inferno, the order of our proceedings tonight.
Interesting to see Inferno left into the last. We know it's not high up in Gambit's map pool, but a map that they've been showing.
This feels quick, or at least that util indicates something quick for that short control. Nafany, courtesy of the smoke, gets through the flames. Boomich is ready though, and he just knocks him on his bottom. All that util and a player gone. No trade potential whatsoever. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board, Chad. Are you ready for a Gambit round?
Yeah, well, we love it when they have a bit of a looky-loo. They go for a pick and then they drop on back. It's as a pack they roll and dipping on out of dodge. You'll see Axel just get parked here as the remainder of his team, Shiro, Inters, and Hobbit. They'll be trying to reclaim a little bit of territory. Pushers could have come into this playground position. Really taking territory now with 1:05 on the clock, so problems for Gambit early, but if they can catch Bit, who's currently isolated over towards long on his own, here comes that rotation.
Well, that's more than he could have bargained for. Safe info on long with an SMG. I say safe, it does look like he's going to be looked after here by Simple. And that's a great find. Shiro catching them on that peak, the flash and ice indicator. Simple wants to step into the void a bit. And they are walking up on these toilets. It hasn't forced a rotate yet. Looks like Boomich is now considering it, especially now the mollies are landing. Electronic is burning down to 30. Forced to tuck in tight by Bank APC. Can they contest that plant? Looks like Simple can. Inter's not ready for that and completely unprotected. There's a lot of Na'Vi here. They're going to struggle here. Just into the meat grinder, one after the other. And Shiro, he has already delivered with their opener. But with 10 seconds left, I don't think he's got an opportunity to close. Just going to scarper with the AK.
Yeah, had a 50-50 decision to make there, Gambit. And Shiro, instead of putting pressure on long, was covering off the flank. The rest of his teammates made their way up through the bathrooms. That allowed Simple, who, for whatever reason, didn't feel the pressure. He wasn't worried about dying in the back. Gets a huge frag and secures the next round for Na'Vi here. So 3-0, but not out of the woods just yet. They have carried across 2 AKs. The guns can be dropped over. But Gambit, with this saved AK-47 on Shiro, they can upgrade into a few Deagles, maybe light util, and keep this one competitive. Very, very early timeout here from Gambit, but lots of Counter-Strike to be played. May as well keep everything honky-dory out the gates. Oh, and they will be opting to go a little bit heavier with this purchase. Nafany, he's going to be buying into a Galil here. Hobbit's just done the same, so heavy investment from Gambit on a round where I thought it may have just been that saved AK, the only real firepower.
Yeah, they don't really want to let Na'Vi build a bit of a runaway lead here on the first map's defensive half. 2 AKs in play. Electronic and Perfecto have been intermittently stepping up to the plate of that second start in Na'Vi's frag total. Simple's having a peek. Nafany's already across, but that was his chance, and that was Axel living on the cross. Excuse me, Inter's on the Deagle as well. Axel containing that monster aggression. It's not a fun job, it's not a glorious one.
No, one that he's very good at though, isn't it?
He is one of the very best. Him and Kickit spring to mind in holding a whole CT side back just from behind a barrel.
Well, take a quick look, ladies and gents, in the top left. This is what you'll see time and time again out of Gambit here. If it's not this default spread, it'll be looks in towards Monster, trying to get a couple of cheeky picks. But they are just combing through the map here. And we know with the CIS teams, when we see them in the server, it is a slower approach. Now that crawl is going to be slowed even further. Smoke has dropped on out. We'll buy another 20-ish seconds.
Well, we heard from the pre-match media, Na'Vi don't want to be the best in the region. They want to be the best in the world. And same sentiment for Gambit, talking about starting their own legacy, starting their own... Ooh. Think a little. Slither of Simple's been spotted by the AK of Shiro here, and 40-second mark, they start their advance. Na'Vi are well ahead of this. They're cognizant of the pushes, and Simple's already spotted out another. Dispatches of Inters peeking every time. Damn, Axel delivers and takes down the prize scalp. Electronic recedes. Boomich next contact, 25 for Nafany. Oh dear. Boomich does manage to convert, and just Axel triple peaked. No way back in for him, and now Gambit, they put all of their eggs into that basket, Chadney.
Yeah, really good stuff there from Na'Vi. Just peeking off of each other, not allowing those fights to be isolated too far down, and keeping 3 scalps alive. They're able to have a strong buy. Gambit on the other side of things, as you were alluding to, we'll have to just opt for these pistols now. Max loss bonus is in place, so if we're looking for a plant, that would be great to stimulate the economy going forward. Going to help them out from being in that cycle where it's pistols, AKs, plants. Going to be high on the agenda. Axel is into the AK-47 and the rest, those upgraded pistols, so really just having a hope a kill comes their way. Not going to be easy to force a frag, but Boomich, he's got other plans. Back towards sewer, aggressive flash stone up by the team, so that one could have got a little bit risky.
Hobbit up to his usual tricks, bit aggressive as well, swinging that door open, put Boomich on a bit of a timer.
Bit solo A during all of this, so lots of pressure on the rookie here. Simple floating over with the AWP, waiting for the monster smoke to clear, and he's getting even more aggressive, Alex. This is interesting right now from Na'Vi.
Ooh, chance for Axel, just spots Boomich as he slips away. Bit's keeping his cool. He's not hitting the panic button. He's not calling for too much backup. Electronic is en route.
Boomich and Simple are coming as well.
Oh,
so
damn. Nafany sold it with a Tech 9.
Hugely heavy rotate right here. Perfecto's currently on his lonesome right now, and the bomb will be coming through Monster. Lots of pressure on Perfecto. He doesn't know it.
He is very diligent, though. Checking boost, short, pulls in as the smoke fades. Boomich with the re-smoke. Monster will be the contact. Axel going to have grey screen here. Yeah, it's up to Boomich, really. He's in the right place. And that's the info. Perfecto calls for assistance. And Axel presents his bottom for the spanking. Boomich takes him down. Valiant attempt. It may not be done.
Perfecto's low here.
Yeah, it's a flash and go. Nafany is stalking the flank. If only he'd lived a little longer, could have had a chance. Oops. Very loud. Simple.
Very loud.
Simple needs to get his ears
well,
cleaned.
That's a great save right there. Nafany, he's going to be smiling here from here with that one. How does he walk away with an AWP?
So I heard from Simple that he broke his headset after that 2v5 clutch. He broke his headset yesterday, and he was using in-ears for the rest of that semi-final.
Yeah. Well,
maybe.
Should be pretty familiar with the in-ears, and maybe they've been able to get him a new headset overnight. I'm sure that there's plenty of people who would be
imagine
gagging.
if he did a tweet.
Does anybody have a pair of headsets?
Anyone in the Kiev area want to meet up?
I'm sure he would have had a couple of boxes arriving at his door. Doesn't look like he has the in-ears just there, so look.
It's a full headset.
Yeah, not the end of the world. He will get the AWP back out, but so does Shiro for almost free, yep.
Bit's on the way for a bit of aggressive zone. Flashed in by Simple, and that will indicate that there is a potential for this push, as will his nade. So perhaps it is just to put Gambit on a defensive stance. You can see the speed of Nafany's advance has been cut short. More aggressive flashes. Bit sticking around as well. Enters, and Nafany, nice find. Bit not going to be distracted by the contact to his left. Gambit, down a man. Hobbit's going to be caught on the walk-up. Great spray. There is an AWP trying to return fire, so does have to be a bit hesitant with the return of fire. Okay, yep.
Bit and Simple have just completely gotten out of their aggressive stance on A right now, so playing this number advantage perfectly. More damage being done through the board. Shiro's now half HP as well.
It does really hinge on Bit hitting everything, though.
Yeah, small margin for error right there.
Okay, it's short-lived, thankfully, and it does seem that Gambit are advancing into this site. Na'Vi, so far, Chad, don't want to speak too soon, but their rotates have been very, very quick.
This has been bang on, but this is the little look-in from Gambit. They've smoked off, they've pushed in.
Sandbags and that boost of electronic.
4 players here.
Yeah, and they haven't found a thing. Now the contact will be taken at the simultaneous time. Oh dear, it's down to electronic, and he does step up in a very big way. Partnered with Simple, who can deny the plant. Inters isn't ready. And just like that, doesn't even bother to right-click. He's found the first. Simple's not expecting Hobbit here, though. And one heaven, Hobbit can win this. He spots the barrel. Simple caught, and he's an adjustment, and he's not far off. It's Bit that pulls it across for Na'Vi. And 6-0, Gambit yet to leave a mark on their attack.
Oof, looking good, looking real good right now for Na'Vi. If they can continue this type of form, you can see how tight it is. They have their aggressive maneuvers. We've seen one with Boomich. We saw that one with Bit just there. But if they're able to keep it clean, they're isolating the fights and they're getting out of dodge. And that is one of the key elements here. You can see when you're in that 4v5 situation as Gambit and you were still playing the slow Counter-Strike, if you don't trade efficiently, right, we're not getting 2 for 1.
Dude, sorry, seeing electronic that hyped. 7-1 as well. Like, that's a component that you need to show up if you want this Na'Vi final to sing, and Bit has already shut down another. That's it, mission accomplished. Passive stance begins. Gambit are at the back foot every single time on these openers.
And there's nowhere else on the map right now they can sneak on in and look for a frag. You've got 2 players aggressive towards Monster, trying to set up a little boost here to deal with Axel, still passive. Hobbit into Shiro. They're scrambling now for some territory over towards A, but guess what? Na'Vi, they already dropped on back on their own accord. They're expecting this.
There's a lot to prove and a lot of sheer will and vigor in both of these teams in terms of that hot pursuit of world domination. And no better scalp for Na'Vi to take to really prove their worth.
Good info there, Nose. Hard right.
Simple, very, very brave to be clear in that close corner. Potentially boosted up by Electronic to peek into the potential AWP line of Shiro. No one's home. They're walking contact toilets, though. We've seen this many times before.
It's the right stack from Na'Vi. They're ready for this. And Boomich and Perfecto will be behind them. Quick from Connector here as well.
But they come through the smoke, so when they look lost, Chad. One by one, falling down. It's Bit this time with triple kill shut down of that toilet walk. And I think he's been spotted out. Simple doesn't seem confident in that long presence, so Hobbit has a slight advantage, but being peeked by Simple is no fun. Shoulder. And his 10th is found.
Okay, some quick maths here. If we just take a little bit of a look at the scores on the doors, what are we having in total here? 16 kills in total for Gambit within the first 7 rounds of play. You add Simple's 10 with Electronics 8. Well, they have 18 with just 2 players combined. Perfecto not even having to do a lot so far, just has 1 kill, but only 1 death to go alongside of that. So really great stuff from Na'Vi here out the gates. This is clean. This is very clean. Seems like they're isolating all of the fights. They're ready for every single moment that Gambit are coming their way. And the smiles on Electronic's face, yeah, that's continuing to tell the story just with this round recap.
I remember when Overpass first introduced to the map pool, we saw teams start to experiment with that CT aggression, and then it became, you know, the play. The find the first frag, turtle up into the site. It's been a while, though, since it felt this regimented. Like, we have watched 7 rounds of CT aggression into a more passive and rotational defense.
Yeah, I think normally for Gambit, when they do their default like this, they're getting the trades or they're getting the opening, right?
Sure.
They're actually able to capitalize. Na'Vi aren't giving them anything right now, and then when they turtle up, it's fantastic how they are just securing these rounds.
Bit. It's literally just Bit. No flashes from Simple. Maybe he's arriving now to provide. He's going to have a look, and he does convert off of the flash. He goes for an ambitious spray. Spray in return from them. He's actually gotten away with murder again, Chad. It's happened again. Gambit now limping with the man disadvantage, and slowly Na'Vi recede back into the A site.
I don't think Gambit have found an opening pick just yet. I don't think they've been able to come out on top of any of these early fights, and well, clearly that's a key factor. Nafany down again, and he can be the playmaker.
Yeah, he's not started fantastically. 1 and 7 does seem to be testament to your theory. And they're pushing up again.
Yeah, they're going to catch them here, just in limbo.
That's the bomb. Oh, and that's 10 HP for Shiro. Pull up your socks, son. Get running. Na'Vi already going to be there when they arrive. This is so smooth. Like, their comms just seem super tight. They have not left a gap yet for Gambit.
Yeah, it just feels like there's that extra fire in the belly of Na'Vi today. Lots on the line here, not just returning to the top of Counter-Strike, but taking down Gambit. Okay, well, there's an AK. Could get more interesting here. Bit is still low. Boomich is playing retake. Oh, very passive from Na'Vi, giving a lot of liberties here to Gambit.
Yeah, that AK on short, his responsibility. Bit's taking him down already. Last 2 on that site. Smoke to play around, and Axel actually shutting down Perfecto. He's got 2. That's good damage. Inters unfortunately could not get away from that site. Too many players, too many options. AWP is saved. And still a big goose egg for Gambit.
And it is the opening kills. Just taking a look now. Bit has found 4 opening frags on his own. You've got 2 for Boomich and you've got 2 for Simple. Not a single opening kill so far for Gambit in the first 8 rounds of play here. And that's real problems, real big issues. They need to change that and need to change it now. Might see something a little bit more aggressive here. Because they've been limping around the map here, getting picked off one at a time, unable to trade. Well, they got the full buy, everything they're looking for. 4 AK-47s, AWP on Shiro. This is the dream-looking purchase for Gambit.
Okay, now this is where their mettle will be tested. You're already facing a serious amount of adversity. You feel like you need all of them. What's the call, boys? What have you got for us? They've been really kept honest on this playground advance. Like, I expect to see some hesitance in their advance. Nafany, Shiro, Inters all dispatched to clear out the toilets, and Long Simple posted up on Long as well. So we could see that Shiro Simple head-to-head for the first time here in the grand finals. It's a while away.
Probably a good idea to keep some eyes on Nafany here as we get this boost
They
again.
love it, yeah. I'm sure they studied Exile's holds, and when he does play close, he does like to be tucked in holding short pipe from that close corner.
Yeah, it's just an interesting way that they're trying to deal with this. So keeping vision while denying it for that of Gambit. A little bit of pressure felt from Bit here, but really nothing to be seen as down connector they slip.
I will consider this an achievement, though. This is Gambit not falling to losing a single player in the first 30 seconds. So step one complete. They really want to push this boost. Shearer's arriving now towards the pipe.
The hit's coming. The rotation from Na'Vi is far, far away. This is Gambit's best chance so far.
Yeah, for once, they haven't got that upper hand, whether it's numbers or the info. Here comes the push. Flight path. Inter's not even looking. Looks like good trades favor Gambit. 30 seconds for that bomb plant and smoke to be dropped as well from Axel. Might want to drop that Heaven. Simple will have a little look in, but it's nothing but grey screens. Well, there we go. Gambit have broken their silence. And all it took was some even trades into that site. And the first time we haven't seen Na'Vi have 3 on the site they plan to hit.
Yeah, and you can see a couple more bodies or even a bit more utility from Gambit was thrown out there to dissuade the aggressive maneuvers from Na'Vi towards the party and long areas. And then when you took a look at Na'Vi, they were searching for that pick, right? That's what they're doing with that smoke boost is a way to continue to find openings. So now we're going to see how deep this rabbit hole goes. How much of Na'Vi really prepared for the default spread and maneuvers of this Gambit roster. Could see Electronic, he repositioned that to flash for these monster players so they could swing as the smoke was fading, but that timing was perfect for Gambit there. They pipped the gap, they punished that, and they found their first. I'm sure they're hoping their first of many. Na'Vi, not too many dramas in terms of the finances, but the money's not great. Not as great as you would be expecting with an 8-round haul. You'd think that, you know, we'd have a couple guys sitting with 8K, sitting pretty. That's not the case. Take a quick look at the bottom left-hand side of your screen there. Highest amount of money left in the bank balance after this purchase is Simple with 1K. So important round coming ahead.
Very important round. Bit and Hobbit could have a head-to-head here as they actually exchange smokes. And that wallbang will suppress him. Now, we've seen Hobbit, bit of a pioneer of walking up on that left side. Nafany elsewhere, though, walking straight into Boomich. He loves getting that info safely. Nade baited out. They want to boost. Interesting. Okay, Electronic's got a util perfectly timed. They have to cancel, or do they? You know there's a crosshair staring right at you. But this is a great source of attention now for Na'Vi. They've got 4 players contending with this B pressure. There isn't a loose end unless Hobbit starts investigating the toilets.
Risky stuff here. Mollies are coming out now from Gambit.
They're
trying
up.
pushes.
They are up. Ooh, nearly an opportunity. Simple was en route. Boomich catching Nafany just courtesy of that trace of fire, and now the man advantage. Can they hold on to it? Exile gets very lost. And yeah, Shiro, they heard it. Can he do damage? Great angle management. Electronic doesn't give him a thing. And the rest falls into place. Na'Vi, we know how important this round was in terms of Gambit stringing together a couple of consecutive, and they just bite right back.
I need to push Hobbit here.
Didn't even spot him, so.
Oh,
that's a nice headshot angle for Electronic. Can't quite tame the spray, and another AK for play.
Ooh, things are going to start getting desperate for Gambit now. Things are going to start getting very desperate indeed.
It's great though, because I mean, you know, how often will we do that thing when we were like, so what do we remember? What do we remember about Gambit? We're like, oh, on the T side, they get all this contact toilet play. After the first 5 rounds of CT aggression, making you feel like a bit of a plum when you're walking up playground, it's no wonder they haven't returned to that side of their strat book yet.
Yeah, and I think this heavy B content that they're going for here is where they usually find a lot of success as well, right? With those monster fights that we're talking about, where they're able to walk in and secure the barrel jewels. And it looks like Na'Vi are playing very well off each other. Nobody is stranded on their own. Everybody's jiggling, trying to help each other out. So right now, this is looking like peak Na'Vi. And you can see just how ecstatic Blade is with how things are going.
2 legendary names of the region's Counter-Strike brains working together to get the job done.
This is not the way you want to be starting the series if you Gambit, though.
No, far from it. I mean, it's not the confidence booster they would have needed. But I think confidence is far from lacking with Gambit. Every time they probably set their homepage on their Chrome browser to the HLTV World Rankings.
To be fair, I would say that coming into this, we wanted to see what version of Na'Vi we're getting, just like yesterday against Heroic, right? So this is good. This sets us up for what could be an absolute banger of a series, or Na'Vi destruction. Either way, it's something different.
Ooh, baby. Nafany has taken down that Boomich short hold. He's been very pesky from that position and getting the intel early. You can't be brave enough to just have a go. The nades bait out off the flash.
It's their second entry kill so far for Gambit in this game, and their first resulted in their only round. So let's see if they can convert again. So much damage being done through these bloody boards. It's unconfirmed. Electronic can't possibly know, and Simple, it's his chance to have a little swing.
I don't fancy Nafany's chances against the AWP. Yikes. One more touch of his keyboard, and Simple does pull the trigger. Nafany lives on.
Oh, they're pushing up through bathrooms right now. This is quick onto A. Pressure on Bit. He will be felt.
Oh my god, yeah. I think as soon as Simple pulled the trigger, they just started to run. Bit's gone. There's a chance here for Gambit. Can they convert 2 for 2 off of their opening picks? Perfecto's surely going to wait for the squad. Flashes coming in from Simple here. Smoke arrives just in time. They'd be grey screened if they push through, and that's it. That's the cancel.
Oh, when they win the rounds, it looks so easy.
Well, that could have been very messy, but that smoke arriving on Bin was the point of no return.
Yeah, look, a couple of opportunities there, and you bang on with that Simple shot, right? It just felt like that was the trigger. That was the trigger. They just got to move on. They knew that the big man was not being able to lock down the site from range, push on up, isolate Bit, get it down, and that scramble back through spawn. Well, Gambit are actually the best. We see it that late on their CT sides, coming through the flashes. Na'Vi didn't want to take the risk. They can't take the risk. The economy's not there.
I mean, we know it's Simple and Bit. I'm sure Gambit do too. And then you have Inters immediately just screaming, I've killed Bit. Look around at that point.
Another key as well is Boomage was doing the secondary AWPing over towards short in a few of their jaunts on Overpass recently. So when you're keeping that in mind, Boomage was already dead, right?
Bingo,
so it's
bingo.
like, okay, we can just connect the dots. It's not that difficult, especially with how much these players are keeping in their noggins. But the gun's coming back out here for Na'Vi once more. And if they can respond in kind, if they're able to connect another round together here and just keep Gambit in this horrible position, Na'Vi will get to double digits. Very strong CT half if they do.
Simple wants to have another looky-loo. Just the challenge. That close walk-up is a threat.
Oh, Nafany might run him down
He's on
here.
a timer just around the corner. Whew, this is some Counter-Strike tonight.
Nafany definitely spotted something then, right?
Yeah, I think he definitely was working on something. Now, that is long control. I don't think Simple's going to be brave enough to re-peek that.
Where are Na'Vi going to look for a peek now? They've tried that gimmicky boost over towards that monster position. Now they're going to search towards toilets. Electronic is here as well, and quick, look how fast this is from Gambit. They've already started to retool back towards T-spawn, grabbing that bomb, working over towards the B site. Nafany's felt something here.
There is a 3-man lean A. Something's changed. Gambit have managed to identify the weaker of the two sites, as well as, of course, forcing that early contact long. That's going to have done a lot for the cell, for lack of a better term. Great Molotov as well. It just continues to compound on their fears of that A site. Nafany's selling this fantastically. He is still equipped with a smoke, so if he could get a frag or that smoke down, Electronic starting to float back as the context found. Perfecto is blind, hanging out in the jail. That's a big start from Perfecto, and he just says no. Full caps lock, N-O. Nafany provides something, but 28 seconds, and I think Perfecto's done enough. They've got the bomb monster. They can stack the site. 4 players for Na'Vi. Make it 3. Quick find from Hobbit. 2 towards that monster position. I don't know how Shiro's supposed to find a frag and a way in. Boom, it shuts him down. Perfecto for more. Simple spots the barrel of Hobbit, and there goes another. No time here, just no time. He'd love a plant. Simple's not going to let that happen, and he does go down 10-2, and it looks like the Na'Vi comms are going to be getting a little louder at this point.
That Perfecto double kill huge. Completely stops anything that Gambit really have to show for that round. I know it comes down to a 2-on-1 there in the final moments, but you can see the bomb when it's in no man's land like that. Unless the fights are completely gifted to them, this is Na'Vi's round, and that's huge from Perfecto, right? You're sitting there, you're sitting in that jail position for so long, just waiting. You have to step up. And he has done right there. So that's impact from Perfecto. He's only got 7 kills so far, but you count those 2 as a round in themselves, and that's what we're looking for. Na'Vi 10-2, looking great.
There's fire in their bellies today. Very exciting prospect for any fans of Counter-Strike.
Well, now that Flamey's pretty much gone, all of that old generation with Zeus, I know that Simple and Electronic were there with Zeus and Co, but that older gen is basically all flushed out now. This is almost a completely new look Na'Vi.
Certainly to observe. Now, Nafany and Electronic about to butt heads. He's nerdy enough to have a mark on the floor to make sure his barrel's not sticking out.
That's what we want to see.
That's what we're talking about. Still goes down. M4 VAK there. It's not even about the names. It's about the weapon. Just a bit of extra time.
Oh,
Dink.
dear.
Instead of the frag, Nafny wants to take this space, and it's got Simple and Bit's aggression kind of looking a bit awkward now. Look how much space he's demanding out of Na'Vi.
Very silent about this, Nafny. I know he's thrown the nades, but he hasn't made any footsteps. He's on his own here. They're going back towards the B bomb site, Gambit. This is all a ruse.
Oh, but it's so threatening. Nafny's got them. 3 of them are searching for him. Now the rotate will come in, but they're wide open into the side. Look how much space they've got stretching their legs. A walk in the park for Gambit. Simple's going to give it his best shot. Knows the Shiro AWP tucked in on that sandbag's position, but thinking better of it already. Damn, Nafny, that's what we were talking about. That's when he does his best work.
The thing is, once again, it's about the players he killed. So we've already identified here as the viewers at home that Electronic is the swingman. We know that it's Bit and Simple as the core 2 A defenders. Electronic's the 3rd man. If you see him back over towards bathrooms, you're going to assume the other 2 are doing something together, and that's exactly the right call there from Nafny. Under pressure, sells the entire fake, draws all the eyes of the A defenders, and even forces a rotate on B. So if we're talking about impact, that is huge stuff right there, and it will get that 3rd for Gambit. Na'Vi, with these saves, they're facilitating themselves to be competitive for the final 2 rounds of play here, and it's necessary saves. Take a look at the bank balance again. It's still in tatters.
Ugh.
It's really not looking fantastic. They can drop it across to make it work. So there aren't any dramas right now going into round number 14, but they lose this without any saves behind it again, and Gambit might be able to get 10-5 on the half, and considering how this one started with the 8-0, very good scenes. And again, that was another entry. So things are really starting to turn around for Nafny here.
You're telling me it's 3 for 3?
3 for 3.
And 10 for 10. Now then. Opening kills, as discussed, a must-have in round conversion in tonight's grand final. And already significant damage dealt to the hero of the previous round. Bit looking to respond on long, knows it's been open just a little too long. Oh, they are a little trapped. They might have to drop the smoke. You can see a pin pulled, but Shiro loves an open monster.
They'll see the trajectory of that, so they're aware. Nothing they can do about it immediately here. Here comes Nafny, so he's been gifted the space by the default. Now it comes down to his intuition.
Dude, Electronic's on his way.
And Perfecto and Boomich are dropping back into more of a passive stance on B again. Gambit are up to the same old tricks here.
This is exactly what he wants. Does he do the long smoke, or does he just walk up? Ooh, baby, they're like walking into a wide open site. Look at Perfecto's angle. He's going to have to drop off now. A lurk smoke just to try and hide behind at this point. Quite a powerful set of lines he's developed with his own smoke there. They're slow to commit, and Nafny finds nothing onto Bit. It's Hobbit to open proceedings for Gambit, and this is going to be one to flip the script. The frags come one by one. Gambit for a 4th here, and as we discussed, they will just have to persevere with the save.
All right, well, first round so far in this map where the entry frag hasn't decided the outcome. Nafny there, just on his lonesome, and it's the presence alone. If you take a look at the map there, as soon as the A defenders fell under pressure, Electronic has to come back over in case there's a full exec. But the B players, by dropping back instead of staying forward, wait till we get to Gambit CT half. Hobbit and Inters will stay forward towards that monster position as opposed to dropping on back. They will defend so the rotation of their team can come over and set up a 180 crossfire for players coming out of short. The same thing can't be said here for Na'Vi.
Yeah. Frustrations when Perfecto doesn't deliver in the capacity he sees fit.
It's a difficult role over there towards that B site.
Well, especially given the amount of space they had. Like, he had so many uncertainties. There was so little info about how deep Gambit were into their site after that passive stance adopted.
Now check out the money here for Na'Vi on the last. It's going to be Famis's, a couple of pistols likely, maybe even SMG. Yeah, it's going to be Deagles. So Na'Vi, they'll be really happy if they can grab one here before the end of the half. Have had to work in the last stretch of rounds here. Gambit are starting to come alive.
Yeah, well, same util that's been thrown on their aggress, but this time no one's behind it, trying to keep them honest.
Feels to me like one of these two have changed their game plan in the later stages of this, and it's not Gambit. They've continued to do the same thing. The only difference maker is Na'Vi aren't finding these aggressive picks. And speaking of picks, Axile with the Molotov, Perfecto's down. This one's looking great for their 5th, but Simple
He wants more.
Needs
Returns to the line. Booked completely. Simple did not have that toilet walk up, so they have found a gap in that aggressive AWP stance. He's committed to this. He could lose his life as well. Axile not going to be expecting contact here. He is! What a ridiculous crouch peek. Oh, okay, ready for that. Despite his team's advance through the toilets, now just Boomich and Electronic. Final round will give it all it's got. Axile's disgusting. Oh, lovely stuff. Axile's here, and so are Gambit. 10-5, we take those. Competitive half. Na'Vi, though, looking reborn in the grand finals.
Пикаю его. Зачем слева? У меня смог, подожди. Хорош. Поехали. Давай, пацаны, вы видели, что
Слева нет, Сань.
Я слева стрючу.
Хорош, Саня, блядь.
Спасибо, спасибо. Хорош, пацаны, вы.
Na'Vi break out of the gates of the grand finals with an 8-round start. It was CT side overpass where they did the dirty work, and Axile pulling them across the line to 5 at the very end of things. 10-5 as we swap sides. Na'Vi now to attack here on the pick of Gambit. And starting as they mean to go on, Na'Vi definitely looking potent. This pistol, need I say more, is going to be very indicative as to how that momentum will translate. 4 sets of Kevlar, Na'Vi equipping a couple of flashes as well. Looks like they're going for that 4 early B. They'll use Axile to scout for any potential necessary rotates. He's going to peek that fountain or at least listen through the underpass. Oh, Electronic puts Hobbit on notice. A Goosh on his jump for info, and he's handed out 2. Brain damage for Gambit.
I feel like Electronic just pre-fired that first shot. It looked like Hobbit jumped into it. That is insane.
Well, that's horrible. They've not only lost Axile, they've also practically lost Hobbit and Shiro.
That is absolutely insane. Well, if opening kills or anything to go off from the first half here, Na'Vi should be set for this pistol, and well, the 17 HP combined of Hobbit and Giro is going to help.
Never before. Na'Vi have been in 2 DreamHack Masters Grand Finals. They haven't won a single. Also attending all of them. 8 out of 8.
8 out of 10.
8 out of 10.
And all 8 they've been in the finals or the playoffs. Now, if they just regroup here now, V, with the util they have, a simple execute onto the side. Electronic is keeping them busy over towards barrels. Hubbard in limbo between the 2 bomb sites. We'll get back towards this A site, but the util is landing here, and he's low HP. He cannot miss a shot.
Yeah, he tries to quickly flick into 1 and deleted by Simple. Uncontested plant. And Simple, he just wants to finish this right here and now, just pushing through the smoke, and it's Inters to go down. Bit finding that. Poor old Shiro.
I don't even know if he'd be allowed to save here. Electronic did so much in this round, and
he's
not
come
sure
to
how
collect.
much exactly he knows he did. There he goes, finishes off with the final shot. And this Electronic is the one that I'm sure Na'Vi were looking for in a few of their other games. If he shows up like this with this type of aim, Jesus, God have mercy on Gambit here today. Oh, and I swear, that is ridiculous.
It's too quick.
That is insane.
It's too quick.
Oof. Okay, well, if we use a couple of other bits of information to predict where this one might be going. Last time these 2 teams met, not that long ago, it was here within this same event. It was 16-7 in favor of Gambit in the victory. And the first half, their T half, they managed 10 rounds. This time only 5. So Na'Vi in with a real shot as we barrel through Monster.
Straight into Inters, and he's lost all of his vision. He'll be finished off by the Mac-10s, and both of them have connected. Even a 3rd and 4th put in the feed very early into proceedings. This was an investment, a full one. They forced in and have nothing to show for it. Gambit are getting steamrolled here.
I really like that approach. I was just talking about before we went to a break, the power of Hobbit and Inter's monster hold. If you break that early, right, I know it's just a force buy situation, but if they continue to bully that while the util isn't there, while they don't have the full buy, while they can't set up with those rifles, it might be a crack that they could exploit as this game goes on. So it'd be interesting to see how they try and deal with this key area of the map. Axel just looking to hold on to this scout here. This is shocking, and in a good way from Na'Vi now. Just their approach, we've been loving the way that they're starting to get their T-sides together. A lot more ideas, a lot more plays. It's not just use as we would talk about it in the past, the 2 sharpest tools in your shed, right? It was just simple Electronic. They'd send them around, they'd give them the Deagles, they'd give them the AKs, they'd hope they'd find openings and then play the mid-rounds. Now, there's some clear ideas. And great stuff out of Bit and Boomich with those Mac-10s. Bit here with 2 flash assists and 2 kills, so pretty handy round. 12-5. Boy, oh boy. Okay, well, Gambit have a couple of HEs to work with here that they've invested in for round number 18. That scout of Axel, if he can get a couple of tags, now we could be talking, but back underway we go. Mac-10s are out again.
Dude, the map pool as well, like Dust 2 is next.
Yeah, really scary.
That's Na'Vi's playground, dude.
Really scary stuff here.
Reverse sweeps in best of 5s, by the way, are a categorical anomaly.
Well, Electronic took a lot of damage there, and they've called out 3 grenades, so good information here for Na'Vi, and it has forced them to start looking over towards this A site, but it has also forced Gambit forward. Perfecto needs to be very careful here when he swings open this door.
Well, they might do it for him. Knock, knock. Have you heard about our Lord and Savior? USP. And Anthony.
Well, they're going back to B. Okay, the bomb is now pivoting back. This is getting dicey.
Oh, there's a chance Boomich isn't ready for this. Mac-10 up close. A chance now lost as he cleans up shop. It's only Axel. He does have that saved scout. He'd need to be handing out some real headshots here. 3 blind pot shots through the smoke. That's everyone within that 1-shot scout radius now. Bang. Number 1. Axel's about to teach us how to count. What comes next? I believe it's 2. And he's just going to try and preserve what Shiro may have wanted for the next.
Yeah, that'll be
interesting. It's not pretty, dude. It's not pretty at all.
It isn't. It isn't. This is a little bit worrisome in terms of Gambit in map number 1 here. Na'Vi are in a position to really run away with this.
But also, like, they've got their grand final off to such a great start for Na'Vi, but can I just turn it on the other foot for a second? Like, you have got your whole squad being humbled down to under double digits. Axel's great, sure, But, you know, Inters, he's got 3 frags in this entire first map so far. Nafany struggled. We know, we saw it on that T side. 4 for Shiro, dude. We haven't seen a single CT AWP, and he may not get much of a chance.
Yeah, some real problems here. His cash situation right now means that his teammates will help facilitate it. And this will be Shiro's chance to step up. But the MAC-10's again doing the lion's share of work in another round for Na'Vi. And they're even going to upgrade going forward. I know that only 2 players walked out of that one, but it's going to be AKs. Won't be having any of the silly business with the SMGs, and this is a real chance. They win this first gun round.
Well, Shiro's on the AWP. Na'Vi are on for early control of that party position. Simple was just ready from waiting for that potential Molotov. So Hobbit's feigned connector control, but look how far ahead Perfecto is. He's actually going to walk through. This is a lot of info off the flash. Calls it quits, calls it clear.
It's a lot of pressure here, right? They've already forced Gambit back into this passive stance, and we know that they tend to stay in this. They don't swing as far forward. They don't seem to be searching in the same way we saw Na'Vi did on their CT side. It's just Axel on A right now. Nafany is rotating back over. Hobbit and Inters over towards Monster, and while Shiro posted up with that AWP over towards Short.
Back to back as it fades, the double nutmeg. Does sound like a Christmas Starbucks order, I admit.
Just as delicious when it works. Bomb is so far back right here for Na'Vi, so if they do find an opening kill, they won't just be able to spiral into the site as they would hope. Boomich may be considering that now. 50 seconds left on the clock, and very forward stance being taken from Na'Vi here over towards A. Bit
Long, toilets, underpass.
Everything.
Monster push, covered.
Still have to execute here, though, and getting past Axel and Nafany on the site, not going to be an easy task. Perfecto now feigning control over towards the sewers there. It's all a ruse. Electronic rotating back now. This will be the A finish.
Oh, dude, and they've completely avoided Shiro's AWP. He won't be able to play anything but retake here. The smokes will be up. It's up to Axel. He has his pop flash. Take notes, kids. Nothing to report. 19 seconds. Na'Vi are coming. That's a great find. Bomb loose. 15. Nafany now has to step up. 1 frag demanded of him, and Electronics having none of it. Na'Vi running down the clock. There's no way to knock him off that bomb. And they do their work so beautifully. Most teams, you're really going to be feeling hot under the collar at 15 seconds. Na'Vi just leisurely stroll into that site.
Now they hunt. Simple. Ooh, real chance there onto Inters, down to 46, and I think that might be it for the Hunts and Na'Vi. I'm sure they'd love to take away as many of these saved rifles as they can, but Hobbit, Shiro, and Inters burrowed on in. Will retain. Max loss bonus in play.
Getting that control through just a smoke fading and both of you holding the angles, and then just having, because Perfecto was underpass, the fact he can just swing that door open, and I mean, it's a risk, but it's a terrifying sound cue to be hearing when you're already expecting something big.
And it looked like Gambit were very hesitant to rotate because the util landed, and then it was like 2 players pushed in, and then they stalled out a little bit, and there wasn't a heavy rotation. They were obviously very far away with their setup as well. 14-5 right here. Didn't think I'd be saying this, map number 1, especially with Overpass on the docket. Wild scenes from Na'Vi. How quick can they close this? Might be doing Gambit a favor with their distaste for the best of 5s, really, if they keep this one fast.
Yeah, good point. One of the more satisfying smokes in the game. Look at that. Just as Electronic arrives, it is a guise for his nade, and it will soften up that jump peak. Looks like Navani was a little more sheltered than anticipated. This time, Simple's partnered up with Perfecto's underpass clear.
Yeah, well, I think we do see Hobbit in here from time to time, and he can be a nuisance. So Perfecto, with that smoke we saw miss last round, it actually worked in his favor there to help with control, and this time, nobody home to contest. So this pressure, this noose that we can see tightening right now for Na'Vi, they're just creeping forward at quite the pace here. Axel needs to be careful, he's caught out!
Oh man, Boomich. Another opening frag for Na'Vi. They are striding closer to 15. Shiro cannot afford to not be on the site as the hit comes in.
That was wild. There's no indication Boomich was going to take that fight. He just stepped up to the plate. I think a flash came in, stepped, gets the kill. Things looking real good here.
Bit contending with Nafany, and he's so good, his Bit.
17 for him.
Yeah. Loved learning a little bit more about the Na'Vi higher-ups decision-making regarding Bit ahead of this game. Hobbit, so much to do. Does catch Perfecto's back turn, but now they're hunting, and it's another for Hobbit, trying to keep Gambit in it. Simple, not having any of it. Charging into the site, trying to bait the shot, get any info he can, and Inters has pulled the trigger, they know. Utel raining in now. And spotting towards that graffiti, the AWP is present.
Bomb's loose, 10 seconds.
They do need to plant. And Inters is doing everything. Look at the move. Such a transfer, there's no time left. Simple, 3 seconds. Keep hold to what you can. Scavenge what else may lie. It's Gambit 6th and Hobbit stepping up in a very big way.
Yeah, and right there, if you guys noticed the way that Na'Vi pathed into the site and where all their attention was drawn, well, we might catch it on the replay. Notice where they're focused. It's to Monster. All of them are looking down towards Monster. This is where Hobbit and Inters play time and time again. Some different CT side positions, some pivoting, and some fantastic multi-fragging here.
That transfer was dreamy.
Oh.
If he lost him just under that lip, that bomb could have been scooped up. God knows. Simple was alive. He could have defended that bomb plant.
Oh, Gambit on life support now.
The FAMASs are out. Every bell and whistle Na'Vi could desire in play for round 21. Oh, that's baiting for the AWP though. He's not expecting this. Simple's holding it, and Simple shuts down Shiro. He'd love to retrieve it, but look at Boomich. He's surging forwards now.
Doing his best Nafany impression with this move.
Yeah, both of them, though. This is a lot more control than you're used to. And Nafany hasn't dropped a single nade yet. It's not going to get him far if they just contact out. Shadow. Nafany a little late to pull the trigger. It's going to fall to Axile. Nafany... I thought he'd play safe. He gives them the fight. Axile really is keeping Gambit's head above water at times. He is going to get cleared, and Bit still finding shots. He had a bit of a mess with the spray there.
Bomb's still heading towards B. Big problems.
That's where they lie. And Hobbit, he was so good last time, and he does it again. Na'Vi issues now as the bomb just about makes it around the corner. He's being hunted. Perfecto 2-8. 1 HP. It does 1 damage. 1 damage, and now the bomb is loose. 25 seconds. Good luck. Have fun, Bit. Very hard angle to try and clear. Baits the AWP shot, sure. Molly, yes, but Hobbit with 4. And every time it looks like Na'Vi are knocking on the door of 15, it's Gambit's Hobbit. Axile as well, the only 2 to be in the teens. Chasing 20 is Axile, but they keep him afloat.
This is where frustration might start creeping in for the side of Na'Vi. They have this massive lead, and these 2 rounds, they had real advantages in closing. Just heading into Hobbit, who stepped up, and we know that he's a big game player.
He is, isn't he? Like his semi-final was the MVP as well of that grand final.
Yeah, just frustration there. You know, you think if you're Gambit, you'd rotate somebody back over to deal with that A bomb site, but not having a bar of it here, and the buyback out from Na'Vi. Getting a bit desperate now. Perfecto down to a Tech 9. Deagle for Boomich. Galil in play as well. Ooh. Average buy at best. But they're rinsing and repeating this default. Perfecto continuing to get control. A presence coming on through. And maybe they'll try and keep it a little bit more simple here.
Yeah, we know how rounds can look, right?
Yeah, the strung out nature. That round was brilliant. Like Bit being the second man to help with that long fight. They get the kills. It's just they committed to that B bomb site. There was an avenue to rotate back, but obviously worried about the bathroom presence. They're not getting anything here in terms of information. Gambit just jump peeking.
If you keep doing that, Shiro, you might get slapped by Simple. They're coming. Axile confirms it, and Simple's posted up for that AWP to clear. Molly, what's Axile supposed to do? Burnt to a crisp. Shiro does connect, and into Simple. Down he goes. The site surely wide open. It's only Nafany with that FAMAS. They're flooding towards long. The rotate's on its way. These next duels determine everything. And it's quick from Boomich. He's on for 2 already. Even recovering an AWP, the smoke's locking out the contest from Inters.
The bomb.
Oh, and he's spotted as it fades. Boomich has done it all for Na'Vi. The bomb needs to go down, and it does. Keeping it much more simple, and even Boomich posted up on his retreat. He's got no way out.
You ain't going anywhere, mate.
Simple's just trying to wallbang you. Oh, it's horrible. And he clears him. There we have it. Na'Vi take 15 and are running towards a 1-0 lead in a best-of-5 final.
This is looking very good to close right here. Money in tatters right now for Gambit. They're not going to have that AWP for Shiro. Has to invest into the scout. And Na'Vi break through, even with the worst buy. Isolation of Axile. This is perfect. Simple just holding the tight line. Shiro needs to do something. He's getting swarmed from all angles, and then boomage. Look at this. Bosch sees everything. Gray screen for Inters.
They're coming, and Axel has the ability to call for Shiro's scout. But I'm getting deja vu, and he looks the wrong way. That was a necessary trade. Cost him a great deal. And Na'Vi starting to just apply the pressure. Completely falling out of the sight. Nades galore. It is the 4v4. The Simple has taken a lot of liberties here. Standing on top of the bomb box, calls it all clear. Shiro getting run down. Simple wants to finish the job, and he will. Lovely control. Nafni is ahead of the pack. He'd love that frag, and he does find it. Simple gone. Maybe Hobbit could make something out of this. If Electronic does peek in, that's a quick one for Hobbit. He can't find it. There you have it. 16-7, and they love that. Gambit's pick, and it's snatched by Na'Vi. We'll see you at the analyst desk, and then up next, Dust 2.
Do you think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel. Because as soon as the question is asked during the stream, the clock starts ticking. You will have 60 seconds to type your answer in the chat using this format. And keep in mind, speed is important at DHL. So the faster you answer correctly, the more points you get. Keep track of how well you are performing on the leaderboard. Will you manage to make it to the top and win one of these amazing prizes?
Давай.
Даю.
Молодец,
Сереж.
Серый, красавчик.
Давай качать.
Подвал не пика.
На Ника.
По тебе сра.
Я прижался.
Найс, хорош.
Авик
Хорош,
хороший.
нет, ты разъебал.
There's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one stunner, don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I gotta go for the goal. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I gotta go for the goal. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I want it now, I gotta rise up. got it. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. Said I'm fired up. I'm sorry your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Taking my pain away, nothing else more to say. Everything that I have, I'll give. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the.
Welcome back to DreamHack Masters Spring, and it looks like Na'Vi have put the demons of Overpass behind them as they went on to absolutely dominate Gambit on Gambit's opening map pick. Maniac, this is a turnout for the books because even when they won Overpass against Mousesports earlier in the tournament, it was 16-13, and Na'Vi didn't always look like the stronger team, and it just feels like night and day now.
It's a statement. It's a statement victory for Na'Vi. The way they've done it, the way they have completely outclassed Gambit, coming in as favorite in that grand final. Now it's going to be interesting to see how the younglings actually react because their backs against the wall.
Talking of younglings, Twitch chat, I've got a question for you. I've got to slide to the left and we're going to make it appear on screen because it's time for the DHL drop, the last one of DreamHack Masters Spring. The question is, who was the MVP of the first DreamHack Masters tournament in 2016 at Malmö? Was it Exist, Forest, Get Right or Freiburg? You notice it's A, B, C or D. It's multiple choice. We've made it easy for you. So all you need to do is exclamation mark, DHL drop, space, and then put the letter that you think is the correct answer. I genuinely don't know the answer to this one.
I have an inch, but I'm not gonna, obviously not gonna spoil anything. I think I have an inch. We'll see, we'll see. I'll be honest if I was wrong.
Do you have an inkling, Yanko?
People will be surprised when they see the answer. I think a lot of people will get it wrong. Just as, you know, Gambit got off on the wrong foot and Maniac said, you know, we'll see how they'll bounce back. And this is not the first time actually Gambit, you know, has started off slow, even in a best of 5 in Katowice against VP. They won 3-1. They lost the opening map there as well. And even against Na'Vi earlier in the tournament, they lost the first map, which was Dust 2. So the worrying thing here is that out of all the maps, this is where I would give them the biggest edge. I think Na'Vi in general is going to be, you know, I would give them a much better shot on some of the other maps. So great job for them to win Overpass.
Maniac, you have defined 3 winning conditions of Na'Vi on Overpass.
Yes, we tried to make sense of that chaos of a game that it was, and actually 3 reasons of winning conditions for Na'Vi. We start off with winning both pistol rounds and converting at that, very important in terms of economy. Then the entry frags. They were so massively in favor of Na'Vi, 17-6 in that regards. And I'm going to give props to Simple, Bit and Boomich for different reasons because they've had a huge impact. And Shiro, I talked about it. I said, this is a huge day for you. He was completely silenced. And my point is not to excuse him, right? But there are some reasons you can think about it. Financially, he was never really able to bring up the AWP. And Shiro is not a player that is supposed to open up the rounds. And maybe that's the next step for him, right? Maybe that's what he needs to bring even more to the table because the entry frags, as we're about to see right there, were all for Na'Vi. They dominated that area of the game. And Shiro really never really had the time even to have an impact in these clutches.
Yanko, are you surprised that Gambit didn't win a single opening kill in the first 8 rounds of that first half?
Yeah, that's uncharacteristic for them. They usually have a really strong default, not just on Overpass, basically on every single map. It's really hard to punish them early, but as you guys can see on the highlights now, Bit actually managed to do that time and time again, just simple flash plays early on. And I think out of those winning conditions, for me, the first one was the most important one, winning both pistols and also not losing to any ecos like we saw yesterday in that heroic game in which Na'Vi either lost the pistol every single half or if they did win it, they got reset the second round, right? And that made the game even more harder than it was supposed to be for them. Against Gambit today, completely different picture, and they need to keep that up if they're going to win this grand final.
Would you relate the loss of both of those pistols, Janko, to Shiro having a bad day at the office, given that he couldn't get the AWP into his hands very early?
Yeah, to an extent. I just think also it's crazy how Simple didn't, he didn't have 30 kills. Poor game from him, of course. But in both those pistols, I think he had a triple kill in each of them, right? So really stepped up for his team in those crucial rounds.
Looking at Gambit, did they just need to try and exploit the weaknesses on the B side more on their T side?
Honestly, I feel like if you consider how it started, right, how complicated it was for them to maintain a 5v5 in the first 20 seconds, I think they did okay on their T side. I was praising Nafany in the green room for all that space he was able to grab towards the A side. He was putting a lot of pressure on Navi's defense, forcing Electronic to come back from B, even if he didn't really want to do that, and then they would hit that B bomb site. But it was all hinging on Nafany being able to grab that space. I thought they did great. Yenger's talking about it. If only they had won a pistol round and a conversion behind it, maybe they would have had the steam needed. But when you win these key rounds for Na'Vi, that was enough.
And this is an incredible thing. Bit. It seemed like maybe he was teaming up with Simple when we initially saw them play Overpass together as an apprentice. He made a few mistakes. He seemed to be a little bit out of sorts when they were going for that mid-aggression. Today, Janko, he was on fire.
Yeah, absolutely. Pretty cool kills from him early on, and it's just a great. The guy said it in the cast, right? Early aggression into a very passive setup later on, just playing the numbers, playing the advantages, out-rotating Gambit as well, and that was the key to success. That's why they went on that big win streak. I think for Gambit, moving on, the main thing is, no need to hit the panic button just yet, right? Just take it easy. Still a lot of Counter-Strike to be played. No, don't start ringing any alarm bells. Just stick to your guns, reset, and move on to the next map.
And breathe.
Yeah.
Maniac's demonstrating for you there.
3 seconds in, 2 seconds, 4 seconds out.
Should we see if we got any clever cats in Twitch chat? This is the answer for the DHL drop, the final DHL drop question of the tournament. The answer was, and Janko did give a hint, it's maybe not who you expected, A, Exist.
Yes.
The IGL of NIP at the time.
Yeah, that's. I think we revealed that in one of the videos throughout the day, so that's why I knew. Not that I'm a historian or anything.
We reward those of you that watch closely. Janko, your final thoughts before we get into the break.
Exist, best player of NIP of all time.
And on that bombshell, we're going to head to a break. Even producer Dagny, my ear went, okay. When we come back, we're going to Dust 2.
If you want to know what you're good at and, well, also what you suck at, check out csgohub.com. Coming!
Here we are, online era, in our own zone, in our own homes. So one of the things that comes with that, of course, is our creature companions, bro. Cats and dogs. I wanted to ask, how did you get your pets?
One dog we got from this place where they make breeding. So they're selling dogs, and this one was kinda in bad situation. They wanted to make him sleep.
Right, yeah,
kill
put him down. Yeah, to kill him,
Yeah.
to put him down. It's kind of, yeah.
Yeah, we find out about it and decided to take it to our place. Now he's like 7 years old. He's much more happier than he was.
Nice, man. Is that your only dog, or do you have more?
Second one is mixed Maltese with Puddle. It's like multiple. We just bought it.
Do they have any like funny habits?
Chucha is always barking on people. He's really small, but really brave inside. And sometimes I think that he thinks that he's like a huge dog and he can bark on really huge dogs and really dangerous dogs. And that's kind of funny. About Fania, she's always happy. She wants to share this happiness with anyone who trying to contact with her. And I think that's why we love dogs, actually. And she's showing this personality, and it's really great.
Yeah, man, it's a nice balance to have. I think I always love when you bring another dog into a situation. You start to see that interaction between them, man. So it looks like you got your hands full. You got small dogs, Blade, but they've got big personalities. I really appreciate you taking the time, man, to share this with you. Share this something kind of personal. So thanks a lot for your time, bro. Until next time.
Thank you, man. Thank you. See you.
Whatever the breach was set up to contain, it has escaped. There are frightening creatures afoot on this bad boy. But don't worry, I'm here to keep you safe. Nestled within the ruthless vines of the AWP containment breach are some scary-looking faces, but none of them are fearsome as the boom of the sniper bullet leaving the chamber. Take care when handling the green machine. Do not let the monster overtake you. You must tame the monster.
Well, hope you got your weird champs in the chat for that one, and continue to spam them as we continue to talk. Map 2, Grand Final. Chad, we just heard the Death's take on it, but let's get everyone equipped for Dust 2.
Yeah, I think here, if you just use recent history, Na'Vi, this is the map they picked up last time these two teams met. Gambit did win the series. They won Overpass, so maybe we'll forget about that one here. But it was the T side of Gambit that they really struggled on. The one round, their CT half was decent, and that's where they will be starting as we move into Dust 2 here. We need to see the individuals coming alive. Want to see Shiro popping off with the AWP, yep. Axel getting some more impact. Hobbit was doing a lot. Nafany needs to look for that impact. And here we go. Na'Vi, Gambit, Dust 2, Map 2.
Yeah, we can't see Nafany with the IGL debuff. We can't see it today. We can't see it on our second map. This is Na'Vi's turf, and they're 1-0 up already. I don't need to remind you just how rare reverse sweeps are in a BO5 series. 1xBet do lean towards Na'Vi as we start things off with a similar start. P250 in Simple's hands to monitor that doors cross, and Nafany is just trying to keep them honest. You may have heard them as they do bound up towards short, and a nice 3-2 split. This is going to hurt. There's 3 CTs to receive, all very much single fights. There's no real trade potential other than this short fight. Smoke towards the CT. Axel not going to fall too foul. Bit's actually gone and taken CT. Now the rotate's awkward as hell. It's just Nafany, Shiro, and Axel up against the world, and now Axel puts his name in the feed first. Nafany, and it looks like he'll be caught. He should have been. Bit struggles. Electronic takes long, and it's a weird change of the guard because now the site is lost, the bomb is down. They have the kit, thankfully, that Nafany has lived on.
His flashes are going to be integral here. 2 players coming up, Cat. There's the first.
Oh, they want to fight. They need a fight. The USP is a much better weapon for this job. It does need the fresh clip. He is being swung upon, and now his shots missed. Time is of the essence for Gambit. Good find. Boomich shutting down the CT component. Just these two now, and they do move into the site nicely. Quick find from Inters. Kit is recoverable, and they just run him down, using their number advantage, and they will take the round.
Got dicey for a second there. Good start here for Gambit. Necessary start here for Gambit, and
you can see the game plan from Na'Vi's pistol there, really cool. By putting Bit down that CT and the fact he had no contact, if he'd have stayed there, completely nullifies one route and avenue of assault. He could even be flanking those short players if things went a little differently. You can see it was a real nightmare scenario for Boomich. He's even switching to burst fire. That's how he knows he's resided himself to that second round force.
Galil's come out for Electronic very, very early here. Deagle for Simple. There's Mac 10s and AK in play, so equipping themselves heavily here, Na'Vi.
He's got a spawn. He's going straight out. Who's there to be tested? They've got Util in their hands, so they'll be flashing as he peeks. That's the end of Boomich. Hero AK sat down, but Electronic immediately responds. Okay, the fights are going to keep going. Playing hot potato with the AK. Simple with a chance, a big chance, but Hobbit denies. And Na'Vi's force has fallen flat here. Perfecto looking to recover. That AK has touched 3 different players' hands here, and now with Bit combined, they're getting into it. 2v2. Bomb completely disconnected from the fray. An odd smoke in play as well. So with the A site under Bit's remit, you'd imagine there won't be any bloodshed until Perfecto arrives for the cross. Okay, smoked off. Trying to contest it at least a little bit. Throwing that bomb across, the nade does chunk Nafany. They've mollied the default. They're not in a rush, but the swing on the flash is great. Bit does not know he's being closed in on. He does now. Perfecto peeking on the car. Is punished for it. Nafany does damage. A dink, no less. Needs to just spam him. And he does find it, but Bit's there to return fire. Okay, Na'Vi can count on Bit when they need him most.
Big stuff right there. That was chaos right from Na'Vi, just out long looking for the fights. And the fact they're able to trade like that was really, really huge. You can see Simple, if he made it all the way up Cat and the pressure he applied, if he made that kill earlier, the site's already given up. They had to work for this one, Na'Vi, but they forced Gambit down to what will be a force. Got herself 2 scouts, Deagle, P250 and a CZ, so equip the best they can, and well, hoping for a bit of a shooting gallery here. Back and forth they strafe.
I wonder if he heard 2 scouts shoot at him there. That would perhaps lead Na'Vi into a alternative plan. Simple's doing a lot of talking there.
Yeah, well, they love to retake long here, Gambit, if they see nobody home. Let's see if they go for a similar play.
He just said, he was basically screaming, saying, leave me. I've got a cross, and I don't think anybody has that info.
Not an easy angle to clear and not a common angle to play. So Gambit, with these scouts posted top site, 1:25 on the clock, there is a chance for them to crawl back up long. You can also see from Shiro's POV that he's not considering that angle whatsoever.
Yeah, it's almost like Simple's got a frag waiting for him.
This Pincer, looking even better now as Electronic will take down Inters. Pressure on short, Hobbit.
Oh, you brave boy. Knocks down Shiro with a lovely and masterful spray. Simple with the 1-tap.
See you later, Hobbit.
And Hobbit just hoping and praying he can contend with 1. Not to be. There you have a clean Na'Vi take.
Yeah, really good stuff there. Working with a lot of space.
Nafany, great shot to save his hide. Doesn't opt to recover the IMAC 10. Would rather just try and slink away to a new angle. This is going to be a rough ride for Gambit. I can feel it in my waters.
Yeah, well, this is not the way you want to kick things off, right? You get the pistol, you're feeling hype, everything's going good, and then you lose to that force by Na'Vi. It was all over the shop. It was just a simple A split. It wasn't even too much util behind it. It was really just the bodies and the shots that landed. They've secured this MAC 10, so Nafany's going to have a hard time pushing on in to find that. I think he'll be counting his lucky stars if he just gets to hold onto the Deagle with that util. But this is Na'Vi's second. They've really come to play today. That game against Heroic yesterday, I think, you know, that really, it tested them. Just the amount of like eco wins that we're seeing from both teams, the crazy Counter-Strike. It was an action-packed game. The long-range spam of Simple quickly corrected here with the nice little tap onto Axel.
Lovely stuff.
And yeah, Hobbit, rocking a hard place, that's the definition right there. You drop off to spawn, you have the CZ, you're not fighting anybody, you wait for short, maybe you get a kill, but smiles on Boomich's face, and I think that tells you about the morale in the camp. Yeah, but we'll be humbled. 3 USPs, and there will be 1 more Deagle upgraded for Shiro. They need to start hitting some shots here, Gambit. Weren't really tested in their semi-final by any means.
Respotted short, and there they go.
Confident looking Na'Vi, just happy to take the fights here.
I imagine that must have been a part of their conversation ahead of this game, in terms of just an individual pound for pound, head to head between every single one of the members of Na'Vi. I'd probably give them the edge.
I think with the conversation with Gambit, right, we've always talked about Axel and Shiro, but then Hobbit, a guaranteed star, and then Nafany with his impact plays, and then Inter's just being a safe pair of hands. Like, they seem very sound, and that's not being doubted here. It's just when you compare that to Na'Vi, it was up and down. It was simple and electronic, and then it's just been simple in recent history. Now Bit shows up as a star. Perfecto finding impact. Boomich looking like he has a much better idea. Nafany, they grab 2 with the MAC 10. It's only going to be a matter of time until they do find him. Low HP. Does bite the dust. AK's retained, and Na'Vi, they deny anything carried across here for the CTs. Might be getting the Shiro AWP out. Has been purchased and dropped across, so no dramas in that camp. But here's the deal. If Shiro is going to be gifted the AWP, they need him to find that impact. It can't just be a saving simulator. We saw what happened in map number 1. The rounds got away from Gambit very quick. Really can't be finding themselves down a bunch of rounds again. But here we go, the first gun round of the second map. Quick out mid, very fast stuff. Perfecto contesting Boomich. Oh. Sorry, everybody. We'll get that one sorted.
They're coming for Inters. They're already out on the lurk smoke. He could drop in, can't quite get his boots back on the ground. Hobbit does try and trifle with that mid take. It was a two-pronged assault. Nafany, nasty spot of limbo here in the smoke. And stared at, sprayed at by Perfecto. So Na'Vi have proven that if they want long, they can take long. We saw those 3 different players picking up an AK and actually evenly trading into the site. Na'Vi have just proven that their mid to B works. Right now for Gambit, they have maybe a timeout time?
I would think so, right? There's not a lot of cash here to go for a rebuy. They probably should, considering the AWP is saved. But just a chance to talk things through, because as I was mentioning, the slew of rounds they were under in map number 1. It's going to feel difficult to come back from that again here in map number 2, knowing that in recent history they've already lost this map.
Bingo.
Now, you will have done a lot of prep on it. You will have looked at where you lost, and you have your ideas of how you want to get back into this. But I think a fair argument could be that some of the Gambit players aren't even warmed into this series just yet. They just didn't have the chance to do so. So, like, early, you want to be building that confidence. You want to be pumping up the boys. You want to tell them that, hey, we're the #1 team in the world right now for a reason.
Time to prove it. Na'Vi ascending to newer heights, though. Never before seen in 2021. And he's making a bit of a kerfuffle. Baiting the steps, trying to catch Nafany. Maneuver through that smoke. A dangerous game Electronics play.
Very dangerous.
Very dangerous game, but he's come out just as it fades. And he has been looking pretty damn sharp today. Nafany just that P250, but it is a criminally undercleared corner.
Is Electronic just going to park the bus?
He's not going to look.
He's having a look.
Oh, he does. Every single potential threat. Axel so blind. He'd love to unload that M4 mag. He gets no chance at all. Can't even put his crosshair on the body as Na'Vi just burst into that site through short.
Oh, they know where the AWP is now. Hunt might start here. Shiro's shot onto Boomich. Signals over towards the B site. Electronic already starting to look in if he can get past Hobbit.
Oh, good chance on that CZ. Good chance as Electronic does just take a second, catch his breath, find his feet. Shiro, oh, he's been spotted. Electronic calls out. He sounds the war horn. And the Riders of Rohan are on their way.
Oh, look at this util just for the hunt here. They don't want him to hold onto this AWP at all.
I mean, he's got peanuts in his bank account. And that'll do. Good shutdown. Plenty in the loss bonus as Na'Vi have strung together, what is it now, 5?
Yeah, after the force buy, just
bloody rounds.
it's not stopping.
Off that force buy.
I'm a bit mesmerized right now because all of the woes that we've experienced with Na'Vi in recent times from a viewer standpoint, they don't seem to be existing here today. The individuals, everyone's there. The T-side game plan, it's working perfectly. They now have not only a great understanding of the game, but the firepower behind it.
He wants to have a look at long and does immediately convert. They even get Electronic out on that blue bin. Flashes to get back out. Now Hobbit has a real shot here. And it's an opportunity he does not let go. Equalizing that first man advantage. This has been the main problem for Gambit. So Hobbit's given him a gift there. The loss of Nafany equalized immediately.
Axel's starting to push short here as well, so just having a look for a bit more information, going to find himself more forward. Perfecto still towards the upper tunnels. Can see that there have been no pushes just yet. And for Na'Vi, with 4 players alive and actually a lot of real estate in their control, they can take their time on this one. Flames in exchange. Mid doors denied by both teams here as Hobbit wants to get back on over to help out his squad. Na'Vi can get out long, but it's this car position they have to deal with.
They do have a Molotov you can throw from that barrel. Who takes contact? It must be simple, right?
A run boost, a molly, a flash, something.
A dry peek, but they do immediately pre-fire his corner. He's begging for help. Axel can't, and Shiro's gone now for the cross. Dumping their util indicates CT as an angle to clear. One smoke and a jump is their approach, and they are across. This is going to be real troublesome now for Gambit. Losing Axel as well. Hobbit, so much damage into the smoke. It's Electronic who's now wounded, but tough decision to make now. He's lost Inters as well. Hobbit's just going to have to get the hell out of there, trying to find a safe exit, and does. Na'Vi, they are a potent threat today.
I don't know how much more Hobbit needs to do in a round like that. This must be starting to mount on him because he gets the equalizer in mid, which stalls Na'Vi out for basically the rest of the round while they'll try and take back space. He even takes down Perfecto, who's the player on his own, trying to take control of middle and come up short again. So all of the rest of the teammates from Gambit really just have to focus towards long. Shoshiro's position, he needs to be getting one there because then the trades can start to fall in their favor, and that's where we just have to look back at the scoreboard. Another rough start here for Gambit. Axel and Shiro, the stars of the show, 5 kills combined.
Yeah, I think they are just kind of succumbing to the pressure. Shiro, I mean, how we've watched a lot of Shiro. He hits that 9 times out of 10. Something's a little fishy. Something's in the system.
I'm sitting there thinking, okay, surely they flash. Surely there's a run boost. There must be some way to bait the shot here. It's just the double jiggle, the double peek, and they convert. So that is really good stuff from Na'Vi on the flip side of this conversation.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, there's 2 ways to frame this, and your own internal biases will influence how you frame it.
I think a lot of the conversation, right, at the moment, it's been Gambit and Heroic, and can anybody else hang? Well, Na'Vi are showing right now that they can hang in a big way. This isn't going to, you know, detract from how good we know Gambit can be.
This is only backing up the statement that they plan to not only be the best in the region. I think they really hate that tag. Like, you know, it's easy to say best from the CIS, whatever it may be, but there's always been an Astralis. There's always been someone just stealing their thunder in that respect. Well, now they're in a new, ascended to new levels. Let's see if they can maintain it for this grand final and get everyone hyped up for more Na'Vi head-to-heads with the best.
Oh, they're aggressive up mid here. Bit of a play here from Nafany, seeing if he can find some space, and he has done exactly that. A kill could unravel the default from Na'Vi, but we'll need to pepper timing, and this is perfect from Nafany.
And Shiro's even filled the feed as well. If he can just time it right, that was the tail of the snake slipping into long doors. He can officially lock that door. Gonna go round. They're coming back, though. This actually could be an interesting exchange here, look.
He's in 120 in T-spawn. Yeah, they won't expect this.
He won't expect this. Go on, Nafany takes the head, calls a lot. And now a chance onto Bit. Good damage. One more to the belly would do it. Can't seem to make it happen. They do force some util out on that hunt, and now Simple just posted up for Hobbit Swing. Pulls them back into a 3v3.
They just have to deal with Shiro's scout now. Smoke towards Xbox.
Oy, 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 oy. He could get that headshot on the cross if anyone fancies it.
Inters has just pushed Dark as well, so he's about to call that clear and try and help towards middle through lower. Allow Shiro to rotate over and bolster the defense of this A bomb site. So the pieces in the right place here for Gambit.
They got double smokes and everything. Everything they could desire. So let's see what Na'Vi opt to do. It might just be shoot them, as we've learned from the first 7 rounds of Dust 2. Dry as can be, another miss from Shiro. And Bit already knocking him down. Axel dead on the re-peak. It is Inters in a 1 versus 3. Now he is healthy. And he's already taken Simple out of the round. At the 20-second mark, they are going to be slow to plant. They know short was a problem. They drop their smoke and enables a plant. They can plant for that long plateau. Oh, he's not ready for that. Perfecto was already holding it. A 7th put on the board for Na'Vi, just 8 rounds in play.
Yeah, they're looking omnipresent here today. They seem to know everything that's going on. Those rotations around right there from Perfecto, not hanging around to deal with the push-up spawn, the re-peak from Cat. Already banking on long and, makes the right call. Things are looking fantastic again, 7-1. Spectacular scenes from Na'Vi here. Might be a quick day at the office or might be a legendary reverse sweep from Gambit if things continue in this fashion for Dust 2.
They're going to try and mix it up. 3. Early across the doors, Shiro responsible for mid, Anthony close to contest. Even Hobbit going to try and chip in from short.
They're being dictated to right now, and it's one of the things they might need to try and change on this CT side, take some more initiative. Decide where they want to stand, where they want the fights to be. Boomich flashes outdoors.
Oh, Hobbit. Hobbit does combine with Anthony. Mid was there, simple. Trying to keep that in the past tense. It's an advantage, Gambit. Hobbit, look at the game he's playing. It's a different game to the one you and I play. So much impact found again from Hobbit. He is the big stage player. And Shiro can't afford to not connect on this first click. Oh no, another one. Feeling the burn now. Molotov behind him. He re-peeks straight into Simple. That's another frag from Hobbit. Takes down Electronic. Now to plant on B. Simple with a 1v2. Certainly doable. Axan and Hobbit, though, gonna have to regroup. They don't even have a kit, Chad. Simple. He had so much time, and he's just opted to play backside bricks. He's only heard one advance, so still will be paranoid about that tunnel's position. There's a good chance if they swing from door and window at the same time, Simple's just going to get overwhelmed here. Tucked in, ready for Axal. The trade's not there, and now he's dancing with him. 10-second defuse, it doesn't even matter. Simple with 4 in the round and a very nonchalant 1v2.
Okay, well, he's won a few of those in his time here, but this is ridiculous now. Gambit are being destroyed. Last time these two teams faced, they had a respectable first half on their CT side. 7 rounds to the good. So far, all they have is the pistol. All they have is the pistol. It's not that these rounds haven't looked competitive. This is a 2v1 retake. They were looking good on that half buy just before, right? Finding impact, finding openings. And Na'Vi just continued to convert. A different looking animal here today.
And this is when this animal looks as fierce as it does, the Simple is just the cherry on top. Those are 1v2s. His whole team are sitting there going, nice, we've got another round. Yeah. Oh, cool. Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy, oh, boy.
Is that the first time out? I wasn't paying attention.
This one right here.
Gambit's first?
I should be...
I think it was. We haven't seen him take one before. We talked about it, but I don't think it's been taken. So that was an extra 30-second hiatus for them. And we'll get back into the state of play. Scores on the doors indicate a harrowing story. Look at that.
Oh, and then it is just the usual story in the big game, isn't it? Simple and Electronic at the top of the scoreboard right now, but they've definitely had help along this journey.
Off the spawns, into long, staring at nades, but no one's gone. Nafany with a lot of info right out of the gates here.
He's the only one making plays for them on the CT side right now.
So at least they'll have their resources in the right place, but we know with Na'Vi's long and Axal, he's on that car position very well to get away from dodge there. He would have just been isolated and instead can operate as a little stepping stool for Inters. Gets him back into the site. Shearer's there as well. Na'Vi have got so much util to dump here. They are not in a rush. They're just going to see what Simple finds. Boomich going to molly that short position. It's no one home. But look at that long range find. Electronic opens up. More to come. Inters his next victim. Every single one of these deagles, one by one, they fall.
Util's on point, the changes of pace, the different looks that they're throwing right now Gambit's way, the fact that they're using the information that Gambit are taking for free or forced in certain occasion against them with the late round sweeps. Hobbit's trying in vain here. The bomb's already gone down, that 40-second timer will begin, and Na'Vi look like they're frothing at the mouth for these frags. Look at this, just getting ready for more. Simple posting up, locked in towards spawn. What are you gonna do, Axal?
Oh, that's exactly what he plans to do.
Love to get that AWP here.
Wouldn't they just? Na'Vi not giving him anything though. And down goes Hobbit. Okay. Gambit feeling very fragile right now. You used the word dictated to, and I do think that that is exactly what we're observing. There's no more succinct way to summarize what Na'Vi have been doing to Gambit here.
It feels like even in rounds where we have seen Gambit get the opening, because look, they have had a couple of opening kills this time around. It hasn't been the same affair as the early stages of Overpass. Na'Vi have handled the situations perfectly, or they've been able to respond in kind with a trade of their own, or grabbing some real estate that might be more key than that frag that they had just lost. So at this stage, with the scoreline 9-1, Na'Vi, I would say, have probably done enough in this T side.
Yeah. They've actually taken a timeout just so Blade can go pick up his dogs again.
Yeah. But a scruff of the neck.
Do a couple of curls with them. A couple of overhead presses.
Oh. Here we go. Already ticked on down, and I think this is fantastic to see Na'Vi use a timeout almost defensively. We're doing so well. Let's just take a moment to talk this through and close this half out strong.
Well, I saw a lot of smiles. It might have just been a giggle break.
Yeah, well, sometimes that's necessary too, keeping the smiles on the faces. Morale at an all-time high now in this Na'Vi camp, I'm sure, and that phone call with Bit to his mum later.
Yeah, she won't quite believe it.
Pure elation.
Had a great performance as well. Out a bit on overpass. That's a change-up, though. Shiro has connected. It's no longer just Hobbit and Nafany taking those early engagements and making some room for these CTs to chip away at Na'Vi. What is going on in mid? Looks favorable to Nafany. Electronic does have his head on a swivel, but blocked him. And Electronic very quick. Problem for Hobbit. He has to fill the gap. And they're coming into Inter's domain. He does deal with the first, and Perfecto caught again. Great play here from Gambit. Simple to try and open up the site. The molly may force him up, and a missed shot. He's so blind, though. And Electronic and Simple are starting to warm up and whir up that engine. Shiro recovering the M4 to try and trifle with it. Electronic's actually going hunting for Axile.
Oh,
no,
the mouse!
Another jump! The mouse squeal. That's the second time we've seen it in 2 maps.
Yeah.
When Simple pulls Na'Vi back into it, my God. Looked like Gambit had done so much and it's still denied. Electronic with 3. We barely got to see it from the Na'Vi POV, but dominance and a third timeout. They are siphoning through them quick. Let's see this again. So Shiro opens up the whole round. Lovely. Job done. Then this happened. Now Nafany, you thought he had an advantage. He was trying to walk through.
Whiplash.
Quick one there, just as vision's restored. And that jump from Axile's going to haunt him. It's going to rip that mouse wheel out of his mouse.
Oh, dearie me. Look at the contrast here. Almost disbelief. Yeah, almost disbelief from Shiro here. Can't believe what's going on. Holy, you're right. Double digits again. Oh, gosh. This is not what I expected today when I woke up.
I had a very different game in mind.
I felt it was going to be, you know, a struggle for Na'Vi to post some rounds, and then, you know, somebody with an inspiring clutch, it fires up the team, they're back and forth. None of that right here, right now.
Yeah, definitely, like, it's a really good example of the good vibrations and the effect it's had on this team. All unquantifiable hyperbole, of course.
Yeah. Be confident, guys. Be happy, guys.
Yeah,
It'll make you play better.
Yeah, okay.
How do we replicate that again?
Well, telling me to be confident isn't going to be the way. Just be confident, dude.
Simple as that. Okay, well, 30 seconds have passed. Axile is dead.
That's a lovely, lovely hot off the press frag.
Here's the thing, right? Na'Vi just took the long control. Inters and Nafany made the right response in terms of pushing an upper to clear it. But the info's come so early, it doesn't matter whatsoever because they were passively watching that backyard push. Na'Vi are just gearing up, sticking to their guns. It doesn't even matter that upper dark was cleared, and it's not going to change anything for the Na'Vi camp as they just continue to look forward towards this A site. 57 seconds now. Defensive smokes lobbed on out. There's one more for Inters here to try and assist.
He's on his way.
He's just creeping on up.
Honestly, I have the Jaws theme tune in my head every time we cut to Electronic at the moment.
The audacity of this guy to have his hand off the mouse this close to long.
The corner we saw JM utilize to close things out a while ago. Just enough to hide majority of your body. And there's the first. More to come. Looks great from Hobbit's Deagle. There's a lot of action unfolding, and it's all Na'Vi onto Gambit. Nothing left for Shiro to do. 11, folks. 11. If you had a friend that was planning on jumping in halfway through the finals, you might want to poke them now.
Yeah, I think we're almost halfway through the finals.
Jesus.
This is looking, right now, take a snapshot of this moment. 11-1, first map 16-7. So that's 8 rounds in total for Gambit, and we're this deep into the best-of-5 final.
I mean, I will remind everyone as well that the quality of the Counter-Strike may also be influenced by that 4-day break. Admittedly, you know, it's not like the homework hasn't been done beforehand, but I'm just saying they've had a lot of time to put Gambit in the lab, Blade especially.
Just imagine that extra 4 days to integrate Bit even more so, and here he is. Speak of the devil.
Gonna have to be patient. Nafany hard clear, finds him. It's a big find. Electronic can equalize those. He's already just
Here they
charging
come.
straight towards him. Great find again from Nafany. 2 on the AWP. Simple and Boomich though. And Boomich is well into the site. He's passed Nafany through the smoke. It's not easy for the AWP to take back that space now. He has got a molly for the plant.
Surely they don't lose this one.
They can't. 2v4 Gambit. Just looking to pick themselves up, dust themselves off, and post a competitive 11-4 half. Boomich and Simple to deny it. Kept at bay by the utility. The first fight is won by Boomich, no less. They're cutting them down. They've lost Simple, and they lose the round as well. And Gambit, a compulsory conversion.
And Nafany with 4. In-game leader, stepping up in a huge way. We talk about his impact here, but this is necessary. You don't walk away with the CT half of Dust 2 with at least 4 rounds. You're probably going to be having a rough second half. Things are not going to be looking good as it is. And really, Alex, if we want to look at the bigger picture of this, Train's coming up next. That was Gambit's choice. Now that sounds like a pretty good recipe. Here's the problem. We haven't seen Na'Vi, with the addition of Bit, on Train.
Ooh.
So you know that black box we're always talking about?
Yeah, well, Na'Vi's Train's in it.
That doesn't feel like a present for the third map for Gambit, especially if they're 2 maps down. Na'Vi, it's going to be the first look at this team on Train. I can't wait.
Might be one of the last.
This is wild scenes here today. Na'Vi, slow spread across the map here. Bit flashed on out, clears towards the mid doors. No Hobbit close and personal this time round. Shiro's been dealt with, and they want to gear up for one of these cap pieces. They can do so. Double AWPs to contend with.
Can Shiro step into the shoes of Nafany? He fires off a shot. A little premature there.
Double AWPs defending A. This might get interesting, especially if this hit continues forward for Na'Vi. 4 players perched on Cat. Electronic over towards Green Box, lining up some utility of his own. And this almost looks destined for an A plate.
Certainly does. Smoke will make things difficult for the AWPs. And dropping into CT, no less. It's Boomich trying to test Nafany. Does put one in the board. And Nafany actually just keeping him at bay. Shiro struggling to hit his shots. 2, though, provided again, this time from Nafany's AWP. Simple's posted up now, and there's plenty of time on that clock. CT starting to reshape. Smoke will fade. They're right there in the open, ready for Nafany's repeat. Shiro's there, and Inters even chips in for another. Simple and Perfecto. We'll give it everything she's got. Need a duel, and it's Nafany with more. Nice shooting from Simple. 2 close quarters. He controls the spray. There's 2 more to find, and I start to believe every time this man starts clicking his mouse. Good grief. There wasn't much time, but he was finding them quick. All right, Gambit, there's another. Just the tail end of this first half, starting to see a little bit of CT round action.
Just a quick tech pause called here late within this first half. And if we want to just recap this round here, it is Nafany again. 3 kills for him in this situation. And he had Shiro there as the AWPer as well. So look, Nafany, the last 2 rounds are almost his alone.
Yeah. And the other one I'd contribute towards Hobbit. So yet to see that Axile impact. We'll have to rely on it on the second half if they do want to stay competitive here. I do think 12 is more of a death sentence, though, than they can handle.
What's that quote from Zonic? 11-4, most deceiving scoreline in Counter-Strike?
Yeah. That's what he believes. Let's see if Gambit can start to believe.
Shiro's aggressive here. Hobbit's going to join him. They're hearing the steps down mid. Boomich is fast.
Yeah, Nafany
real fast.
Immediately gone. That's only his 6th frag, but it's a big scalp to take.
Inters is on his own on the side.
Cowering in fear now. It is only Boomich, but he's forced to rotate out of Hobbit. Need to try and find him. Lovely elevated position. Just a one-way as that CT smoke was fading. And now to a late long. Axile's not there. Not in his usual capacity, at least. He's starting. And Simple's already waiting. That's an easy find. Just on the jump. Shiro's got 2 different angles of assault now to contend with. And they're going to find him with ease. Na'Vi sailing towards a 12th here. Hobbit, always good for 1 or 2. Oh, and a chance onto the bomb plant, but it's down all the same. Inters, not a name we've said too much of on that B site. Forced into rotate into lost sites more often than not here in the Na'Vi T side. Good control. 12 T rounds, already 1-0 up in the semi-finals. We are running towards a third map here. Na'Vi 12, Gambit 3.
Конструкт АВП, братан.
I won't waste another one. Oh, that darkness, it won't set me back again. Oh, not asleep or awake. I won't let the future escape. Burning dreams take me back to you. Head down, they will watch us shake the ground. Oh, it's like this, it will fill the air around. Oh, not asleep or awake. I won't let the future escape. Burning dreams take me back to you. In the night when I heard your call. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones.
Давай, пикать меня.
Найс! Ави, забери.
Just a quiet, nice Gambit 3. Yeah, it has gone bad. It's gone south fast, and Na'Vi posting 12. Switching over to the defense, no less, of their map. It is the second of our grand finals. Chad joining me.
This one might hurt, Alex. Last time round when these two teams met, Na'Vi won. Gambit got 1 T round.
Well,
that's really not going to be good enough here, is
knowing
it?
Counter-Strike and its script, now they're about to post a full 10 in a row. Eesh, and Hobbit starts us off right. Great find, simple, no better to find. And surging straight now into A, Electronic already getting double dink. Nice find again, it's last time Axile on long. And the CT starting to regroup for a 3-man Xbox split. This is exactly what Shiro's waiting for.
Needs to hit a couple here.
Can't find that head cleanly, and Bit's already taken down Hobbit. They can isolate Shiro here, and he is losing life rapidly. No way they lose this. There's no way.
Still a flash for Perfecto here.
Threatening. Flashes Goose, Inter still has vision. Daphne communicates the cross, Boone is lurking to try and tap ahead. Good provision. Inter's a lot of scrutiny, but time is ticked and the round will be his. Na'Vi just putting them on their toes here, and I think Shiro's going to really start feeling the frustrations of this final.
Oh. Extra $300 there for Boomich on the way out the door, but the much-needed pistol for Gambit, and of the 4 rounds they have, 2 of which have come through the pistol rounds. So that sounds like a terrible stat line to read, but it's true. And Shiro's, having a rough go of things. Uncharacteristic misses, I think, is probably the best way to categorize what we're seeing here. But a smile on the face, and that's going to be necessary for Gambit if they want to get back into this series whatsoever. Bit tagged up immediately on the cross. Simple, he's going to continue to fight here. Pushed on in towards the mid doors, eventually dipping on back, and it will be the right call because surging down the lower tunnels.
Ooh, very good chance from Simple, but he may be run down here. I think he just got scout tagged. Shiro brings him down low.
This is perfect for Boomich. This is going to work out well here. Can just completely lock down long on his lonesome. It's a 4-man lean over towards A from Na'Vi. Simple able to play mid-long with that scout, pivoting between both long and short. But if Gambit change gears and go to B or out mid to B, it's just the new boy Bit to deal with this.
Great stuff. Already, Na'Vi are the first to draw blood. Trade is imminent. Hobbit shutting down Goose.
Oof. Native Perfecto there, shy of the mark.
They are very low. They'd love for a freebie. Not coming easy. Perfecto will be smoked off. And as he unloads his Deagle mag, Boomich is closing in behind him. The long-range burst, that is ambitious. Enables Gambit to really take this round by storm. All right, force buy falls flat. Gap will start to close. It's going to be a question of how long Gambit can chase this momentum off the pistol. So 2 rounds out of 2. Good start. 4 alive after the force from Na'Vi as well. We'll see how this one went down. Those MP9 bullets, very odd bursts. They're probably trying to piece it all together. There's contact from every side.
Oof.
Good little no-scope action.
Okay, well, Perfecto with a smoke and a HE, smoke the doors, has that nade. 2 will cross towards B. There are some flashes in play, but it's all on Simple with this Deagle. He goes down early. This one's done already.
Axile, you better be ready for this. You better be ready for this, because Simple happens straight up, just as Axile lines up his Xbox smoke. That's the gap Simple was looking to exploit, but the necessary trade is there, as are the necessary smokes, too, for the cross. It's not guaranteed that they cross, because the flash has caught them, and that USP starting to become a bit of an issue. You can't see another full eco. The dinks are being handed out. More damage. There's only 2 USPs. It shouldn't and won't be a threat. Right?
I think they've handled this now. Smokes have cleared. They can isolate these fights. Electronic not long for this world. Burning on the toes. Nafany will finish him off, and just Perfecto trying to play a bit of an off angle there on the elevator box. Goes on down, and Gambit survived with 3 AKs carried on through. AWP available for Shiro here, and things are starting to look good for Gambit. Simple's purchased his AWP. Perfecto is the only one with a mission as far as firepower is going, and that was so quick from Simple. I can't believe he just held W that entire way. Was not stopping for anything right there, Simple.
And of course, in true Counter-Strike fashion, it was as Axile switched to his smoke that contact was found.
Those are the desk punch moments, everyone's favorite.
There's plenty of them in this video game.
Oh.
That nade was swallowed by Hobbit. 300 calories straight to the chest. Nafany's definitely been finding himself in a safe acquisition of info.
That was very, very risky from Electronic there.
Okay, perhaps safe was a stretch.
Yeah, if he got caught on that timing, like by an AWP swinging out, for example, don't think he'd survive for too long here. And now he is under the pump. The pressure is coming. They are just creeping on up.
Run boost, dry.
Looking likely. May even swing him out to spawn here.
There's no AWP posted up. It's a good shot for this first fight. Simple's on his way, though, and they've managed to force him off the line. Here we go. Some space. Gambit stretching their legs. Na'Vi dropped a lot of util, but with the smoke down, they should be able to get that bomb down. 5v5 still. Contact coming. Bomb's on its way. Nafany's the one to relieve some pressure. Bit, however, stands strong. And it's a double long, double CT setup. Head on a swivel from Simple. Axile is potentially flanking long late. Could end up on short. We'll find out. And None the advance already. Hobbit deals with Perfecto. It's even trades right now, but the long play has come in. Axal's going to be putting a timer on Boomich's position here. It's only Boomich, but it's Axal to tidy things up. 3 on that flank. Gambit take the A site successfully.
All right, well, the 12-3 scoreline doesn't seem so scary anymore. 12-7, quick as you like, and Na'Vi will just be back down to pistol upgrade. And this is the thing, you can see Axel, if you looked at the radar, he's just in float, waiting to really see where all the traction's coming from. If he needs to flank stairs, get up behind them short, come out late long, perfect play, perfect stuff. And Gambit starting to warm into this one. This is what we want to see.
Looks like we're going to have a lot of contact long. Nafany straight out, loses his vision, but does not lose his life. He stands and finds at least one. Oh. Boomich, the drive-by. This P250 nearly killed 3. And his hard work was not in vain. Electronic quick to make sure Axel does not see the rest of this round. This is just a bit of Kevlar vest and Deagles, a partial buy from Na'Vi, but it was a very threatening P250 push. Shiro's on notice for the rest of this round now. Look at his positioning. He's right at the T-spawn with the AWP. He wants to keep all those pistols at arm's length. They've got a 2-player split of B.
Yeah, might really become a problem here with Shiro seemingly out of action for at least the next 20 to 30 seconds while his teammates try and take some control. It does look like they want to continue this push through to long. Electronic is burrowed in all the way towards the back of pit, the only player over towards A here.
Very deep clear.
This is difficult to clear.
Gambit are the team to do their diligent clears, though.
Electronic can win the round right here on his own.
He certainly can. Recovered AK. Hobbit. Oh, they haven't checked him, and the trigger discipline is there, enables Intus to go down first. Shiro's low, he can't really take that fight. 3 bullets. Hobbit's running to A, just leaving Shiro to deal with this. He's burning down to 15. Bit of an equalizer there from the Molotov cocktail. And now Hobbit essentially 1v3 for now, and now lost half of his health. Needs to find Electronic quickly, and has. Contact from 2 different points. Shiro is there in support. He needs to take down Bit, and has. Here we go. Gambit dealing with the partial buy. It was such a threat. And Perfecto's got a shot. He can't beat the AWP, can he? Base the shot. It's not planted for Shiro, but he doesn't know it. And Perfecto, he's walking into the line, will take the AK instead. And just as he looks away, Shiro strikes. Incredibly close. Na'Vi's partial buy, incredibly threatening.
Oh, I cannot believe how Shiro just sits and waits like that. He could have lost him, slipped into the site at any point, and just have been sitting that diffuser behind the box. I know it's a 10-seconder, but sweaty palms. And this here, what a decision. What a decision. Just to go, all right, he's in pit. I'm just going to run towards the site. Right. Insane, because imagine if there was somebody playing towards CT, there was somebody fighting in short. Hobbit is now isolated between both long and that A defender.
Ooh, 3 CTs here, and Nafany's still across the blue bin. There's no way they let him leave. There'll be smokes, there'll be Molotovs, flashes, nades. It's all getting thrown towards Nafany's location. 30 HP. Molotovs to completely hinder his escape. Look at Na'Vi Hunt. Now the bomb's going B, so make no mistake, pulling all of this attention to long is great. It is by design. Somehow Nafany has survived all of this. No way, he nearly takes down Boomich. Into the B test then, and ahead of the molly is Intus. A great control of his spray, and he's opened up the site just like a can opener. That's round winning from Intus. It looks like Gambit have come to play in our second half. You said they got 1 T round last time?
Yeah, it wasn't great at all. That was in that earlier match between Na'Vi and Gambit in this tournament. And now it's the Na'Vi save. I can't believe Intus pulled off both of those kills, especially in Virtue. When we flicked on over, the flash landed in his face. Avoids that, gets the first, adjusts for the second, and a round that started horribly for Gambit is now back in their favor. Max loss bonus, it's there for Na'Vi, but if they lose everything right now, it won't even matter. Gambit are just quickly going to turn this around. It's wild.
Little bit of a hunt here. Axal, Shiro, both coming in from that long door side. 2 in the pit. Hobbit will keep them honest.
Oh!
And it is only Boomich saving that AWP. That's all they leave with. Everyone else is in that 3K mark. Okay, well, consider this gap closed. Yeah, ahead of the flash. I thought it was a molly. That's what we were talking about. So he does have vision as Perfecto mantles up, and this second comes so clean. All right, Gambit. The conversation of reverse sweeps and 2 zeros has a pin put in it. That simple AWP was saved, though. Don't forget. there's a threat in play.
Slow stuff here again. Axile, usual business. Hobbit with Nafany paired up to clear out towards these mid doors. Molly over the top to make sure nobody can swing on them. Inters and Shiro park towards upper tunnels where the success was found in the previous, and Simple quite passive with the AWP. Not going to be able to find too much traction from this position. Nafany working on this short control. Axile still has not moved the muscle outside of long. Spotted, so Nafany will call out info towards the site. Cops an aid for his troubles. Missed his molly there as well. Getting a bit dicey over towards this A bomb site, but it still just is this light buy with the saved AWP.
Mid-smoke arrives now. Simple's going to tuck into B in response. So mid open for business, but no members of Gambit checking it out. Nafany's here to stop this Xbox push, but he could get caught out, and he is looking the wrong way. Now an AK falls into enemy hands. They know Simple's on the site, and he's missed his first. Bit and Simple, oh, combining perfectly here. Chance is starting to dwindle, just taken away one by one.
Might want to save this, 25 seconds left.
And Axile's in T-spawn, he may as well.
That was just completely stalled on out, and I don't even know that Na'Vi had to do too much. Shiro's heard that nade. Really would like to walk away with this AWP. I know the money is there, but... Boomage goes down. Electronic doesn't even get a chance to punish either. Axile. That's where he started the round. He'll finish towards T-spawn, and they'll walk away with their saved weapons, but that's a great round for Na'Vi to win, and it really just, as soon as that kill came in towards mid, any pressure elsewhere on the map was gone. This was it. Electronic jumping up, Nafany dead, and now we can see the stack. Simple and Bit perfectly combined here to lock them out. And that's your highlight right there for round number 22. Okay, well, Gambit have the money to go for another bite, and that has put a stop to their 6-round spree here in the second half. Same look again. Axile with the bomb towards long this time.
Ooh. Safe passage so far.
Very noisy. So they're just in time as well.
Boomage is advancing. Playing it anti, Simple to bait him in. And support. It's unlikely to be dry. Hobbit will molly Simple out of position. Boomage might want to push forward on this. CT molly will deter. There's a lot of contact about to come through short here, and well, it's Boomage to deliver. Double kill. Gambit shattered as they swing into short. And there was 3 players there. You know, Boomage has done it all, but Electronic and Simple were there in support. There was no way they were leaving without some bloodshed. And now walking into Perfecto's domain, Simple in support. It's Axile with something. A glimmer of hope starts to form as they start to isolate Bit. Shiro can corral them towards the tunnels area and flank should he desire. Oh, but Inters is gone. Bit lone defense is working wonderfully, and all of the frags come in. You can rely on Bit, solo B, double kill to stop anything from spiraling out of control.
He was so deep in the back of platform there as well. Could have been a problem, right? Perfecto going down, and you start to see how this one could get pieced together. But this stack, this 3 players you were talking about on short, they completely gave up long. Everybody was focused towards this short position. Sure, Electronic may have been glancing over from that bridge, but they have really given up full real estate. Knowing Gambit's tendencies here, Axile passive outside long traditionally. They get away with it again. Once more, the default spread. Shiro gets his big green back, but util lighter weaponry, not great. Gambit on notice. It was a good spurt to start this second half, but all in all, still held to single digits right now. Albert's had another good showing here, 21 for him, so continuing to deliver in the fragging department. And we have that black boxer train coming up next. Gambit chose to take it there for the third. Yet to see Na'Vi with Bit on train. So a lot of questions to be asked and answered moving into the third map of the series here.
Could be a banger. All right, they're on their way. Turning the flash and can't make the shot happen. Simple's forced to play retake now. Just by a Galilov Hobbit. And now Shiro's AWP feels the feed for one as well. That was Perfecto's cross mid. Boomich steps into the line of fire, and now a double disadvantage for Na'Vi. Electronic keeps the Na'Vi ship afloat, but they are already starting to maneuver out of this one. So many resources they'd be losing.
Yeah, hopes were alive there when Nafni dropped into spawn, but you're not going to get into that A site with this double AWP retake by any means. So from 0 to 100, as per usual with these CIS games, you see them creep up, they check their corners, the utility's perfect, the jiggles are there. Execute comes in. Whoever wins those initial
But
duels
it's funny,
wins
isn't it?
the
Like,
rounds.
I'm starting to realize it doesn't even matter about the kill. It's just the fact that when Simple did take that fight and then misses his shot, there's that bolt and they're 3 across. He knows he can't re-peak. 3 different points of contact. When he does re-peak, he has to play for the retake. And just by Hobbit hitting a couple of shot bullets of that Galil and his teammates throwing good flashbangs, they take the site. It doesn't even have to be the kill.
Yeah, the presence alone was perfect. And now, Na'Vi, they will buy again, but starting to whittle through that cash. Bit and Simple have a little bit in reserve. Boomich as well. Perfecto and Electronica almost bankrupt. And they're going to take a timeout here. Only their second so far, and things have been going great. No worries just yet, but it's only 4 rounds now for Gambit, and you consider that first half, this is looking much more competitive and actually sowing the seeds for hopefully a more competitive third map out the gates.
Yeah. It's not copium, but it is hopium. I've got a little bit of that.
Just a little bit?
Yeah.
Just a smidge?
Well, I mean, we have seen 2 Na'Vi rounds so far. Everything else has been all Gambit. I haven't seen signs that point to a Na'Vi immediately having a guaranteed round here. It is only the slight sacrifice of the Galil for Nafani.
Well, this is where it heats up, right? This is where Na'Vi, they won't be saving for too much longer. We're going to start seeing the action and traction of this game underway very shortly. But it's the same default spread that we've been seeing, and Na'Vi going to do something different here to try and unravel this. An early fight, an early pick. Helped them out a lot.
Dude, bit solo B with this orb. Now flashed off the line. Has he called for help? He has. In the form of Perfecto. Responsible for 2 points of contact now, and Bit peeking in. His reactions to be tested here by Shiro. Oh, and he does manage to put one into Nafani immediately, though. Shiro finds him on the way back out. Perfecto trying to control this cross. It's likely going to be smoked. And what's a man to do? Tries to catch and finish the job of that tagged up AWP player, but the B site is lost, Chad, and I can't help but feel that you said they were coming. May not be seeing Na'Vi go for this one.
Yeah, you can see how already positioned over towards long. Boomich and Simple tucking away. Electronic with Perfecto scampering away through spawn, and 1 kill and around. Simple as that. Easy as you like. Gambit up to 11. And they still can't really consider too much of these chases. Don't want to give up the AK-47s. Bank isn't there. Very fragile still, but the same can be said for both teams. We just discussed the extra finances for Bit and Simple. So Bit will have no issues buying, and well, this is it. This is the highlight of your round. Bit gets that kill, maybe a different story. 10 seconds left on that bomb.
Just put one into the forearm, didn't he?
Look at all the nades that Na'Vi have left, right? At this juncture of the round, like the bomb's going to go off and they're still sitting at full util. That tells the picture alone of what just went on down.
Not many maps you'll see complete lockouts and 4-man saves as much as Dust 2.
I'm trying to think. What maybe Inferno?
Inferno, B-site, probably the close second.
The rest of them seem a bit more fluid, right? You know, you can...
That's because this is archaic map design.
Okay, man, all right. This is the classic.
Yeah, we can keep saying that as much as we like.
It's an aggressive Molotov there mid, going to deny the fast scurry down for the mid-control nade. For Electronic destined for the feed of Hobbit again here.
Oi, oi, oi.
Hasn't released it, and they're past.
Lovely find. Another chunk of damage. I'll check in with utility damage once this subsides, or dispatch my handsome Australian to do that for me.
Having a gander just now. 291 so far for Electronic, leading the charge for his team.
That's 3 kills worth of nade damage.
Oh, this is easy.
Yeah, Perfecto did not get the memo. Mid was lost. Bit now with it all to do. Simple clutched up from this very angle. And Hobbit's not going to let the same happen this time. Instead, the site is lost, and I assume I know what's coming. A caveat in the form of Axile. He's already here. Now, they were previously very ready for the lurk and the potential. Uh-oh. Simple puts his head in, and then Vice and Axile, he can take everything away from Na'Vi here. Electronic springs to action as well. They know where they both are. I don't know if anyone else is going to be too persuaded to pursue.
So ridiculous, right? With all these saves from Na'Vi to keep themselves in contention, they haven't actually fought for any of these rounds. And now, well, because of the lost rounds, they found themselves in a position with the MAC loss bonuses in place. So 3,400 means they will be able to buy again.
Kind of makes sense, I guess.
Yeah, look, it hasn't been fun. It hasn't been fun for them to play. I'm sure it hasn't been fun for everybody at home to watch. But this is the business end I was talking about. You can't keep saving now, right? The scoreline at 14-12. They've clawed this one right back, and you're just going to feel a little bit confused, aren't you? That didn't feel like that should be likely, as they've just crept on out, shot him in the back, and another round done. What has there been? In those 3 rounds, there was a total of 5 kills, which across those 3 or 4 that determined the outcome.
It was a 12-3 half, ladies and gentlemen. Na'Vi's CT side has been rocked just a little. And Gambit proving that they plan to contend here in this grand final after all.
Oh, more nade damage from Electronic. He has been timing that to perfection.
Just watched his Nafany demos.
Yeah, but they just start converting off some of this damage. Electronic flashed on in. He's going aggressive here, and that's an opening, a huge find. Hobbit's down. That's the change-up they're looking for, Na'Vi.
They're going to go for this no matter what. Boomich just steps into the spray, and now a 4-on-4. Short-lived advantage for Na'Vi. Extended again, this time Simple. Stopping Axile's space take, but there is a gap. A big opportunity if they could just get the smoke down, but no, Simple's not even posted up. He could just walk it. Perfecto's ready this time. Not going to be pantsed in the same respect. Oh, but Nafany even finding him on the sideline angle. They know Bit's the B player, and it's done enough to stop the first Nafany progression. Bit trying to deal with Inters. He has gotten across from the Simple hold. Closing in close. In fact, Simple brings the fight to them for the trade. Nice play. Shiro to come up clutch. Lurking in the smoke is Simple. He might be able to maneuver to find and isolate Electronic. Oh dear. He misses the shot, just whistles past the ear of Electronic, and 15 is finally found. From a 12-3 half, it took them nearly the full regulation to post a 15.
Well, felt labor to get to this point, but we're here now. And look, great stuff there on the rotation from Simple. Boomich swinging out that molly that landed behind him. We didn't see exactly how it was, but it was definitely burning. I think could have tucked in, but regardless, this shot from Nafany, we already knew Nafany was low. Perfecto, if he got the dink, he was instantly dead, so it wasn't the 2 bullets necessary. But Simple's flash from spawn and Bit's willingness just to wait for it, even though he didn't get traction off of it, was everything in that round. And stalled out Gambit's take on towards B and set them up now to close things out here.
It's one of his checkpoints. It's like getting aided by Electronic. Check.
Smoke the door, jump up Xbox. Okay, everything is going honky-dory in a round like this. Oh, they're trying to really trifle with Boomich here towards long.
It's scary stuff. Flash to indicate presence. Pins are pulled and Boomich is gone. Simple. He's actually in a bit of a state of panic here. He's wide out in the open and he's so blind he doesn't even get to pull the trigger. Now Electronic to be the hero Na'Vi need to find 16.
I want to hide in the smoke.
Yeah, but they just come straight through. They weren't ready for him. Hobbit needs to return fire through the smoke. And he does find him eventually. A huge wave of pressure released, but it's not done yet. Perfecto pushing through, considered it, now blind. Hobbit can come through and take more space away. The bomb planted safe. Na'Vi's chances start to dwindle. Perfecto claws him back as Hobbit's aggression's been punished there. Tried to mantle on the boost, and now Shiro's gone too.
Not
one
like
frag.
This.
One single frag separates them now, and it's Inters to try and come up clutch. The first is found, he just can't seem to keep it. And Bit will shut them down, 2-0 in the best of 5. Na'Vi, they came to play, and they've got a point to prove. Points to be made at the analyst desk next.
Майк убил.
Сайт, у тебя пропусти. Бай.
Просвет.
Не вижу его.
Испанский. Найс, хорош.
Славик,
Хорош,
возьмите.
серый. Разъебал, серый, хорош.
У тебя есть.
Найс! Хорош.
Тоже Димон.
Фу, блядь, вот это выстрел.
Индрес.
Какой же...
Когда он меня убьет.
Ворота, нет? Ворота.
Илья, красавцы.
Как тень был, я
Хорош.
Taking my pain away, nothing else more to say. Everything that I have, I'll give. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game, make it to the end. I'm gonna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof. All the mistakes I made, now I can change my fate. No one can take this heart away. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game and make it to the end. I'm gonna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way. Find another way to fight another day. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof.
Хорош. Короче, блядь, пацаны. Кирилл, блядь.
Паники,
Ну
братан.
иди просто.
Валера, красава, братан.
Well, a shaken Gambit had a troubled CT side, but they seem to get their nerves in check for that second half, Maniac.
Well, history will tell us if we are right or not, but these few rounds won by Gambit might end up having a bit difference. We looked at the first half, we saw Na'Vi just run away with it. I had flashes in front of my eyes thinking, oh my god, this is going to be the shortest best of 5 I've seen in a long time if Na'Vi go on with that. But no, Gambit found some footing, which bodes well for the show.
Well, let's talk about Na'Vi. And again, what made them win on Dust 2, Yanko?
Yeah, it was a couple of things. Most importantly, another great start. They lost the pistol but won the second round and got on a massive win streak in the first half. Off of that, they won 11 rounds, I believe. It was 11-1. So second thing, Electronic, he stepped up, not just in the fragging department, but you could see when Gambit was mounting that comeback, he's the one who goes for that cat push. Like, he's feeling confident now. He's making those plays to turn it around for Na'Vi. And just that whole T side, we were talking about it the whole tournament previously. We were critical of them, and time again we see great T side play from Na'Vi, and that's what won them Dust 2 as well.
I think it's really great to see Electronic finding form. We prefaced him as a potential X-Factor moving into this grand final. Not that he had played a bad tournament, but not to the extent, to the ambition that we can have for Electronic. And in this map, in the series so far, these are the stats for the whole series, he's been stepping up massively. More than 100 ADR, he's been making the difference right rifle work left and right, and that is a very, very good side for Na'Vi. I mean, on overpass, he was, you know, within the pack, nothing too impressive, but I was just looking at the way he played these rounds. I talked about it throughout the event. I thought sometimes he was lacking confidence, he was a bit unsure of his decisions, and not any of that in a grand final. He is very clear in the duels he takes. He knows when to fight, when not. And even here, where he misses a couple of bullets, takes a deep breath, one shot after that.
It was 4-0 in opening duels in the first half, 6-1 at the end of it, so obviously doing his thing on the CT side as well. It literally was the old school, simple and electronic show. See, I haven't said it for a while, boys.
Gotta get used to it.
I needed to practice beforehand. I was going to say it was like the simple and electronic show all over again, Yanko.
Yeah, and what a time for that show to make a rerun, right? In the grand final for Electronic to step up when his team needs him the most. And on the other side, at Gambit, we can see they just seem a little bit disjointed. It's not their usual selves, right? We also have a clip of Shiro and around with him where it's something that you've seen time and time again, him making that play happen. But this time he just, you know, misses an AWP shot here, an easy one, right? How many times did we see him get this kill right here? He's not gonna get the frag, and now he's just staying alive. This is what Gambit does really well. He's waiting for a flash. He's gonna repick with the flash, get the second kill, right? No, the flash just comes in too late. Now you see it at the very end of the clip, and you know, later on they even lost a 4v2 and insult to injury. Exile's mouse jumps. Even that there's so many things were going wrong for Gambit in this game.
This is what really scared me. That clip up until that round number 11, the fact that you would not even give an actual fighting chance to Gambit in those duels because they were missing these shots that were supposed to happen. It's like the minimum is not there. And Shiro, I mean, it was called Immortal King at some point, and we even said let's take a deep breather on that one. I think the nerves are oscillating a little bit. Obviously that's just a hypothesis, but you could see the fact he was missing some of these shots definitely outside his comfort zone. I don't think I've seen him yet this year miss such easy shots. It's good that he found some kills, bodes well to train because he's going to have a very, very important role, but he's not being stepping up, not enough at least in that grand final.
Well, Nafny yesterday mentioned he feels nerves sometimes. He has to talk to the team to get himself back into the game, but he didn't seem to have problems on Dust 2, and neither did Hobbit.
No, these two were the main reasons why Gambit actually pushed forward. You know, Nafny, I think we have to give him some praise on that T side, being able to find these gaps. Abusing the B split against Na'Vi, and Perfecto had a really hard time to handle that. Even on the CT side, Nafny were picking up the AWP on the A side. If that's not a captain move, then I don't know what it is. Shiro is next to him, shaking a little bit. He said, you know what, give me that ult. I'll do it myself. So Nafny really fought his best, and then Hobbit as well with a few multi-kills, very well placed.
I think we just have about enough time to go through round number 20, because there is an example of Hobbit's decision-making.
Oh yeah, I mean, and this one is a little bit mind-blowing, so you know what, Yanko, feel free to jump in if you want at some point, but this could have been Gambit fighting back. This could have been where things change, because Na'Vi will put so much pressure on them. We see a Boomich running in, making a ton of damage with the P250. He almost killed 3. Electronic stacks back. The situation is gonna calm down just a little bit. Electronic right there has the occasion to close the round. But what we don't see is Hobbit's reaction to that kill. Instead of turning around, he runs towards A, he plants the bomb, and then he actually wins the clutch. I want to say the balls on Hobbit to just disregard Electronic and stay on the side, and then at the end, almost perfecto.
He's the only player in the server to have won a major. Sorry, Yanko, continue.
Yeah, Hobby just bolts it, you know, just goes, I'm out, screw this, you know, I'm gonna try to win the round in a different way. And yeah, he's been stepping up, as you can see in his plays. He's going for those plays. He realizes he needs to push his teammates a little bit. I think he's doing all he needs to do so far in this series. He just needs his teammates to step up and help him a little bit.
Speaking of bit, cheesy segue, he's going to be playing on Train in this Na'Vi lineup for the first time after the break. So obviously don't go anywhere, because in just one more map, Na'Vi could be the champions of DreamHack Masters Spring 2021, and you don't want to miss that.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help. Good luck, have fun.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
The leader of the professionals can be described as cocky, wisecracking, and scarily indifferent with regards to the suffering of others. He would say he's just a bloke that likes to have a bit of fun on the weekend with the local armed tax collectors. He downplays the severity of any heavy situations that come his way. Even if he's the last man standing, riddled with bullets, with only seconds left to blow the safe. This white hockey mask and floral shirt were popular choices during his Vice phase.
We're into our third map of our best of 5 grand final for 2021's edition of DreamHack Masters Spring. 10 DreamHack Masters, 8 of which we've seen Na'Vi in attendance, and 8 of which they got to the playoffs. 2 final appearances and not a single trophy in the cabinet, at least not of the DreamHack variety.
Looks like that might be about to change here. Sitting 2 to the good against Gambit going into Train. Now, 2 key pieces of information. Gambit have played Train once in this tournament here of DreamHack Masters against G2. They lost at 16-13.
Yeah.
They've opted to pick it here against a Na'Vi who we are yet to see play it with Bit in the roster. So that black box is going to be very difficult to know what's going to be going on in this Na'Vi camp. They get to start on the CT side. Right? This is the dream for a team like Na'Vi right here, right now.
The picture you're painting, Chad, I mean, I'm not going to spell it out for everyone at home, but the picture you're painting is we could have a quick grand final here.
Yeah, this is looking pretty grim. Now, I'm glad that Gambit started to turn up the heat. It's still through the usual suspects of this final so far. Hobbit, Nafni, the Des were just talking about that. But if there is ever going to be a map where you want Shiro to step up, it's going to be Train. This is an AWP's paradise, and it's an AWP's necessity on the T side to find picks.
Yeah, 100%. So we're going to have to see if Shiro gets activated. I do want to see more from Axal. I mean, of course,
course, there's only so much you can do when you're staring down the barrel of a 12-3 on Dust 2. It did get competitive, though. Do you factor that in? The fact that Gambit did claw something back, it wasn't the 16-5 it could have been?
I would love to. I would love to put a lot of stock in that, but we already know this team, if the best of 5 goes the distance, they've tweeted about it being a problem, and we've already seen it physically being a problem in the past.
It's already a statistical anomaly to reverse sweep a best of 5 in our video game. Never mind when you're already looking at down the barrel of a 2-0 and your glue, your veteran, your only major champ is already tweeting out he hates best of 5s.
Maybe quivering in his boots a little bit there. So I think when you stack all that up, the odds are against Gambit, but that's going to make this comeback, if this comeback happens, that much more juicy, right? And the fire in the belly of Na'Vi, that's been shown. We've seen what they've come in here today to prove, and they've done that so far so good. If they can continue that on map number 3 against Gambit, who, once again, the undisputed world #1 up until this point.
Yeah, and I just want to also have a bit of euphoric recall for everyone that was there yesterday. That heroic Na'Vi game, I think it left a lot for well, no, it didn't leave much to the imagination at all. In fact, we got everything you could possibly have desired. It felt like a grand final. That was a semi-final. That's the reason Na'Vi are here. They did best heroic, who are looking to have maintained their form after their previous victories at ESL Pro League Season 13. Let's get this party started. Na'Vi batten down the hatches of the defense, and it's Gambit bringing the assault. 1 minute 50 thrust onto the clock. A bomb on their back. A couple of decoys through the air, and let's see what our third map has in store.
3 players over towards Ivy early as they're trying to activate Simple, giving an opportunity to look for kills. He's just surging on over to find these frags. Simple is hungry to fight.
Ooh, baby. Axel's close, and there goes the bomb. He's already found the head he desired. Don't we all?
Simple's just gone down there from Hobbit's pick, and now this one's starting to get dicey. Nafni tagged on up, chaos ensuing.
Yeah, Inter's in a spot of bother off the flash. Boomich gets vision, but quickly deleted. In fact, not done yet. Chance for Electronic for both. That, it was such a quick shot onto Shiro. He doesn't have armor, but it doesn't matter when he's hitting shots like that. The bomb's with him. Perfecto to back him up. P250 found. That does level the odds just a little bit for some of those longer engagements. Perfecto trying to combine, but that was the peak, and it's been punished. There's Inter's connecting with his third frag, and him and Hobbit combined are all they need. 5 frags between the two of them. Gambit get the pistol. Now, we've seen that before.
This is where they really need to hunker on down Gambit. They cannot lose to the force buy of Na'Vi, and I say force buy of Na'Vi, we haven't seen it come through yet. Jesus. Feels like he does enough right there. Solid work from Inters, the supportive element of this team. I think Hobbit's once described him as their secret weapon. Need the secret weapon right here.
Oh, that's the in-game leader doing everything he can in and outside of the server to get Gambit right on the mind in hot pursuit of a reverse sweep. It would have to start here on train, and we have seen a P90 acquired.
Yeah, Axel purchased that, so it could have been a misbuy because now Nafani's wielding it, taking one for the team.
Of course, he's got his wallbang lineups.
Electronic anchoring the inner bomb site. Simple float as the rotator. It's going to put a lot of pressure on Boomich, Perfecto, and Bit as the 3 players towards Yard in these rifle rounds.
Yeah, but whenever you have a map like Train, where on the T side, Hobbit can just go and slowly work his magic on a lurk roll. Like, he's taking his brown holes at his own pace, but he's one of the smartest players we've seen in Gambit. His understanding of the game, what's required of him, when contact is required and when noise is not. So, 60-second mark. We've rotted through just a little bit of the clock.
Perfect time smoke here if Perfecto wants to drop it now. He's just on the jiggle.
Yeah.
Ivy presence.
Might get ahead of that. Yeah, Inters can completely nullify that smoke. The nade will chip away at him, and expecting the swing. Bit's taken down Ivy, and here comes the P90 flying up the ladder. It has drawn blood. Hobbit's caught one, but these pistols are still quite pesky. Bit's recovered that Galil from Ivy, and now from behind, Electronic, so many opportunities. All of them squandered. Bit doesn't have the health for this, and Shiro will remove what little remained. Oof. There you go.
Handle from Gambit. That looked really, really dicey for a moment. That smoke getting dropped, the double nades in towards T-connector. That was looking really good for Na'Vi for a moment. And then there was a second wind as Electronic had an opportunity coming late through Pop Dog. But just dealing with this one. And there you have it. Shiro closes things down, and they need to get fired up for this one. Nafani Might not have a voice left after today if he continues like that.
Yeah, it's like he's doing like a Wolverine impression or something.
A little bit of chip damage there with those nades. Nothing to get too excited about. And Shiro's just going to pedal forward. Nafany's already done some damage and the dominoes fall one after the other. That's a bit flicky.
Yeah. He's got the sense for this. Nice shooting from Shiro. It's only against the eco, but keeping it tidy. That was compulsory in their campaign here on the T side. Not going to clear out Perfecto just yet. Oh, we're knife buddies. I got that one.
Interesting to see, right? We'll keep monitoring. Obviously, it's going to depend on how the rounds go for Gambit, right? You can't be yelling too much if you're losing, right? But that's one of the traps that teams can fall into. I wouldn't say Gambit are a momentum-based team, but use the Brazilians as an example. I don't mean the legendary crew, maybe more like KNG's mob, right? You look at those teams, and when they're getting fired up and they're riding that momentum and everything's hype, it's really great to ride those highs, but there's also the opposite of that, which is the lows. Now, if the team feels like there's some intensity missing, Nafany can try and bring it. But if they're still getting blanked, if they're still losing sprees of rounds, things are falling apart, then that excitement, it can only take you so far. The players in the server need to be feeling it themselves. And now we've, well, swept the first 3 to one side. Gambit sitting pretty, but Na'Vi will finally get a chance to respond here with the rifles. Simple into the AWP, of course. Bit into an AUG. Perfecto always seems to do that dirty job. He gets the kit, the full bag of utility, and a FAMAS. So here we go. We're about to see what Na'Vi have in store for the CT side. Well, the util being lined up here.
3. They're trying to get Exile out, maybe. Oh, down the pop dog. Boomage nearly takes them both. Yeah, get out of dodge, Hobbit. You are a scrap of health away from a 4v3 advantage for the boys of Na'Vi. Main re-smoked. Couple of questions for Na'Vi to answer around these smokes. Simple's been summoned.
Interesting 2-2 split here. This puts a lot of pressure on Perfecto's up in sandwich. He's going to call out that molly. Looks like Hobbit's going to hightail it out of there. And is it low ramp or high ramp where Gambit want to look for contact? Either way, they have to get past the 2 big men of Na'Vi.
Does a single flash pull Simple off the line? The answer's no. And there's a dry peek. Axile's met the AWP. Electronic readies himself for the cross to sight. And enters, still traded, but found at least one of those B defenders. 30-second mark. Don't forget, Hobbit really has been taken out of this round by that dink from Boomage.
They fully rotated. The bomb can still go back out pop here.
Yeah, but Perfecto is already thinking about that, and headshot angle cleared. Hobbit's made it to the bomb train. 20 seconds just by cutting this noise. Look what it's pulled. The CT's out. Hobbit trying to be the worm. And he does peek into Bit, does some damage. Shiro, 10 seconds. That bomb plant is just not going to happen at this rate. And Perfecto's there. Potential knife denied. Na'Vi respond. First weapon round and the first on the board.
Yeah, great stuff there. I think having Boomage activated up close pop, that's going to be an interesting battle between him and Nafany. We've seen Nafany go toe-to-toe with some big names over towards this pop dog position, and he only had a Mach 10 in a round like this. Great movement there from Hobbit down the ladder. And yeah, not working with a lot of util. One of the opening smokes from Gambit in that round on the map overview was in the middle of nowhere, so maybe one not landing exactly where they needed to, but let's see. Do they rinse and repeat here?
Oh, he's out. He's going straight out and tucked into Wolof. Ahead of the sandwich fight, Perfecto will clear it. No one down just yet. More utility exchange, and on the way out, Boomich stamps his ticket. They're trying to rejig now. Happy to play the 4v4 out and even exchange the loss of Simple for Nafany in this voodoo ritual of round 5.
Lots of movement now from this Na'Vi CT side defense. They're actually turtling up around this E-box area, kind of giving up Ivy, as it were. Bits having to go on over towards the B bomb site to help on Electronic, and now real problems for Na'Vi. They lose one more of these pins without getting a kill towards Yard, and Gambit might bounce back with a rifle round of their own.
Yet to reload as well, so Boomich will have to be very precise. 18 in the mag.
Such an awkward position that Na'Vi are in right now. They have no info, and they're just hedging.
Distance himself, and fresh load of bullets does start to hail onto Gambit. Hobbit just caught on that blue train elevation. Smoking the backtrack side, Axar's going to walk straight into Perfecto, and Axar does what Axar does best. That bomb plant likely to be contested, whether it's Pop Dog or here on the boost. Boomich a third. Great shot out of him, and there's more to come. Oh my god, he could ace them. Boomich, 4 frags. He came into this round with 1. He leaves with 5. Magnificent shooting from the CT in-game leader, and now Gambit are going to be shaken.
Yeah, down to Squalor here. That was really, really good stuff from Boomich. Look, he didn't... Boomich in the past, when we've watched him play, everybody at home, if you're an RV fan, you've been watching for the better part of a year now, you know us talking about Boomich at Sandbags on Inferno, right? You'll have heard that story. Think about how mobile he wasn't around like this and how integral his kills were. Staying dynamic, really thorn in the side right there of Gambit, and now it will just be a Deagle for Inters, a P250 for Axar, Glocks for the rest. And what should be Na'Vi's third. Silent as they like. Creeping over towards this B bomb site.
You'd love a plant. You'd absolutely murder for a plant.
It seems so scary to have Electronic as the anchor and then Simple as the rotation. Like that, as a duo, doesn't feel like you get past it easy. There's the first.
And the bomb's across. Good luck. Axel has to bodyguard, and the bomb does go down. Okay.
Success.
Mission complete. 3-3.
Yeah, and a quick one there as well. So Gambit not waiting for that utility. They're just going to go for more of an explosive maneuver. That's 4 kills for Electronic, and yeah, we're all tied up.
An extra $800 for any of our uninitiated, distributed for getting that bomb down in a round loss.
No panic here, right? Just able to mop up the mess. You knew you were going up against some version of a buy in the next round. It is going to be bolstered. Get full util out on everybody for Gambit. Shiro even head armor and the AWP. So round number 7.
Here we go. So far, not many complaints from their hold of Ivy. And ooh, Electronics up to some funky move here. Hobbit may not be ready. They do flash him. Oh, he's lost him in the smoke. The spray does connect, and Hobbit has found them first blood.
Felt like he got lucky to get away with that one right there. Pressure getting turned up here. All 4 members of Na'Vi still over towards Yard.
You want to take space. That CT flash indicates they want main. He's got a re-smoke, and that will deny Inters.
Might be a bit of a gap in that.
It's a bit of a gap indeed. He won't be able to confirm there's no presence, but at least feeling like he's doing something with his 15.
Still haven't rotated B.
Yeah, well, Hobbit hasn't even walked in. Didn't take any of those risks that were available to him.
Really big gamble here from Na'Vi.
It's the right call. Boomich is in main. Flash from... Okay, this is the play, isn't it? Inters to flash the corner.
He's tucked into the wall. So he also has Simple overseeing business here as well. This is still very strong yard setup right now from Na'Vi.
I really don't fancy Nafany's chances against Boomich. And they're going for the Ivy split. Simple is in a responsive position. Now the Ivy util's dropped. He will want to fall away from this. He's even perfectly smoked off the pop at the 30-second mark. Here comes Nafany. Boomich readies himself for action. There it comes. Looks like 2 frags for Na'Vi already, and a third put on the board as well. Bit just using that bomb train. Hobbit was smoked off, and the tag. Bit lives on. They can't finish the job with the pistol. Shiro again meets his maker in the form of Bit. No time for Hobbit to work any sort of magic here. The bomb disconnected from him. Might have to just hide in plain sight. Gets his Predator armor on.
I can't even, right? Normally, in this kind of situation, you'd expect some presence to start heading over towards that B bomb. So with Electronic going down so early, there was no pressure. They didn't even smoke down the low ramp to make them think that something was coming. It was just get that kill and then wait. And Na'Vi, they don't wince. This is great stuff from Bit. That trade right there is perfect. And you heard in that little piece where we had the interview with the subtitles, all the bits, we were actually diving into the CIS Counter-Strike to hear what they have to say about this Na'Vi roster and talking about Flamey, right? The Bit being the upgrade, just as good individually in terms of the mechanics, but his decision-making, I would say, is leaps and bounds ahead of Flamey's. Flamey's more like an RPK, you know, you wind him up, you put him in a spot, and you hope he gets you a couple. Bits looking like the full package here, and it's still very early days. B's going to be tested again. Do you really want to go into this setup? Electronic and Simple posted up one more time.
Yeah, it is a package deal, isn't it? They're going to give it a go. Electronic could be flashed off, but he's actually playing anti, tucked in now, trying to drop the nade as they advance. Molly to stop the default plant. And losing Simple puts it all onto him. Just the one is all they can report. Favoring Gambit now as they have got the sight. The flames will fade. And quickly losing another. It's Bit again, just taking that first contact. Shiro trying to use that smoke to his advantage, but he walks straight into the Perfecto spray. Enters the secret weapon. Gonna have to do something here alongside Axile. They are both contesting from one low, one high. Bit can take that duel. It favors that Org. How quick will Axile adjust? Quick enough. Inters can flank it. Timing is everything. Backs are turned, and Perfecto just can't check his corners. Just Boomich, and they do take the contact as he drops the smoke. A close call, but 4-4. Gambit, successful take of the inner sight.
Great round, and in both of these last two, Simple's almost been a non-factor, right? He's just the one who's immediately dead as they take space, so he gets decked. Electronic does his absolute best to try and mop this one up, but these kills through the smoke, like this one right here, Perfecto just lobbing a couple bullets in.
It was perfect. The first bullet he fired was on the mark.
Yeah,
on the money.
The one that they found onto Hobbit as well, not quite sure exactly where he did go down, but all in all, the fact that they got those two were a bit of a godsend here. RV, timeout taken first here in map number 3, and this is the most back and forth some of these first halves have felt so far in this best of 5. Coach Cam again. Blade still just looking chill. Almost looks like he's kicking back. We can see his mouth today, so we know it's moving. RV buy again. They have everything they need. Kits, util, AWP for Simple. What's Gambit got in store for round number 9? Hit from Shiro, and Simple's down again. Just the simple flash from Inters, and bang. 4v5 out the gates one more time.
Oh, that's a dream on the Gambit shopping list. Boomich could be faced by their totem drop. But again, this dynamic CT setup just constantly partnering up, clearing close walk-ups. This time Ivy called clear. No one is home. Looks like it could be a smoke exec. There's so many gathered towards spawn.
It'd be wild if they go into the stack again, Gambit.
B-site is completely clear. Wide open for business. As I say that, 2 members of Na'Vi realize the same. Bit, however, getting contact and taking down Inters. 5th death now conceded for him. Top of the scoreboard for Gambit, so it's a big blow to throw.
The Perfecto AWP.
They're closing gaps.
Often.
Yeah, and a team flash as well, just making his life harder. They're closing a lot of room. Contact found. He wasn't far off. Could have been the collab. Now Bit dicing with that Mag-10. Going down. Electronic is ahead of the lines, though. Shiro was not ready for that. He can come alive here for the clutch. Axile's low. Nade puts Hobbit in the same state. And already losing another body. Double smoke. It costs him his life. They can hold it. He fakes it. Draws Nafany into the fight, a one-on-one. That certainly does favor Electronic. He dunked him with the nade earlier, and now he's holding it. Hobbit needs to call the bluff. The spray's a bit late, and there comes the ninja right under his nose. Hobbit has it stolen from him.
This is what we're talking about. The close affairs here, the back and forth nature of these rounds. We're getting into sights. We're getting the multi-frags.
This was the opener, though. I mean, you said Simple was a non-factor. That was a Shiro factor.
That was a really quick shot on the replay. Makes it look much faster than it was.
But you can see, like, look at that crosshair line. He was looking for the one-way over the smoke, and you can understand why. It'd be a nasty death to concede, but pros don't fake. Heard it here first.
Back towards B very quickly. 4 of them fast. Axile just selling a bit of a fake out here.
Yeah, but Electronic thinks better of the incendiary. Now they can walk through. They can walk in. He's blind. So much space now for Gambit. Simple does catch one. Bomb not down. Util being dumped to try and give a bit of area to play around, and play they will. 2 more Na'Vi members are down. It looks like Perfecto's just going to try and keep hold of that AWP. He's scarpering off to the safety of the pigeons.
Hunt's coming as well, though. Axile already starting to have a look on in here. His aim at this range. Oh,
He's got the magnifier specs on.
Yeah, they're tightening this one here. There's no way out of Ivy.
Ooh, Bit does bail them out.
That's a huge shot for Bit to make the Famous from there.
Yeah, and an A cave perhaps to be retrieved as well.
Even an avenue to help them get on out. They'll drop the smoke. They'll try and pick this up. Perfecto, you have to be good with this AWP right now. Simple wants it, and he needs it in that next round.
Oh, backs are turned. He even spots Perfecto. He's not going to be able to keep hold of this AWP unless he defends his honor. Nafny takes it all away from them. And that's a big win. That's a win within the win.
Yeah, and now for Na'Vi, look at where the money's at for both teams. It's like you're sitting in the position right here, right now, where they're operating with very little, no saved guns. It can't be like the tail end of Dust 2. The tail end of Dust 2, save, save, save. You can get that loss bonus starting to build. Here it has been much more of a back and forth affair. And it will just be pistols. They have to go for the force buy with where the money situation is at. They need to make the most of this one here, or Gambit are going to extend that lead to 7-5.
Well, we saw that Na'Vi heroic game. There was an abundance of success with armored sidearms. All it takes is one of the traps to be sprung. One trap now established is main. Lots of flashes. They made no secret of their campaign towards Ivy, and it's a hard hold for poor Bit working with that Desert Eagle.
So they're hoping for another yard play here. They've just left Simple over towards B on the bomb train, and this could fall apart very quickly for Na'Vi. It just takes one piece of this puzzle to go down towards yard, and then everybody will just have their head on a swivel getting peeked from everywhere. That's not the case. Gambit are regathering right now, just as silent as you like. Back up through the box holes towards where Simple resides. He should be overwhelmed by utility here, and the rotation is getting further and further away. Nafny and Hobbit are just walking out.
This is an off angle, I reckon. Not for Nafny, finds it too easy. And as Simple slumps into the ragdoll off the site. Electronics flash for his fight. Nothing found on the oil position. It's Nafny with his second, and Na'Vi's force. I mean, this is one of those even worse situations. I mean, you'd love a frag, you'd love a little AK-47 gift for the following, but pursuit of that doesn't seem like there's many options.
No, I think this here, if they can hold on to their pistol upgrade right now, that'd be the best they can bargain with in a round like this.
Gross.
1900 in the next round, meaning it will have to be that save. And this is what I'm talking about. Gambit should be netting up 7 here on that first half, so...
I mean, this is just
sweet.
This is a shut your mouth. this is a good taste of what happens when Gambit win the pistol and convert. It feels a lovely little pillow and cushion of rounds now. They got 3, don't forget, off the break of that pistol. So now they're seeing gun round success. This is going to be a very potent T-half. As you discussed, 7 likely. The rest up to Na'Vi.
And if they can keep this next round of play clean, they're going to have almost enough money to see them through for the remainder of this half with guns. So a lot riding on this one for Gambit. Na'Vi on the other side of things, you kind of just have to sit in this horrible position, right? You're almost, you know that now they're going to have an extended lead here in this half, and for you to bounce back will be 3 on the trot to close things out. That's just to get an 8-7, which for Train.
I also will remind you, Chad, of your very own statement regarding this unknown entity of Na'Vi's Train with Bit in the roster. That T side is where I imagine we might feel a little bit more of that wrath.
Yeah, really, really uncertain what we're going to see here on this T half. The CT side, pretty standard stuff.
Simple's been kept neutral as well.
Ouch. Lurk smoke on towards Ivy. This is what does feel like a matter of time round.
Yeah, but as soon as you say that, Chad, someone gets up to some hijinks, maybe a bit ladder play to tickle my pickle.
No.
Hobbit is one of those. You know, we've got a long list of pop dog nerds. Hobbit's up there. We saw that little strafe off the ladder earlier. He knows the barrel baits, the circle strafes, the toes.
It's crazy when you focus in on just these key areas on the map, how like nerdy these positions have been. But Na'Vi have rotated 2 players over
3
towards the site.
In total, Simple does have his trusty Desert Eagle. It's actually only a P250 and nearly cratered on the way down. Great recovery from Gambit. Threatening with those pistols. You can see damage was inflicted, just couldn't quite convert them now. It's more a case of Bit and Boomich. Let's see what you got, BB. Look at this line of them. Gambit all just having a party, acting like the round is won. As it is.
Getting a move on towards CT spawn here, so Axel is the only one going to be hanging around for a chance for a kill or two. Boomich a bit, nothing for their troubles, but finances will finally be restored to a semi-respectable level. It's still not going to look great for Na'Vi.
Oh, what a shot. Back of the head, long, long range. Boomich gets nothing. Either way, Gambit extend their lead. 7 on the T side of Train as this reverse sweep would need to see a large haul out of Gambit.
I really think they're on. If they win this round right here, they're on for a 10-5 first half. There's not going to be an AWP in play for Na'Vi in a round like this.
Yeah, and they've got oodles of cash as well to fall back on. Could be leaving with the whole pick and mix shot.
I'm not quite sure how Na'Vi are going to contend with this. Gambit should be able to have their way with them. It's not really enough of a presence here across the map. Perfecto operating with MP9 needs to make this one work.
Yeah, and Nintas is very quick on the draw, it seems. More contact for Boomich. He's on that E-box. It's a very exposed position. He's dropped the smoke main to enable a bit more options for this fight on Pop. Oh, no, they know. Nafli's being walked in on and doesn't get to see his enemy before it strikes. Boomich makes it 4-on-4 and working now with the AK, but as it fades, nutmeg by Inters. So many players from Gambit in that main position. Bit on Sandwich. He is hot property. They want him bad. Molyam out of position. Shiro has an opportunity that he does not let get away. Hobbit taking some real space. Just as all of that action's unfolding towards A, Hobbit can just W through B. Nothing to report in Pop. Axel with the bomb above, so Simple can still play spoiler to an extent here. Electronic through the backtracks. Hobbit has got everything covered. And I'm not even sure if Electronic's going to account for all of this. Can you really expect him to? He knows it's all possible. They haven't had anyone here. Oh, great find! He's beating him to the punch. And now, just by existing, just by surviving, he's delayed it a little bit. The nade on towards the Inter's peak. It's a little short of the mark. The flank coming in again from Simple. Inters hasn't considered this. He's there. Ooh, a chance. Simple takes him, and Axel caught from the flank as well.
Have to sit it, Shiro.
Where is he? From the Z. They have faked it out. So an opportunity presents itself. This was supposed to be Na'Vi's round, and Electronic ensures it is. Right down to the 1v1.
I have no idea how Na'Vi win that. Well, I do. We just saw it unfold, but it really should never have happened in that way. Crazy round to pick up here. Almost a bit of a gift for Na'Vi, and they're going to secure that. Shiro's too far away. He has to take that fight. You have to assume that the bomb is being sat. If he doesn't run all the way in, he's not going to win that round. So Electronic aware of that, gets a big kill. Na'Vi's money's still extremely fragile. And Inters did a lot of work here. This second kill onto Boomich, easy as you like. And it just felt like this one should have been done. Look how good these shots are. All it takes, Simple, finding a timing, finding some impact. Na'Vi finding their sixth. The AWP will be back out for both Shiro and Simple. Nafany out main, very fast.
Super Grot is that from a spray. Nafany takes the head off a bit, and he's not done yet. Perfecto's added to the naughty list. Boomich close only for a moment. Now Simple does have to be the hero. Already 2 to his name, a third no-scope, too tall of an order. They're running out of options, Electronic. Did so much for Na'Vi in the 13th. Now it's a 1v3 in the 14th, and the bomb's already going down. Axel's caught him on the peak. And an 8th for Gambit. They respond immediately to Na'Vi posting another CT round. Look what it's done to them. Right back to the pits of despair. Last round of the half. It will be an armored Deagles, and Gambit just swelling with cash.
Yeah, Na'Vi can't really get anything
Let's
stabilized.
see that again.
This is wild.
Eesh.
He's not stopping for anybody there. Even catches the Pop player blind, but did you see that? He noted and just kept on pushing. He didn't even worry about taking that fight.
He knew Axel would be doing what he didn't. Nafany with the opener, Axel with the close. Here we go. Oh, the same fight. This time Hobbit using that spawn and gets away with murder. The Scout, not the perfect weapon for that job. Electronic is going to have to take some initiative and space here, and he's already got a good advantage. Nafany in that pop dog position. confirms 2 players are out on that A site. Using that smoke to get out, and Simple's looking a bit flustered here. The chances really dwindling now.
Oh.
Hello? Blocking each other, but Nafany solves the puzzle. And now it's Bit. So many targets, good chance though. It's 1v1s and it's nearly 3. That Deagle, just a goddamn axe chopping away at the competition. Simple was so low from that barrage of nades. The read of the game, just to tuck in on Nafany's info jiggle. He's actually got info on 2 of them now. He knows there's 1 green, 1 pop, and just like that, 9 is found. All right, solid haul on the half. Gambit looking to make a grand final out of this. We'll be right back with your second half of our 3rd map.
Hobbit.
Слева где-то. Зик. Думаю, что ты дефишь.
Найс! Хорош.
Я АВП собака.
Фира без АВП был. Красный.
Nine to 6, the scoreline favoring Gambit as they try and turn things around and start the long, arduous task of a reverse sweep at a best-of-5 grand final. Hobbit's already had enough. He thought it was only 3 today. But either way, we are getting into our second half. Will this be the final half? Na'Vi certainly do have their fate in their hands. They could close it out and lift the trophy for the first time. 8 DreamHack Masters they have attended. Not a single trophy in the cabinet, despite 2 finals within that. I'm Machine, I'm joined by Chad Sponge Birchall, and it is going to be 4 sets of Kev, Cheeky Smoke and Kit for Inters, and it is Na'Vi's turn to bring the fight to Gambit.
1xBet odds still favouring Na'Vi there, makes sense. 2 up in the series. Hobbit going to clear off in towards Boxhalls here. A little bit of a jumpy jiggle. Sees nothing, but there is traction coming in the form of Perfecto and Boomich just around the corner. They just push Shiro back off that Ivy line with one simple HE from Electronic. Rotation will be coming on over.
There's so much thinking to be done now. Every call you hear, you just have to piece together what the potential time that's passed could have cost you. Electronic with a very off angle just to contain that main push. And Hobbits actually wants to dip back in here.
Might find a timing.
Yeah,
Ooh.
nearly did. Just a warning shot fired off towards Boomich. Nafany's got ahead of this. He's very brave, and that's a goosh. Ooh, he gets away, slips away into the site, and will be hard to recover now. That could have been the leg up that Na'Vi needed for this T-pistol. So they've been hanging around. Simple spent his entire pistol here. I wonder whether it's all for naught. Starting his advance now to be cleared. Enters. Oh, and he needed the clean head, and he has found it. Smoked off on Green Train's side. They look like they want to hit inner. Now, Hobbit, don't forget, was very aggressive at times. He's now right at the back. The USP, perfect range for it to work its magic. Shiro's been forced off the line, and now they've got the site. Slow reaction out of Gambit.
Oh
my God, Shiro loses all of his health. Working with just two. It's Axile now, however, with a headshot. These Glocks are struggling. Picked apart at. That's the precision we want to see. Glock's taking long range fights. It does not work well. Poor Bit, just still on the default plant. He's got 4 bloody targets pushing in from every angle, every jiggle a threat, but so is he. And now with Electronic, they're hitting the shots. The time favors Electronic. If he could just stop that defuse, Kit's been picked up. If he can find Hobbit, he wins the round. Back of the head, it's a slippery target. Oh no, bullets! Gambit, take the pistol.
Oh, whoa, no. Right there, that was Electronics to win. Absolutely insane scenes. Gambit, snatch it right under his bloody nose.
I need to see that again in slow-mo, dude. It's the back of the head. It's so pesky. Is he spamming crouch? No, he's just sitting it like a brave man. Stands up, crouching as best he can. He's got his legs are in jelly at that point.
Oh.
Look at this. I mean, he isolated the angle so well. Like, it was really hard for who's it, Nafany to help?
Yeah, Nafany was so low as well.
Oh, I'm already into it. Sorry, we were oozing over that one. It's already a very aggressive Electronic push. Look at him go.
Needs to find something, though. He's already low.
Yeah, Nafany on E-Box. Caught out by Boomich. Na'Vi have turned up the speed here. Speed, violence, momentum, and just a little bit of disrespect thrown in there. Bomb's already going down. Shiro blinked, and he's wondering where it all went wrong. A 2 versus 4 established right out of the gates. This is better. They are low, super vulnerable, but just that's unconfirmed damage. At least the majority of it. And they're all playing from this Green Train side. There's just no way in for these Gambit CTs.
I don't know if a miracle can strike twice, especially in consecutive rounds here. So Hobbit and Shiro look like they're thinking better at this, and they've completely lost track of the Na'Vi players.
It is nice to see Na'Vi going for these Aggie calls, though.
Yeah, well, that was a quick response, right? Because I feel like they think they should have won that round. The frustration that you saw in Electronic's face, that has just manifested in this round. That was in-your-face CS.
It was working for Gambit as well at times. We saw a lot of their T success starting with that early contact of either connector, that E-box cross, or even the push sandwich. So Electronic just charges beelines to the bomb.
This could work out better for Na'Vi if they can convert here. If they're able to take this round away from Gambit, who will definitely force by behind these saved guns, this is Na'Vi's chance to almost level the playing field and maybe find themselves sitting at 10-10. AKs are out. The FAMAS has carried through. Mac-10 on the deck as well, but Gambit in response. They've been able to cobble together a couple of Deagles, the Snapping Turtle, 4 Inters. And if Na'Vi opt for a slower pace play here, Gambit can really start to turn the screws, some of their aggressive CT maneuvers. Perfecto's out.
He's been kept very quiet, very honest by Gambit so far, but now he can forge a path of his own. Already up sandwich, swinging into a scout of all things, so he will be tagged by that warning shot. And it's Hobbit to catch the first. Quick exchange, so much chaos for Na'Vi here on the site. They've managed to get the smokes down and get the bomb as well as the frags required. No resistance. Shiro's on green. Nafany tries his luck. Meets Simple with the AK, and yeah, Shiro's got nothing left to contribute either. This could tie things right up. Axile, ooh, very quick to the draw on Simple, but good luck, have fun. Double peek, double troubled, couldn't quite put it onto Boomich, and swung on to finish. All right, catch my breath, as well as Na'Vi catching theirs. This is better than winning the pistol, were the words of Chad Sponge Birch, and you can see why. Look at the right-hand side of your screen. Gambit winning the pistol, and now not really feeling like much of a winner.
No, this is going to have to be a save from them. So Na'Vi's chance to get to 9, just one round away here from tying her up. So close, and this one had a few sketchy moments as well. It wasn't like that was the easiest round in the world.
The world #1, though, definitely on the back foot now.
Sacking Yard, Hobbit with one flash, so just waiting for the perfect time to pounce for that, but going to circumvent them here. Na'Vi just straight over towards this B bomb site. Electronic charging on down, Perfecto overseeing, and that MAC-10 is going to be very, very up close and personal towards this connector rotation.
I'm going to try and do some quick maths here, Chad.
Okay, best of luck.
Thank you. $600 kill reward for that SMG.
Is that the maths you were doing?
No, shut up. I was expecting him to kill 5 of them.
Oh,
I was doing my 6 times table in my head. I was like 6, 12, 18. Thought I was sitting there with my fingers.
Yeah, I was
going,
like, what's he doing? I was like, if it's silent, is it going to make the maths easier or is it going to make it harder? Is there more pressure?
No, I was expecting them to be running into electronic MAC-10. We didn't get what we desired. Neither did Gambit here on the USPs, as there we go. Nothing to be scavenged away despite their attempts.
This is great for Na'Vi. Look at their money right now. With the scoreline 10-9 in favor of Gambit, the money for Na'Vi, the low end, is Electronic with 3.9, and he upgraded away from a MAC-10 with a rebuy. So there's plenty of cash right now. If Na'Vi can win this one, I don't want to tell you what happens from this point forward.
Is this going to be, like, you can't keep throwing some speed at Gambit. It's been working well. The spawns aren't there this time. Expect a different look. Looks like some early util to be deployed. A whole lot of it. Electronic wounded, does get away. A second chance at life. That's a perfect Molotov from them. You can't stay and pop with that.
Actually, was a perfect Molotov.
Yeah,
like,
I haven't seen it. They broke the glass and it just perfectly spread. I think the glass popped it above, like the perfect spread.
It looked like it covered everything.
It did.
Beautiful stuff here. This is what we like to see out of Gambit as they've manufactured some main control.
I'll take this, a screenshot of this for why I struggle on Counter-Strike T sides.
Yeah, right. Well, look how they don't have anything to work with, right? This is the issue that a lot of people have, right? Is that you have to now get into these fights, and none of them look favorable right now.
Yeah, you just feel like I mean, every fight could be Shiro. They have found the gap. I'll be honest, Inter's probably your best bet. Completely concede control, and he has. That's
Look at this
4
setup.
Gambit members on B.
This is insane.
Where have they got this info from? Is it Axel's main hold?
Yeah, they're just gambling here on the fact it might be a B hit because of all this info.
He's looking for answers. He's gonna get way more than he bargained for. Actually takes down Boomich. Here we are. Issue for Na'Vi. Don't forget, Electronic tried his luck out main, did catch a tag on the way in. So he's got a bit of a limp about him. And now with backs turned, another frag provided. Inters delivers. And Axel can perhaps catch Bit in that pop dog position. Very sharp find from the M4.
There's no utility for this retake. No kit either.
2 of them have to come down pop, dude. They haven't got time to walk all the way to main.
Totem drop?
Yeah. And he can't find anything. Great play from Gambit. 2 remain for Na'Vi. Bomb ticking. Simple. Multiple angles to be responsible for. He looked away from Shiro, and he strikes, saving the hide of Inters as well. No, it's Nafany that's pushing in instead. He's holding it. The contest from Electronics just not coming through. He's trying to call the bluff. They're going for a 10-seconder here. If Shiro... Oh, he's knocked him off!
He's done it!
He just wins the round right here and now! Electronic in the last second. Shiro so lackadaisical. Just moving around. Felt like the round was theirs. Electronic silent. Doesn't make a peep. Counts to 9 in his head. Good grief. I thought he was letting that one slip away. The 10-second ninja, and it nearly happens. Let's see this one again. Like, Bit, great shots. They totem drop. I thought at this point, like, Bit was their prize pig. From pop, you can perfectly defend that bomb.
I can't believe this.
Look at the defuse time.
I
Round
can't
winning.
believe that. He's called the bluff on the first. He's gone, okay, well, if you have a kit, you've won the round. You can have it. That's it. You've outdone me there. But if you don't,
I win the round.
I win the round,
Yeah.
and he does in a massive way. Electronic, that is mental.
Completely caught me off guard.
He took all that damage at the start of the round when he leered out mid, and he secures it like that. Insane.
Grand finals, baby. Now look what it's done to Gambit. Saved rifles, sure, but this is where Na'Vi cannot afford a cock-up.
No slip-ups here.
This was a stacked tournament. Premium format of Gambit and Heroic. And the conversation right now is Gambit and Heroic. To have walked through both of them to take a trophy, there's no bigger achievement in 2021 right now.
There's no argument.
Na'Vi are here and they are looking fierce.
Feel we do this once a year. We see Na'Vi ascend to these kind of heights. We get excited. I hope this is the Na'Vi we get to see going forward for the rest of 2021.
I hope this is the Na'Vi that has a very real shot at giving Simple the trophy at the major that he deserves. Not a single major trophy in the cabinet of the world's best player. A generational talent such as Simple, and now Shiro kicking up a fuss. Found though by Perfecto. It's Hobbit that keeps things level. Gambit are making a round out of this. Threatening always. Nafany's got a flank.
No
Bit's
one's looking.
He does check it though. Bit so alert. Quick glance. And it puts Na'Vi's 11th on the board as well. Let's recap how that went down.
Oh, boy. We have really, really gotten stuck into this second half. Gambit again with a pistol victory, losing to the Force Spy, and it's just a spree of rounds. And you know that situation Na'Vi found themselves in the first half where the finances didn't always feel like they're there? Gambit are going to find themselves in that position very, very soon.
Well, that synchronizes perfectly with a timeout. Konstantin on the mic. A real esports veteran. He was doing Gambit things when Alex Itch was playing for the League of Legends team.
Oh, wow.
Remember that?
Yeah. That is, what was that? That's like 2013.
Dude, who was it? Diamond Prox with his jungling? That was back when I was a different human being.
It doesn't feel like a lifetime ago, but at this point
Darian in the
esports,
top lane. We've got a League of Legends nerd on the production.
Bit of a crossover there.
Yeah.
Huh?
Either way, let's get this one going.
Okay. Well, Gambit, it was a competitive round in the last just with the save rifles. Now they get the buy again, but they're not going to get too many more of these here. Everything looking good. Diffuse kit this time round for Naf, and he won't be forgetting that one. Smokes over towards Yard. 5 and E-Box. Going to hit the deck any second. Utility in exchange from Gambit to slow this one down, but Perfecto's ahead.
Oh, just as the smoke pops. This is a really nice gap. I don't think Axel's accounting for this. Oh, he's clearing him. Perfecto finds it though, and that's a double entry now for Na'Vi. What's Shiro supposed to do? A missed shot. Nafany not. Does take Boomich out of the equation, but what is happening to poor Shiro? Simple's to peek off the flash. Has to tuck in. They're isolating him completely. A Hail Mary. No scope. How is he still alive? He gets away with something, perhaps enough. Barrel. He knows where they both are. Hobbit looking to come up clutch now, looking for the equalizer. Simple, he has been spotted. A slight advantage, he peeks into the AWP. Hobbit keeps Gambit's dreams of a grand final under wraps.
Oh, Jesus, Hobbit. Just cool as a cucumber. Spots the barrel, doesn't flub the moment, and secures another key round for his team.
I mean, to be peeking into... It's so easy to overthink it. It's so easy. What's Simple looking at? He's even looking at him, right? Yeah.
Oh...
Wide peek, hits his crouch key, 100% accuracy, and that crosshair's bang on.
Huge stuff from Hobbit. That one took me by surprise. I can't believe they just converted that. Na'Vi, that was great. You can see how they get out of main. Perfecto's standing there. There's a molly behind him. Because Gambit are throwing a deep molly into main, he's able just to walk on out on that timing, and that looked like it should have been
enough.
enough.
As soon as he hears E-Box bloom, that's as he maneuvers in. You can see that tiny timing. He actually got Axel from it.
Yeah.
Because Axel's not even up the ladder in time. It's the perfect play. And that was a double entry that Gambit managed to claw back. You've been talking about the finances. I'm afraid it's still a conversation for Gambit. It's not pretty. Far from it. But that is a kick in the crotch for Na'Vi.
Yeah. That was them setting themselves up to close this out.
Yeah.
Now it's going to be a tussle. Now it's going to be a bit more of a struggle. They still are in a position to break Gambit here. Util being lined up again, lobbed on over one more time, but will we see a change-up of play? Bits out this time.
Go on, my son. Flashed, blind as a bat, tucked in. No follow-up incendiary. Nade short as well, and oh dear, sitting duck was Axel now. The double trade return. Man advantage. Boomich trying to fill the shoes of his fallen comrade here. Oh, and this is Prime. This is AKV FAMAS here. Intis does go for a very wide swing. Boomich doing a lot for Na'Vi here. Denies it the info with that smoke, anticipating that pesky UMP to still be up close.
Perfecto might walk through this, you know. Oh, he's using it to go backtracks. She's facilitated this, and he's found another. Shiro's down.
Yeah, and he's going to finally be met by Nafany. But Perfecto, this is an element of surprise. Nafany was just not accounting for it.
Top it again.
You can't back-to-back 1v2 in a grand final, can you? He's got Flash Bong, cheeky incendiary. Simple is biding his time. I think this hesitance could come back to haunt him, you know.
Hobbit's coming. Hobbit's coming.
Oh, those sound cues, dude. Oh, such a graceful
Simple's
descent.
not looking.
Simple's not looking, and Hobbit's on to his usual antics. A real chance. Perfecto denies. Saving Na'Vi. A lot of impact frags in that 8. And a tactical crouch for good measure.
Jeez, another one that almost slips away there, Hobbit.
He is
Imagine
always.
back to back.
But he's doing the stylish ladder stall, dude.
Oh.
Doesn't make a peep. Quickest way to find the flank.
Boomich was huge in this round. That one there onto Shiro was masterful. He even set Perfecto up to get out here into the backline with his smoke. So great work from the in-game leader. And the thought process behind a lot of Na'Vi's plays and peaks here. Simple getting fired up. Perfecto.
He wants this.
He closed that one down.
He wants this trophy. DreamHack Masters 10th edition. Means an awful lot to both the teams involved. Nafany, he just walks through a carpet of flame and leaves with 92 HP. The indomitable man. No one can touch him. Even the wallbang does nothing. Now, Electronic, what are you up to? He's just gone and taken an Ivy fight completely on his own, completely dry, and seized a man advantage, but they're hitting towards Hobbit. You can't push Hobbit. He'll always leave with at least a frag. Shiro trying to punish with that scout.
Bomb's going to go down here. Bits at the train. Simple's overseeing business here from the back of the low ramp, and Axel and Nafany are stuck.
There is no way in. There's no way in.
Electronic still over towards Ivy. If they wanted to save what they have, which is basically nothing, a UMP, a FAMAS, a scout, this is a budget buy at best.
This is like saving half of your lunchbox-sized crisp packet. There's just no point.
This is... Where are they meant to stand? CT Spawn is probably their best bet. They're all just hanging around in no man's land right here. Axel's locked in pop. He can hear him above him, knows that Electronic was over towards Ivy. The risk on the jump, they will get themselves an AK out of this mess.
I think it's a Galil, unfortunately.
Ah, you're right.
Na'Vi 13. Dude, they are 3 rounds away from the 3-0 against Gambit. I want everyone to let that sink in right now. Just quickly return, if you can, to your expectations when you saw this grand final locked in. When you saw Na'Vi beat Heroic, you had a game in mind. You had a result. You had a good idea as to the form both teams were in. This is not the lay of the land I would have expected as we reach the closing stages of the 3rd map of play.
Oh, not when you consider the blowout of Overpass, the 12-3 first half of Dust 2. Now we finally got this one going in map number 3, and you can see just how closely knit these two teams are. But Na'Vi and Gambit, they've met several times this year. Katowice, Pro League, DreamHack Masters, every single one of those occasions, Gambit have come out on top, and now in the grand final, Na'Vi looking to change that tune. Have found ourselves here just with a quick little technical issue, so shouldn't be too long. Na'Vi, I guess, just really want everybody to stew in those juices.
Wow, it really paints a picture, doesn't it?
Stewing in your juices, huh?
Wow, now.
You don't like that?
I don't know. The fact that you said it again with such viciousness to it. Stewing in my juices, indeed. Na'Vi have definitely got the juices flowing, and with the 9-6 half converted to a 13-11 scoreline, looks like they have lost a player, just a technical. Looking to make sure the lay of the land is perfect before we do resume play. It's all part of the process for Gambit as well. I mean, we knew, and they did too, that the way in which their victories were found initially was not going to be something you could just keep replicating, right? I mean, Astralis have told the world about this, of the constant need to reinvent yourself, reinvent the wheel. You've done something that's brilliant. Now everyone does something that's brilliant. Now you need to come up with a counter to that brilliance, as well as putting new pages in the strat book.
Yeah, it's going to be rough for these boys going forward, but at the same time, the learning curve of this. The fact that they are getting this level of experience, the fact that they're getting to work through all of this right in front of us and still give us some of the best Counter-Strike we have seen since that Astralis era. That's the thing. This Gambit roster, you look at the way that they've been able to approach the game. Last year, ask people who they knew about Gambit. Maybe you get a couple of nods from around the room, but this year, everybody knows the name.
Yeah, they made sure of that. Actions do speak louder than words, and Gambit, world #1 through their actions so far this year. Well, Na'Vi are laying down a response right here, right now, before our very eyes. 2 to the good. 3 rounds separating them from DreamHack Masters champions. They haven't taken a single one of the 10 that have transpired so far in Counter-Strike. Many years of loud Swedish crowds, trips to Vegas. Well, they'll be doing this one in a slightly different environment, but speaking of Vegas, they're just playing with the cards they've been dealt.
All right, we've got everybody back in the server. You can see that everything is now set to get this one back underway for round number 25. And Electronic, as we take a look at the scores on the doors, 26 kills for him.
Oh, it's still not pretty, dude. I think I just kind of zoned out during the tech. And I've just been reminded that Gambit are still working with some nasty weaponry. The FAMAS trying to fight for your honor, trying to fend off 14. Limited in the util department. They do have a priority of incendiaries and smokes, the majority with both. And they look to bring a little bit of a aggress towards this Ivy position. Nafany gobbles up that flashbang and will push ahead of the flame. Simple can't believe his luck. They knew they'd have to try and force the issue. They're even setting up for the run boost. They'll jump across on the flash. Inter's hoping and praying that somehow a frag is fed to him. Got to keep a cool head on your shoulders when you're hearing so many metal footsteps on Ivy. Electronic's going to clear. Yeah, that's 2 frags. We've seen Gambit overcome a disadvantage like this before, but that's when Hobbit comes up clutch. Can you possibly get it into a state of play that enables this man to come alive once again?
Yeah, this one's going to slow right down here. Na'Vi are clearly in no rush to find these last 3 kills. Bits controlling over towards the box halls. There's no B push, nobody up the ladder. Perfecto doing the same thing, but for main. And well, now the pack with the bomb is able to rotate back. Setting up for a pop flash into main here just to clear out the corners. Not going to be thrown, just going to put their bodies on the line here, so...
They'd rather not.
Interestingly enough, Simple has given Boomich the AWP. They're all on full health.
Hobbit catches that backtrack development.
They rotated B off of that.
They did, and now the site's wide open for business. Axile can play spoiler, and he has! Takes down 2. 18 seconds, and Shiro is on that bomb train. Now, it is a scout. Don't be lulled into any false sense of security. Hobbit's doing it again. The last is coming in. Is he expecting it? He's not, and Boomich can get that bomb down. Hobbit's going to have it confirmed now. Shiro and Hobbit. Boomich to come up clutch. A flash perhaps for his reposition. He'd love to get back up there. Still going for the fights. One elevated. Shiro's missed his shot as well. Boomich now really under the thumb. Needs one of these 2. Needs one of these 2 right here, right now. They're just grouped up so perfectly. He can't seem to separate them. Would take a Hail Mary, no scope, and Hobbit's got it in the bag. Gambit overcome another double entry from Na'Vi.
Huge stuff. 3v5, and they just had to sit there and wait and see that one out, and the time was an issue again. Boomich gets that bomb down. There was no kit in play. Axel, the hero this time.
Dude.
Hobbit ends with 3 in that round as well. That's insane. That is absolutely insane.
It's just the most 2 kills. He's the most unassuming superstar we have in Counter-Strike right now.
He's just chilling in pop, just hanging out, having a good time, and gets 2 huge kills that threw this round into absolute disarray. 13 to 12. The buyback for Na'Vi is here, but their finances, well, they're out of money. 2 Galils, 2 AKs, AWP. Either team right now, they lose a round. Well, money is going to be a huge problem going forward.
Really even kill distribution for Gambit now. And that's a very good sign of the times. Not waiting for anyone to show up. The whole squad's here, doing their stretches as they try and put a lid on Na'Vi. Mirage, Inferno. All maps we know Gambit can be very, very threatening on. A lot more before that conversation returns and baited by the jump. Shiro loses out to Simple again. Axel will have to do a lot here. I don't think he was willing to fight in front of that smoke. Bits even got one in store for us as well from the top of Pop. Do they just go? Wait for it to fade and then just go? There's 3 of them. This side of the map, Electronic catching Inters as he tried to fill the gap. Now he can run rampant. Another double entry frag for Na'Vi. Surely the 3v5 won't come through again. Oh, he nearly got the 2. And that's the end of Nafany as well. Na'Vi finally break their silence. It was a short-lived success for the CTs. And they continue their run of the mill. I mean, it's 8 T rounds found for Na'Vi so far. 3 so far posted by the Gambit boys. This is the bait. And switch. Textbook.
Beautiful stuff there. Absolutely beautiful stuff. And Electronic, he just continues to be an absolute force. He's hit the magic mark of 29. Just 1 more for that 30. And 2 more rounds for Na'Vi here to secure the map. Look at the buy again from Gambit. We've been talking about the finances throughout these later stages. And again, it's just the pistols. It's just the scout. It's not a full buy.
God, you just have to swallow the bitter pill of 15. I mean, they are going to kick up a fuss. They are going to try and hide it under their tongue. Scout, Eagles. And the first fight goes Perfecto's way 2 to the center of mass, and he leaves with 2 points of health.
Nafany coming to fill those very big shoes of Axel, even going to audibly pick up the deagle there. And now the Perfecto's low, and still no real estate for Na'Vi to work with here. Some questions have to be asked and answered. They are heading back towards Ivy again. It's a pressure point. It has been identified, and Inters, he has support in Nafany here who's floating around. He actually cops that smoke. Setting up for this here. Gambit have a shot as they come out of Ivy. They might be able to contain this push.
Oh, they've just sent 2 more resources into...
Oh, you're right, they have.
So I'm afraid this one will peter out.
Keep finding themselves with these B rotations. Na'Vi never seem to go for it.
It's funny. It's almost as if when they cut noise, in their mind, they're visualizing Brown Hall's walks. And in reality, it's always Ivy lurks.
Yeah, so much through Ivy this game. Nafany's going to try here. He's grabbed 1, needs a lot more, though.
Oh, my God, he's got an opportunity. Does take a chunk out of Electronic. Tom down with 10 seconds to spare. I'm never one to write out Gambit, but this sentence looks like it's not got much left.
Exit kills, AK upgrades. That would be great right now if you're Gambit. You already decided when you didn't go all in this round that you were going to play for overtime. So consolation prizes might be worth a little bit more than just that if they can get these AKs.
Yeah. Perfecto is going to have to clear out this radius with 2 HP. Otherwise, there's an AWP. Walking straight into Hobbit. Here's the punish. 2 frags and AK delivered right to his doorstep.
Simple's gone down as well.
And he has. That's plenty to be recovered. How many can be?
Okay, an AK and a Scout. The Scout probably not going to be much worth in this one. They should be looking to upgrade into rifles for everybody here.
Well, considering Inters has been having a nightmare on that Ivy, I don't really fancy his chances with the Scout. Yeah, he does take the M4. And Gambit have resided themselves to 3. They have to pursue 3. Na'Vi have 3 opportunities to take it all.
Alex, we have a Mac 10 on Perfecto here. We might just see a B rush or maybe just something fast out of main here. The switch up, it's perfect right now. They've been conditioning Ivy this entire game.
You're
4
right.
players very quick through box holes. If this is the B finish on the rush, this
Here
is
comes
nasty.
Na'Vi ahead of the flames. He's not ready. Inters has still got his knife out. The nade does something, but Perfecto wants everything. 1 body drops. Gambit losing a grand final in a 3-0 fashion. Unheard of. We saw it go all the way before. And Na'Vi, with the bomb going down now on this B site, the change-up of pace, just as Chad highlighted. It's really leaving a mark. Their chances dwindle now with every passing second. Boomich taking even more space away from them. Util from Nafany gonna have to try and set him up. He's still paranoid about a potential flank. The whole Na'Vi squad is here. And another one comes in. Hobbit trying his luck, and 2 in the feed. A slight glimmer of hope. Smokes and kits on Hobbit. If they could just force Electronic off this, but he says no. And another frag available, closing the gap. Someone needs to be defusing and defusing now. The smoke is there. They're on it. The kit's been recovered. They could actually. No, Nafany falls and Na'Vi. That's exactly what they wanted. They'll take it 3-0. A new Na'Vi, no doubt. DreamHack Masters champions.
Na'Vi may have had a turbulent few months on the server, but they've proven today that when they are on form, they are unstoppable. We have seen a team today make a bid to show that they are in the running for being the best team in the world and Simple the best player. And yet, for me, today, Electronic Maniac. He was just the defining factor for this team's victory today.
It was the best reaction we could hope to see from Electronic, and like a sign, you know, he comes in on train and he flies through that map. He finds all these opening kills from Ivy, 30+ kills, making a huge difference. We have Simple. Obviously, he had a monstrous tournament, let's be honest, right? But he was quite on train. They did not need Simple to hard carry them because as a team and Electronic, as you said, just pushed them over that finish line.
Yanko has frozen. He's that shocked at the victory that he has left the building. Hopefully he's going to rejoin us soon. Yanko, are you with us? He is with us. He's just still trying to work out what has happened. So if you've missed it, Yanko, Na'Vi just won. So let's talk about how they won, because Train looked like it could have been a closer affair. Gambit actually got off to a good start. They won the Pistol Maniac.
Yeah, if you look at the first half, you have the sensation now that's it. Finally, Gambit are finding their groove, right? They're winning these rounds. They have the change of paces that you want to see out of them on their T side. They're playing it slow. They're baiting Boomage into Pop Dog. They're punishing Perfecto out on main. And then suddenly they just hit with the fast shot. You have Nafany running out. And these are all the signs I wanted to see from Gambit reacting on train. But then somehow their defense, what used to be their stronghold on train, we talk about their defense, it just doesn't hold. You can call it the nerfs, you can call it anything, emotional state or whatever. These clutches, they should have won. Electronic, that 1v3 where he finds the kill 1 second before the bomb is defused. That in itself is the story of the map, right? Tight rounds, a lot of resilience, and maybe experience coming into play.
Yanko.
Yes, I'm here finally.
Welcome back.
It's so working back. Yeah, but just an impressive final from Na'Vi, taking Gambit down, the best team in the world, 3-0, not dropping a single map, and looked convincing throughout the whole grand final, really. All the flaws that we've been pointing out before about them, they managed to turn everything around. Electronic, we mentioned his name time and time again. He steps up massively in the final too, and just a crazy good performance from Na'Vi here.
So Gambit, this isn't the end for them. They've proved themselves to be so consistent. Their third big event final in a row, Maniac. They're just going to learn from this and get stronger.
Yes, learning is the term that we have to bounce on right here, because they have accustomed us in such a short period of time to be that consistent that we somehow expect them to win all the time. It's still a young roster at the very top of Counter-Strike, and they are going to learn from that. Would it be the best of 5 structure that is a little bit unique in Counter-Strike, or just how to never ever have such a slow start again? Because we have to say in that grand final, feels like they started 1 hour and a half after Na'Vi had already started the grand final. If things were to kick things off on train, we might have a different grand final, but it's not enough. And with if, we can, rebuild the world.
And yet Hobbit tried his darndest, Yanko. You see a true leader there. He might not be the in-game leader, but he always leads by example.
Yeah, he had an amazing final yet again, and he always steps up for Gambit in the playoffs, especially in big games, always performs really well. You can see, unfortunately, Shiro at the bottom of that scoreboard. He's the star player of the team, one of the best players in 2021, having an off day, so it's good to know that he's human as well.
Now, while we wait for Simple to join us for a little bit of a chit-chat, can we take a look at round number 20? Because this led to a like 2,000 IQ play from Electronic.
Yeah, I mean, we can have a look at this round, and it's going to illustrate, you know, some of the struggle that Gambit were actually having in that second half. We talk about the defense here. Interns is going to get instantly traded. Axile is supposed to be in a perfect position, but look at the timing. Whenever he finally decides to go, Bit just pulls it one between his eyes. Axile had the position to make a huge difference, and then still, they stay alive in the clutch. They do the ass peek down in Pop Dog 3 versus 2, and now it's Simple and Electronic. He's got way too many angles to find, and it's all on the man we've mentioned in that grand final. The MVP of the grand final just biding his time, waiting, knowing that there is only one way out of that clutch, is to play the time, is to play the percentage, and then with a little bit of luck, he just finds the defuse. And if that's not frustrating enough, if you Gambit, well, I don't know what is.
Yanko, what was your favorite moment from this final?
I think I really liked Navi in this game winning the force buy on T side, right? Because it's all the things that have been going wrong, and in every single department they've just improved so much. Coming out with a really fast strat, just resetting Gambit early on, and that really ruined a lot of momentum for Gambit and really helped Navi close it out on Train.
So how do Na'Vi retain this supremacy? How do they maintain this consistency? Because it is a story with Na'Vi. They can get to playoffs, they can get to finals, but sometimes there are some dips in form. They won Blast at the start of the year, and then, yeah, we kind of lost them for a while, Maniac.
You're asking me? I'm just hoping
I'm
that maybe someone behind me might have an answer to that, because that's the answer to the Na'Vi Enigma. How do we have that on a consistent fashion?
Well, we could ask Simple.
Let's do it.
Because I think he's joining us now. I'm waiting for that championship phone to ring. It's fine. He keeps us waiting. He's the best player in the world.
He can.
He's the best player in the world. And also, he did wipe a tear from his eye when they won. So I do think he's probably gathering himself a tissue.
Lots
Yanko,
of emotion,
I mean, the same question I asked Maniac. This consistency thing with Na'Vi, how do we see them maintain their place at the top?
That's the million-dollar question for every team out there, but I think it's just sticking to some of the changes that they made, in a sense of they now have the variety on T side. I think that's how you need to keep playing. It's just going to come down to adding a little bit of variety, right? Like, people are going to look at what the things that you've added, they're going to see some of the strats you like to run, and you just need to keep doing what you're doing.
Finally, we have Simple on the line.
Hi, do you hear me?
I do hear you. Simple, we were just saying, it's been a few months of disappointment for Na'Vi, but today, it was a whole new solid performance from you guys. You're back at the top. How does it feel to finally win a DreamHack Masters?
Feels great when the whole team is playing so insane. I hope we'll keep this form for next events. It's good for us. It's great emotions when you're just sitting and watching how your whole teammates destroy them.
Yeah, congrats on the win. Great performance from you guys, the whole tournament, and you know, how much does it mean to you? You touched on it a little bit, but we saw Electronic, you know, in the final steps up massively. A little bit quiet the whole tournament, not up to his usual standards, but he played really great today.
He just knows that he'll just show up in important moment. He did so great job on T side. It's just I think because of him we won most of the runs because of these entries. But still, the game plan by Boomich and Blade is always insane, and everything was working. I'm just happy and for my team, and I'm sad for haters. All the people say that someone is playing bad and he don't understand the problems that he has right now in real life, and because of it he just trying to wake up himself, you know. Feel sad for haters, yeah. Nobody lost motivation, nobody is stopped practicing, you know. Everything is great.
Yeah, everything is great. Your performance was amazing. Congratulations, Simple. I want to talk about
Thank you.
Perfecto and Bit, because their evolution lately has been really great to see. Can you put a few words maybe onto how they are improving, how you guys are practicing, helping them to become better?
We just show them some tricks, and we just give them some experience to win in some runs, to choose good angle when they're waiting. I know they're just practicing really hard. They understand that we need to win more under this organization, and I don't know. We just trying to find the way where we're gonna win every game. That's our main goal.
It's looking so far so good. Talking about younglings and talking about pressure, did you feel at any point in this grand final that Gambit was under pressure playing against you?
I think yes, because maybe they understand that we had more experience in best of 5 final, because we actually lost the last 2 best of 5. One with advantage against Australis and the other one with leading 2-0 against Vitality. Even if we had a different roster, we still have more experience in this best of 5. And maybe at the end, even if it was 4 or 5 maps, I think we would still win it.
So simple. How do you keep Na'Vi performing at this level going forwards?
I just tell everyone to practice more, man. There's no way to chill, you know. LAN tournaments will come pretty soon, and we need to be ready for this. We need to have not only like 4 or 5 maps. Maybe we'll start practice 6 or 7, and our main goal before first LAN event, we should be in best conditions.
You have already qualified for Cologne, Simple. That's a LAN, potentially.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we're hoping it will be.
Nice.
How would it feel to be
Nice.
reunited with your teammates on LAN?
It feels great. We actually had bootcamp before this event, and it's on bootcamp there's much more work. You see eyes of each other, and you understand when some players are focused or some players are chill, and you always... It's not like in front of screen when you don't understand what your teammate feel. Even when I start arguing with someone, I want to see him, how he gonna react or how he feel, you know, like I look at his face and I understand that he needs some help or he needs some boost of confidence, and that's what we have on bootcamps and at LANs as well.
Simple, you clearly trust your teammates. Was there ever a point during the hard times of the past year that you did lose confidence in the team?
Yeah, of course. When we start losing a lot of games, you just think like maybe someone not doing enough like you do, but every time when we are playing with great team play, I understand that everyone is trying hard, and for past 6 months, I think like every month I have more and more confidence in my teammates.
So Na'Vi forever, never a doubt.
Yeah, of course, man.
All right, well, you mentioned the haters, but what about the lovers? Have you got any words for your fans today, Simple, before we let you go?
Yeah, guys, thank you. I see all your message, I see all your heart, I see all your pressure and criticism, or how's it called?
That's exactly
I understand, yeah. Some of you want fast, big results from us. Some of you don't understand how we still win in 1 tournament per year, but right now we have 2, so I hope you'll follow me and my team for the rest of our road.
I think it's going to be a long road. Congratulations again, Simple.
Thank
it was
you.
a fantastic
Thank you.
performance. We will see you very soon.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Oh, you too.
I love it when Simple's happy.
I haven't seen him this excited. Yeah, I don't think ever, right? But of course he's gonna be. It was a great performance from the whole team and himself individually. So yeah, hearing that.
I did nearly ask the Valorant question because he's been streaming it a little bit. I have a feeling he won't be anymore.
Ah, we good.
Sorry, I'm bringing the tone down.
We safe.
Apologies. Grand final, guys. Are you guys ready for some top 5 plays of the tournament?
Always am.
All right.
Born ready.
I think we deserve to have some treats in our life. Maniac, obviously, you do the honors. You count us down from number 5.
Yeah, we'll then stay on theme, right? I think with number 5, we can kick things off with Perfecto from Na'Vi, champions of this one tournament. On Inferno, that was the first map where I saw him and I thought, hold on a minute, where was that Perfecto for all this time? He was making such a huge difference on that B side here, defending the bomb with the M4.
And number 4, we have Refresh here with the 1v4 clutch against Astralis, where Heroic just dominated their countrymen and looked like the team to beat.
Heading back to the group stage, this is Nafany scoring a Mirage. Or it was scoring a Mirage. That's what we call an ace on Mirage versus Na'Vi. Happier days, happier days.
Second, we have, unfortunately, one of the men that kind of missed that grand final, but not this game. Shiro with the 1 versus 2 against G2. Actually 1 versus 3, because at the end he's surviving and he's get that nice little flick right there, boom! And then just very nicely and cleverly plays the time off against Nico, just staying alive like a little snake on top of the box, just enough to win the round.
And at number 1, who else but The Undertaker himself in the semi-final, ace clutch to win the map for his team and take it into a third, and that was when it was the most challenge, it looked like, in the end.
Beautiful stuff, guys.
Beautiful.
Thank you for showing me how to cast a top 5 player of the tournament. Really appreciate it.
They've gotten better at it throughout the days.
Masterclass. You know what? If Simple has trouble saying criticism, then
we all
I
allowed
have
it.
trouble saying electronic, as it turned out. That was my
that was
my Achilles heel this tournament. Guys, if you enjoyed the past couple of weeks, Yanko?
Oh, absolutely. I wish I could have been there in person, would have been even nicer, but, you know, any way I can, always a pleasure to be part of a DreamHack.
Yeah, it was awesome. I think it was the first desk I had with Yanko in many, many, many years. I think 5 or 6 years ago, we maybe shared one, can't even somewhere, but I would have liked him to be next to me right there. I've been here talking to an empty space, but still, the conversation has been nice, and it was a pleasure to be there with you.
Hey, I'm talking to a wall, so
yeah,
I think
I know. I
off.
share the feeling. I would have been able to, fist bump sometimes, but it was a great moment, and to be sharing that with you as well.
Yeah, you too, guys. Listen, Yanko, I know you're going to be here in person very soon indeed. Well, that's all we have time for this DreamHack Masters Spring event. But before we go, we have to say a massive thank you, of course, to the analysts, Yanko, Maniac, and Blair, and our amazing casters, Dinko, Hawker, and of course, Sponge and Machine. You guys have been a fantastic audience. Obviously, our teams have been incredible, and production. Like, DreamHack is just such an incredible event to work on because everyone is so pumped behind the scenes. We've had kind of a Swedish-German fusion on this production, and it's just been a little bit of a miracle to behold, to be perfectly honest with you. It's been an absolute joy, even though half the time I've been talking to a blank wall. That's no shade on Yanko. So it is time finally for us to say goodbye. So again, thank you so much for being part of DreamHack Masters Spring. Good night.
Давай вместе. Раз, бомба сверху. 3. Сверху бомба. Убей туда. Бомба.
Хорош!
I think that the DreamHack Masters events was probably one of the most organic we had, because you could always tell the family behind the DreamHack events. It was always the same people.
I mean, you know, it's easy to just consider it a name and, you know, just a brand, but the truth is it's just a lot of different human beings who are putting their passion to work.
Let's do it. Ready?
with DreamHack, I feel like everyone is like rooting for you and you're rooting for them, and you are all there because you love what you do.
The whole point of an event was, you know, everyone that wants to tell the story and everyone that wants to be a part or hear the story combined, and that's where the beauty happens. That's where you have, you know, those moments that will go on and live on forever.
He's got the first kill. The only thing going for him. One more headshot. They're going to try to...
A kiss cam, really? There we go. It's what happens when you get to Sweden, right? It's what happens when you get to Sweden.
I think in terms of the places that the Masters events have gone over the years, right? You know, we've spent quite a lot of time in Sweden, and you can see that fan base. That's what I think DreamHack has represented, right? Swedish Counter-Strike, the Swedish fan base, and Counter-Strike in Sweden has existed for a long time. Things are good, things are great. Like, Counter-Strike is sick. And I think DreamHack has played a massive part in people realizing that. Whether or not you just talk about Sweden, whether or not you talk about the different places DreamHack as a brand has been all over the world, it's played an important role in Counter-Strike's history.
And a straight flash behind this guy. They want people to dodge. Means he can go back for more. Finds a second and a third. Stacks on fire.
Most of the site anyway. Frost has picked up one. Can he go any better than that? He knows the people.
DreamHack Masters Spring is brought to you by Intel, 1xBet, and DHL.
Now